Being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business.
C-221, Environmental Restoration Incentive Act, in the name of Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moves that Bill C-221, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Oil and Gas Wells, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Debate. The Honourable Member for Lakelands.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased to be able to speak about my private member's Bill C-221, the Environmental Restoration Incentive Act, which I introduced on February 25th earlier this year. Now, though the world has changed in many ways over the past 9 months, the Canadian oil and gas sector continues to face a state of great uncertainty. And the families whose livelihoods depend on the sector still face what many say is an unprecedented struggle, major anxiety about their futures, and complete financial despair. Entire communities are at risk because of the steady decline of oil and gas activity and historic levels of bankruptcies and investment losses in Canadian oil and gas, and that damage has rippled across the country. Since 2015, more than 200,000 jobs have been lost in the Canadian energy sector. It's devastated families and entire communities. There are many social consequences. A recent study from the University of Calgary School of Public Policy said that for every 1% increase in unemployment, 16 Albertans will die by suicide. Never has a Canadian industry faced such a severe triple threat: global oversupply and demand drops, a collapse of global prices, and a lack of market access. But even before COVID-19, a combination of economic policy, legislative, and regulatory factors in Canada led to a historic and major collapse in investments, small businesses, and jobs, while energy sectors in the United States and across the country were thriving. COVID-19 only exacerbated what energy workers in my backyard of Lakeland would characterize as, quote, carnage. A dire situation shared by energy workers across Canada, from BC to Ontario to Come By Chance in Newfoundland and Labrador. Canadian oil and gas producers are world leaders in environmental remediation and reclamation, but one consequence of this perfect storm of challenges is that the record numbers of business bankruptcies have caused the number of orphan wells to increase by over 300% since 2015. It's an urgent economic and environmental challenge for rural municipal governments, for landowners on Crown land and in Indigenous communities. Mark Doran's family farm in Didsbury, Alberta, is at risk. He says, quote, the value of the land's at stake. It's rendered literally worthless. And Michelle Lavaseur, Economic Development Officer for the town of Kalmar, says it's a financial burden that's, quote, not fiscally responsible to ask our current residents to fund. Normally, orphan wells become the responsibility of the provincial orphan well associations and funds. In strong economic conditions, they're remediated on schedule through levies on all the other active producers. But these orphan well funds are being overwhelmed, putting taxpayers at risk for eventually having to bear 100% of the costs for decommissioning, closure, remediation, and reclamation. Between 2015 and 2018 in Alberta alone, the number of orphan wells skyrocketed from 768 to over 3,400. And today there are a total of 97,000 inactive wells in Alberta. The Alberta Orphan Well Association has an inventory of 2,983 orphan wells for abandonment and 3,284 sites for reclamation. In BC, there are over 300 orphan wells that need to be decommissioned. Half of those wells are on protected farmlands, and there are over 7,000 more inactive wells. BC's Auditor General estimates it could cost up to $3 billion to reclaim all the orphan wells and facilities there. By percentage, BC actually has the largest increase of orphan wells since 2015 at 600%. Saskatchewan has more than 600 orphan wells and 30,000 inactive wells. The province's Auditor General estimates it would cost $4 billion to decommission all their existing wells. In Ontario, there are almost 900 inactive wells that could become orphaned if more companies go bankrupt. mostly throughout the southwestern part of the province. Overall, there are more than 130,000 inactive, orphaned, and abandoned wells in Canada. It's estimated that it could cost between $30 and $70 billion to fully decommission all current active and inactive oil and gas wells in Canada. That's why it's so crucial for the federal government to lead and to continue to take action on this national environmental and fiscal challenge. There's no doubt that it's complex, and it requires a multi-pronged effort from provincial and federal governments, and importantly, from the private sector. This year, the Alberta government announced an additional $100 million loan to the Provincial Orphan Well Fund to remediate 1,000 wells. In April, the federal government announced $1 billion for Alberta, $400 million for Saskatchewan, and $120 million for BC for abandoned and orphan wells. I supported that one-time funding as a first step, but I think the government must adopt a permanent fiscal incentive to enable the private sector to raise funds dedicated solely to reclamation and remediation. Such an initiative recognizes the financial and economic reality that Canadian oil and gas producers face, while it emphasizes the primary role of the private sector to fulfill the environmental duties inherent in their responsible development of oil and gas resources in Canada. So what Bill C-221 proposes is a non-refundable tax credit that could eventually enable a flow-through share provision to encourage small and medium producers to take action on the pressing challenge of suspended and inactive wells and immediately create service jobs in communities and regions that need them most. I hope Canadians will note that my bill applies only to small and medium producers that are struggling the most, which are responsible for about 1/4 of total Canadian oil production. These producers have, on average, 1 well for every 10 wells of large multinational operators, which won't qualify for this tax credit. And in 2017 and 2018, more than 2/3 of those small and medium-sized companies lost money. So it's urgent. The first part of Bill C-221 creates a non-refundable tax credit that will help small and medium oil and gas producers right away. The second part makes the case for this credit to qualify for the flow-through share provisions of the Income Tax Act. That's the government's part to do. So when a producer wants to raise money from private investors, the producer can attach the value of this tax credit to a share of the company that is sold to an investor. The investor buys the share and the tax credit, and in this way, the value of the tax credit flows through to the shareholder. What this means is that the tax credit the producer gives up becomes the profit margin for the investor that purchases these shares. That's a big incentive for outside private investors to contribute funds and capital to companies specifically for the purpose of decommissioning wells, even when the company's share price is not expected to increase. Another reason this federal leadership is necessary is because of the 2019 Redwater Supreme Court decision that was the right ruling, but at a very challenging time. It says that when an oil and gas company goes bankrupt, the assets from that company have to go towards paying for the company's environmental liabilities first, such as oil and gas wells, before lenders and investors are paid back. So one consequence, of course, is that that ruling dried up private sector sources of investment, compounding all the other challenges that are harming small and medium producers in Canada. And of course, oil and gas producers are already cutting spending and capital investment plans aggressively just to try and survive. Now, I want to stress that from my perspective, the growing number of suspended and inactive wells awaiting decommissioning is not evasion nor neglect by small and medium oil and gas producers in Canada. It's in fact a stark reality of their precarious economic positions. It's a consequence of all of the damaging policies that have undermined competitiveness and tanked Canadian oil and gas investment. So it's the duty of the federal government to help figure this out. Smaller producers simply don't have the money left in their businesses, and if the status quo continues, they simply can't raise the money needed to proactively address their inactive wells in the current conditions. In 2009, the previous Conservative government committed to ending inefficient and I think wrong-headed subsidies to oil and gas, and despite the rhetoric from others, the current Liberals removed any remaining, as well as some benchmark industry tax treatment from oil and gas, but not other industries. I support those measures. And the previous Conservative government advanced the polluter pay principle in Canadian law. Bill C-221 reinforces the standard of polluter pay and protects taxpayers from the potential burden of billions of public dollars needed for remediation and reclamation. The federal government's finance department confirms that this proposal is not a subsidy. The department defines a subsidy as, quote, federal tax expenditures that provide preferential tax treatment that specifically supports the production or the consumption of fossil fuels. And the International Energy Agency doesn't consider this measure to be a subsidy either. Their definition of a subsidy is, quote, any government action that lowers the cost of energy production, raises the revenues of energy producers, or lowers the price paid by energy consumers. And it isn't unprecedented. For example, in the mining sector, flow-through share financing contributes over 65% of the funds raised for mining exploration across Canada, a measure Conservatives have always supported and Liberals recently extended. Provinces have called for action on the growing challenge of orphaned and abandoned wells, but the $1.7 billion from the federal government is unfortunately a drop in the bucket compared to the overall up to $70 billion liability in inactive wells in Canada right now. Alberta is calling for flow-through shares in order to allow the private sector to accelerate oil and gas well reclamation. Premier Scott Moe of Saskatchewan has also made similar calls. Premier Jason Kenney advocates it, quote, to get the oil field service sector back to work while reducing an environmental liability. The Alberta Finance Minister Travis Taves supports the proposal. He says, quote, Bill C-221 builds on the work Alberta has undertaken. Flow-through shares are a game changer for helping producers raise money from the private sector to decommission oil and gas wells. And the industry wants to do its part to continue being a world leader in environmental stewardship and innovation. Mark Schultz, the president and CEO of the Canadian Association of Oil Well Drilling Contractors, also supports the Environmental Restoration Incentive Act. He said, quote, programs designed to incentivize private investment in well reclamation, for instance, would help provide consistent work over time, which is the foundation for building a steady labor force again in the oilfield services sector. The Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers says, quote, tools to temporarily or more permanently find ways to encourage these companies to raise capital would be exceptionally welcome at this point in time. Things such as flow-through shares to help assist with reclamation and remediation is a tool. The Lloydminster Oilfield Technical Society in Lakeland says, quote, we believe that the bill, C-221, combined with changes to share structures within Canada, will represent another avenue for the oil and gas industry to repair the damage with which it has been inflicted. And any positive environmental impact in the form of asset retirement will always be looked upon favorably by our group and by the industry. The ability to achieve multi-party support of this initiative is indicative of Canada's society's aim to maintain our oil and gas industry as the world leader in responsible development. In my view, the solution to this environmental and financial challenge must prioritize the private sector and should not be solely dependent on taxpayers through big government programs. As a federal MP, this is just one thing that I can do to bring forward a solution now. And it won't fix every issue overnight. But Bill C-221 is good for the environment. It helps struggling small and medium producers, and it builds an opportunity for immediate job creation in for experienced, highly skilled workers in the oil and gas service sector now. In order to make the greatest impact and to actually implement the flow-through shares part, I am asking all members to partner with me. This must be a collaborative effort with all members of Parliament to succeed. During the last Parliament, I had the opportunity to bring forward Motion 167, which called for action to combat rural crime. I worked with all parties and secured support from hundreds of organizations and thousands of Canadians across the country. We accepted amendments, and ultimately it passed the House of Commons with unanimous support. Because my first goal is always to do what is in the best interests of the people that I represent, for Alberta and for all Canadians. What ultimately matters most to me is doing the right thing and helping to advance meaningful initiatives for people, not politics and not partisanship. Similarly, the current situation with orphan wells is escalating with many different impacts in Western Canada, but I believe the objectives of C-221 are important to all Canadians. The choice members of Parliament from all parties will have to make is, does the federal government create a path for the private sector to address the surge in inactive and suspended wells to prevent adding to the number of orphaned wells, or will they leave it to the Canadian taxpayers to foot the bill? I want to close by saying Alberta has a long history, an unmatched history, of leadership and on environmental stewardship and innovation in Canada. And this is just another small but creative way to generate jobs and address environmental concerns and protect taxpayers in Alberta and across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Lakeland for her speech and for bringing this bill forward. I know she's very concerned about the problem of orphan wells. We're talking about inactive wells here today, and I'm particularly concerned about the flow-through share aspect. We use flow-through shares a lot in the mining industry to incentivize investment in exploration and development of mines at a very risky period, risky time in that development. We want our resources to be developed, but it's risky. So we give investors that incentive. Here we have an obligation that companies have. They've had it since they started drilling the well. We know it's there, they know it's there, and we shouldn't have to incentivize them to put aside that money ahead of time so that taxpayers aren't obliged to it. And I just wondered why the Canadian taxpayers should, come in and foot the bill for companies that are just obeying.
Okay. Sorry, there's just 5 minutes of questions and comments. I do want to try and get as many as I can. The honourable member for Lakehead.
I appreciate the member's question. I enjoyed working with him on the Natural Resources Committee in the last term. So my perspective on this is, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But we need to address the situation that we are in now. This challenge is complex. It is primarily the regulatory and legislative responsibility of provinces. I did work in the Department of Energy in the Government of Alberta, and I myself, I said this internally and I have said this publicly, I think there have been lots of missed opportunities in the past, both for regulatory and financial incentives, including legs on business development rules and determining the definitions and the outcomes desired for reclamation and remediation. But the reality we are in now, because of the drop in investment, is an increase of hundreds of percentages of orphan and abandoned wells. And so it is our duty to partner with provinces to figure out how to solve this problem. And industry says flow-through share provisions are a tool that will...
Questions and comments? Honourable Député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of inconsistency in my Conservative colleagues' remarks, to my mind. And it takes me back to a discussion that I had some time ago, a discussion with a Conservative. And what they said is, we don't want federal funding. We want you to get out of the way. We want less legislation, and we want you to get out of the way. Now, clearly, this morning, what I'm seeing in my colleague's bill is not getting out of the way, it's tax credits. So they want funding for the oil and gas industry, and it's the industry that's received the greatest amount in the country. I can't believe that this bill is something that's moving towards polluter pays, but my colleagues seem to indicate that it could lead us in that direction. But to my mind, we're very far from that reality.
Madam Speaker, so I guess that the member must have missed the first part of my speech when I talked about how this is not a subsidy and is not about taxpayers' money being given to oil and gas companies. In fact, that is exactly what we are seeking to prevent. And in fact, it's Conservatives who are leading on this issue to ensure reclamation and remediation of all of the outstanding oil and gas wells by enabling the private sector to use an incentive to raise funds from investors in order to meet these responsibilities. Now, I would love it to see if any Ontario MP or Quebec MP would stand up here and say they don't support this measure, for example, for the mining sector or for the other industries in Canada. Now, this government also needs to get rid of its anti-energy legislation, remove red tape, remove regulation, and allow the Canadian oil and gas sector to actually thrive. But because of a consequence of global factors and their domestic decisions, this is one of the issues that has been created. It is an enormous increase.
I just want to add, maybe the honourable member can finish up her response. The questions and comments, a brief question from the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting when we look at the reality of the situation. We have a national government today that is investing hundreds of millions of dollars into orphan wells and in an attempt to work in our prairie provinces to actually make it a difference with the environment and the industry as a whole. And the member made reference to a comparison. Ottawa is about $1 billion in the province of Alberta, and the province of Alberta is about $100 million. Does she not recognize or believe that Ottawa and Alberta do need to work together in order to best achieve good results?
A member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, I do, which is exactly why I'm bringing forward this legislation. I look forward to the member working with this Albertan to help get the private sector funding into the industry that is required for full remediation and reclamation of oil and gas wells in Canada and to protect taxpayers. But of course, the member is not correct. They have not invested hundreds of millions of dollars in oil and gas well remediation and reclamation, aside from, if that's all he's talking about, the $1.7 billion that they split among 3 provinces. So when the outstanding liability for all active and inactive oil and gas wells in Canada stands to potentially be between $30 and $70 billion, and the reality is that oil and gas investment, because of their policies in this country, is plummeting, and companies can no longer get private sector investment in order to meet their environmental responsibilities while they develop the resource. That's their job to help fix.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure for me to rise in this venerable House to speak to Bill C-221, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, a private member's bill sponsored by the honourable member from Lakeland. Not only do I appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's debate, but I'd also like to thank the honourable member for raising the important issue of support for Canada's oil and gas sector. The federal government knows that COVID-19 has been a profound shock to our economy and has dramatically changed the way we go about our daily lives, especially for those working in Canada's energy sector. Right now, oil and gas workers and their families are struggling because of things that are beyond their control. Both the devastating effects of the pandemic and the low prices caused by a surge in global crude oil supply are a challenge. As a result, companies have had to slow down or pause their operations, leaving far too many people out of work. And that is why, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister announced earlier this year, in April, that the federal government would provide up to $1.72 billion to the governments of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia, as well as the Alberta Orphan Wells Association, to clean up orphan and inactive oil and gas wells. These wells, which are no longer in use, can be detrimental not only to our environment, but also to people's health. Think of the farmer whose family can't grow anything on their land because of an abandoned well a few steps away from their home. Think of the small town or Indigenous community struggling with this issue that has been festering for years and even in some cases for decades. Cleaning them up will bring people back to work and help many landowners who have had these wells on their property for years, but haven't been able to get them cleaned up and their land restored. Our goal, Madam Speaker, by investing in the remediation of oil and inactive oil and gas wells, is to create immediate jobs in these provinces while helping companies avoid bankruptcy and supporting our environmental targets. Alberta, for example, estimates that its share of the federal support, up to $1.2 billion, will help the province maintain 5,200 jobs and clean up 30,000 wells. The cleanup cost per well can range from $100,000 to several $1 million, but actual costs can vary significantly depending on the complexity and size of the well or facility or the amount of contamination that is present. As part of these funding agreements, the governments of Alberta and Saskatchewan has committed to implement strengthened regulatory systems to significantly reduce the future prospect of new orphan wells. The goal is that these improvements will lead to a sustainably funded system that ensures companies are bearing the costs of their environmental responsibilities. Federal provincial monitoring committees have been established to track the progress of provincial programs as part of these agreements, and these committees will work with local governments and Indigenous organizations to ensure that important stakeholders are engaged in each process. There has been widespread support for the $1.2 billion announcement, Madam Speaker, and I just want to share quotes from a few people that relates the importance of the funding and as well as its anticipated impact. In a statement from the Business Council of Alberta, who said that the funding announcement is welcome news for energy companies, working Albertans, and the environment. They said this is a win-win situation that will keep thousands of Albertans working in some of our hardest hit industries, while also improving the environment. However, additional support is still needed, specifically liquidity for some of Canada's most significant energy companies. We also heard from the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, who also echoed some positive sentiments. They said reducing environmental liabilities is a priority for the oil and natural gas industry, and this initiative will allow important work to accelerate while supporting thousands of jobs. We also heard from Alberta NDP environment critic, Marlon Schmidt, who said that the funding will help put thousands of Albertans back to work while supporting responsible resource development. They said that the UCP government must use this money in a way that ensures polluters will pay for the cleanup of their sites. They must also set clear targets and timelines for well cleanup now and into the future. And I also hope that UCP will ensure landowners and municipalities are compensated for wells on their land, Schmidt said in a statement. So as you could tell, Madam Speaker, there is quite a bit of widespread support. I think it's also a really wonderful example of federal and provincial cooperation. Now, it's also important to mention that the provinces, as well as the Alberta Orphan Well Association, are responsible for the detailed design and implementation of inactive and orphan well cleanup programming. Detailed information on these programs will be provided by the recipients. Now, since April, Alberta, British Columbia, and Saskatchewan have all announced programs to clean up orphan and inactive oil and gas wells. It may also be of interest to the Honourable Member for Lakeland to know that the government has previously provided indirect support to the Alberta Orphan Wells Association, also known as OWA. In Budget 2017, the government provided $30 million for a grant to the Government of Alberta to stimulate economic activity and employment during that challenging period. Alberta used the funds to pay the OWA's interest expenses on a $235 million loan extended by Alberta to the OWA. The OWA has a good track record of generating employment in the service sector by cleaning up orphan wells. The OWA also estimates that the loan has supported the cleanup of approximately 637 wells and created 225 jobs. This proves that federal support to help clean up orphan and inactive wells is helping to stimulate employment and economic activity in the energy sector, and ensures that it can continue to support middle-class families and communities. Madam Speaker, we've listened to the concerns of landowners, municipalities, and Indigenous communities who want to make sure that the polluter pay principle is strengthened and that their voices are heard. I want to thank the Government of Alberta for working with us and for listening to their concerns. Appropriately cleaning up well sites will prevent methane leakage and ensure that the sites are remediated and returned to their original state. I should also mention that the federal government has established a $750 million emission reduction fund with a focus on methane to create and maintain jobs through pollution reduction efforts. This includes $75 million to help the offshore industry cut emissions in Newfoundland and Labrador. This fund will primarily provide repayable contributions to firms to make them more competitive, reduce waste and pollution, and most importantly, protect jobs. Right now, many energy firms are experiencing a cash crunch, so they don't have the funds to invest in technologies to reduce emissions or fix methane leaks. The fund will allow for this kind of work to be done and create jobs people need during this difficult time. Through the wells and methane initiatives, we estimate that we will maintain more than 8,800 jobs across the country. Just because we're in a health crisis doesn't mean we can neglect the environmental crisis. Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister announced support to help clean up orphan and inactive wells in April, he also announced that Export Development Canada is increasing its financial capacity to support Canada's small and medium-sized oil and gas companies. This added capacity is available to eligible companies so they can access the liquidity they need to keep their operations running and to support their employees during this crisis. And many businesses have already taken advantage of the program. The added business support is being provided through various financing and insurance solutions, including risk-bearing guarantees for loans obtained through the company's bank and guaranteed by the EDC, and through EDC's bonding and accounts receivable insurance products. This commercial support is aimed at bringing liquidity into the market and help Canadian companies during the crisis. We know that the second wave is even harder for those who get hit, and that's why our response needs to be targeted and effective. Small and large businesses create jobs, drive our economy, and make our communities stronger. The government will continue to do whatever it takes to support them. These measures are part of the Government of Canada's comprehensive economic plan to help Canadians and businesses through this period of uncertainty. We will continue to monitor this evolving situation closely, and we will take additional actions as needed to protect our health and safety and stabilize the economy. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank again the Honourable Member from Lakeland, who's raised this important issue of support for Canada's oil and gas sector, and for allowing me to comment on it. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's hardly surprising for you to hear that I don't see how my party could support this bill, especially because it contradicts one of the main pillars of environmental policy, the polluter pay policy. We're kilometers away, if I can put it that way, from that. And before I start, if I may, I'd just like to provide some information. If, Madam Speaker, you tell me you're going to give me a tax credit for $10,000, a subsidy, it seems to me that at the end of the day, it's the same, a subsidy or a tax credit. So my colleague saying that it isn't any support because it's not a subsidy, it's a tax credit, well, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It is financial support for an industry for the industry that's receiving the most at present. Now, getting back to what I was saying, it's difficult for us to support this bill because it runs counter to the pillar of the environmental policy, the polluter pay policy. It's up to companies themselves to absorb these costs. The forestry sector does it in Quebec by restoring sites that it uses, so I don't see why it would be different for the oil and gas sector. Now, there's something that surprises me in this bill. It seems to me that for a conservative, they normally assume that companies need to bear the risk. Seems to me that that's what the Conservatives often say. It's part of their ideology. But in this bill, what they're trying to do is socialize the risks without socializing the profits. So the government will provide guarantees for the risks because the companies don't want to do so. The cost will be too high. And in exchange, well, the companies will benefit from earning profits. So that's contradictory to my mind. For a Conservative, there should have been some red lights flashing on this. Now, what else will this bill do? It will fund the industry that is the most detrimental to the environment instead of financing or funding a transition. I think that massive support for the gas sector, gas and oil industry, is something that's clearly outdated today. Now, the federal government already earmarked $1.7 billion for orphaned and inactive wells. $1.7 billion has already been announced. And that's a significant amount. What bothers me the most about this bill is this. My colleague said, well, why would it be up to Alberta to deal with closing down these orphaned wells for absorbing the costs of closing them? Well, that question bothers me because if I look at Quebec, there's, 22% of Canada's tax capacity comes from Quebec. So 22% a number that often comes back. It's towards the end of the 70s, the early 80s, up until 2015, the Canadian government invested in the oil sands at $70 billion. So if I go back to my 20%, that means that there's some $14 billion of Quebec tax dollars, in fact, that used in the oil sands. And I'd like to ask my colleague then, how much money from Alberta has been used to fund initiatives in Quebec? I think it's zero, if I'm not mistaken. So why would it be the responsibility of Quebecers to pay for this environmental fiasco that's occurred in Alberta?
My colleague also said earlier to our Liberal friends that they'd done nothing for the oil patch. Well, nothing? That's pretty funny. From 2017 to 2020, I asked the research services how much had been invested in the oil patch. $24 billion federally, $17 billion, $7 billion for the purchase of the pipeline. And my Conservative colleague says the Liberals did nothing for the oil patch. If they were to do any more, it would be indecent. And the forestry industry in Quebec got $975 million, and a big chunk of that was just loans. So that's not direct investment, in my opinion. Another thing our colleague says is that it's not up to Alberta to pay 100% of the costs for closing down wells. Well, there are other negative impacts from the oil sands. And perhaps some of our Conservative friends don't like hearing us talk about this, but there's the Dutch disease. A number of economists have pointed out that when the Canadian dollar rises, it destructures the Quebec manufacturing industry. From 2002 to 2007, that's 55,000 jobs that the Quebec manufacturing industry lost because of the higher dollar tied to the oil-based extractive economy. So when Alberta says it's taking the lion's share of the risk and the other provinces just benefit from it, well, I don't think it's a very big nibble that we get out of that, and that's already been enjoyed. And we're already starting to be the losers because of that industry, which is very cumbersome, very disadvantageous. So this is an environmental issue, a significant one, orphan wells. But before thinking of solutions, we should look at what conditions are necessary for a solution. And one condition that's indispensable is that if we're to embark on a policy to close orphan wells, it has to be done in the context of a transition to cleaner energies. It shouldn't just be a subsidy to an industry that's already got too much. And the main principle should be polluter pay. And don't tell me that tax credits are promoting this principle. And a second principle is that it has to be clear. It shouldn't perpetuate the current problem. And ultimately, this policy should be consistent with our greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. At any rate, the responsibility should be borne by the companies themselves, and I don't know why in the mining or extractive industry, companies shouldn't have had to make deposits before they even got into this business. In my opinion, before the pandemic, the price of oil had plummeted around $60, $70 a barrel. Now it's even lower. It's even hit $40 to $45 a barrel. And many people have said, if you remember, when we debated Tech Frontier, and the reasons for that not going forward, it was that people were expecting $80 to $90 a barrel for the project to be viable. And many experts have said it'll never get back to $80 or $90 a barrel. So Tech Frontier was shunted aside, but it left an impression in the industry and among Canadians that that industry is simply not viable. The price has to be around $60 to $70 a barrel, and it may never get there. So why would we continue investing? Why throw good money after bad? It would be completely irresponsible, especially environmentally speaking. So to conclude, Madam Speaker, we know that the problem of orphan wells is a real one, but it's not up to taxpayers to pay that, especially not Quebec taxpayers who've already paid for the creation of that industry, subsidized it heavily. Perhaps this policy is justifiable, but it has to meet certain conditions, as I said before. So the Bloc Québécois is willing to stand in solidarity with families and taxpayers in Western Canada, but on condition that efforts are made to get the Canadian economy off its reliance on fossil fuels. And I don't think this is the type of bill that's going to bring us there. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy to rise here today to speak to Bill C-221, a private member's bill tabled by my colleague from Lakeland. This bill would provide a tax credit to qualifying corporations for expenses incurred for the closure of an oil or gas well. And the bill would also require the Minister of Finance to assess whether the implementation of a flow-through shared program would increase private sector funds available to close oil or gas wells. And I'll cut to the chase here to say that I don't think this bill is the way forward. The NDP believes in the polluter pay principle, and that is theoretically the way the well drilling system is set up right now. Companies are obliged to clean up their wells when they become inactive. Providing incentives for companies to not break the law is a waste of taxpayers' money. And despite what the member said, it's a textbook case of an inefficient subsidy. And that flies in the face of government promises that date back to the Harper era to end subsidies to the fossil fuel sector. This bill, I would also admit, does have the good intentions of dealing with a significant problem, this significant problem of inactive wells across Canada, especially in Western Canada. Right now, there are 91,000 inactive oil and gas wells in Alberta, 36,000 in Saskatchewan, and 12,000 in British Columbia. And these are the wells that this bill is seeking to address. If these wells are not cleaned up, and the companies that own them become insolvent, they will become orphan wells, and the taxpayer is on the hook to pay for the cleanup. And that scenario's played out again and again. There are more than 2,500 orphan wells in Alberta right now, 356 in BC, 159 in Saskatchewan. It can cost $100,000 and often more to clean up a well. So you can do the math. It's a big bill for the taxpayers to deal with orphan wells. And that bill could get bigger. The Alberta Energy Regulator has predicted that the number of inactive wells in Alberta could easily double to 180,000 over the next 10 years. So it's a serious problem. I would agree with the member on that. And we can't leave these wells and do nothing. There's impacts on the environment as they will leak methane into the air, contaminants into the ground. There's an impact to landowners, farmers who receive lease payments while these wells are active, and even when they're inactive, until they're cleaned up, those lease payments are made. But increasingly, oil companies have simply informed landowners that they won't be making lease payments. No discussions, no negotiations. Many Canadians wish they had that kind of power over their landlords. Landowners have had to take companies to court to make them live up to their obligations. The Alberta provincial government has told oil companies they don't have to pay municipal taxes during these tough times. No compensation to local governments who are already struggling through COVID. Municipalities have not only lost a valuable tax base, but many have been left with contaminated sites that they can't afford to clean up. And the member from Lakeland mentioned one of these. So development opportunities are squandered. So what has caused this problem, and how can we fix it? Well, clearly the problem is that companies don't have the ability to pay for cleanup. We all know times are very difficult in the oil patch. One could argue that companies didn't see this downturn coming and were caught unawares by these tough times. Trouble is, the number of inactive wells and orphaned wells were steadily rising, even when times were good, when oil was $80 a barrel. Companies weren't saving for the future then. They weren't cleaning up their oils then. So will this legislation help fix the problem? Will it incentivize companies to live up to their obligations so that taxpayers aren't on the hook? Madam Speaker, when companies drill a well, they know they're going to have to clean it up once it has stopped producing. When it is producing, they should be putting aside those funds for that obligation. And the problem is that many of those companies aren't doing this. They aren't planning for that rainy day, and they haven't been doing this for years. And the regulators are partly at fault for not properly ensuring that companies do this. Regulators should put limits on how long a well can remain inactive before it must be cleaned up. Only the BC regulator has rules about that right now. Regulators could create a steadily rising inactive well fee, such as we see in California, that could go into a fund to help orphan well cleanup. Here, here. Regulators could demand that companies pay a security up front, and the member from Jonquière mentioned this, so that when they drill a well, the remediation costs would be automatically covered. That bond would be a small amount compared to the price for buying drilling rights and actually drilling the well. But these regulatory solutions are largely in provincial hands, as the member from Lakeland mentioned. Now, I'm not a tax accountant, but it seems logical that if a company didn't put away enough money to cover legal obligation and now isn't making enough profit to cover those costs, a tax break won't fix things. Tax write-offs only work when you're making enough money to have some tax to pay. And if you're providing tax credits to cover these costs, then it's the taxpayer that is funding these activities. And the idea of creating a flow-through share structure to encourage people to invest to clean up oil wells doesn't seem like a good idea either. Flow-through shares are used extensively in the mining industry to encourage investment in mine exploration and mine development. That is obviously a risky investment, so it makes sense if we're to develop our resources that we should provide incentives to investors to help companies at that critical stage. But cleaning up oil and gas wells is not a risky business. Companies, investors know years ahead of time that they'll have to do it, and they have a pretty good idea of how much it's going to cost. Providing incentives to corporations or investors is completely inappropriate at this stage. This is a straight subsidy to the fossil fuel industry. We would be paying them to do something that they are legally obliged to do. It's like giving drivers a tax break for staying on the right-hand side of the road or coming to a stop at a stop sign. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that this tax credit would cost $264 million. Now, Madam Speaker, Canada's natural resources are shared resources owned by the people of Canada. As the former Premier of Alberta, Peter Lougheed, once said, when it comes to resources, we have to act like owners. That means getting the best price for our resources, and it also means making sure that the corporations who pay for access to those resources abide by our laws and how they treat the environment when extracting them. Governments across this country haven't done a very good job of upholding that pact with the people of Canada. Regulators for the oil and gas industry, whether it's the Canada Energy Regulator, the Alberta Energy Regulator, BC Oil and Gas Commission, any other number of such bodies, have too often acted like cheerleaders for the industry instead of regulators acting as stewards on behalf of the Canadian public. So companies are obliged by law to clean up after themselves. When they drill a well, they know how much that cleanup will cost. They should act responsibly and put away sufficient money in a trust fund while the well is productive so that when the well reaches the end of its productive life, the money is there to clean up their mess. And that's what we find in another Conservative private member's bill from the member of Calgary Centre, C214, and I'd be happy to support that bill when it comes up for debate. But this bill before us today is not an incentive for companies to do the right thing, to put aside money to pay for future obligations. It's an incentive for companies to put off that obligation until the last minute and force taxpayers to help them pay for cleanup, or if it's too late, pay all the costs for that cleanup. So unfortunately, I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's with great pleasure I join in this debate around the second reading of Bill C221. I am very honored to be supporting my friend and colleague, the member from Lakeland. As this is my first speech over Zoom through the virtual parliament, it's going to take a little while to get used to that, but I'm looking forward to adding my voice to why I think this bill should be supported by all parties. I'm going to go through a couple of discussions about why this is a bill that should unify members of parliament and come together and support this option of how we're going to do the environmentally right thing and make sure that we have idea of how we're going to clean up orphaned and abandoned wells. I've listened intently to my colleagues speak, the member from the Bloc, the member from NDP, and the Liberal member on what should have been done and what is now a growing issue with abandoned wells. Obviously, we can look to the past and say some things were not done right, but as this government is famous for saying, we need to take a Team Canada approach, and what we need to do now is look at options on how we're going to get these orphaned and abandoned wells cleaned up. One thing that has come to light and why a bill like this should be pursued is a recent Redwater decision in the Supreme Court ruling in 2019. And none of my colleagues from the other opposition parties have mentioned this, so I'd like to mention it again and saying, as a result of the Redwater Supreme Court ruling in 2019, that federal bankruptcy laws do not supersede provincial environment obligations. So many companies no longer find financing to drill new wells to increase their cash flows because in the case of bankruptcy, investors and creditors would only get paid after all well closures and reclamation costs are incurred. So what we have to do now is figure out how our oil and gas companies are going to get access to liquidity and be able to pursue some and continue operating so in the long run these wells can be cleaned up. So when it comes to the environmental part of Bill C221, an incentive to short title, the Income Tax Act, but the short title is Environmental Restoration Incentive Act. So for a quick overview, Bill C221 aims to provide support for the energy industry by implementing a 13% non-refundable tax credit for oil and gas well decommissioning costs. It also instructs governments to evaluate the feasibility of flow-through shares. It has received support from many key energy industry and government stakeholders because it is focused on orphan well cleanup instead of a new extraction projects. Opposition from environmental groups has been minimal. This bill is an attempt at a win-win for energy and the environment. It is being presented as a conservative solution to an environmental crisis, in addition to a way to help energy companies survive and create new jobs. And I know the member from the Bloc had talked about unemployment rates, and right now unemployment rates in Saskatchewan and Alberta continue to climb through new proposals and new policies brought forward by this government, which I listened to the member from Danforth talk about two of the main issues of why the oil and gas sector is not doing well. And they said she forgot the third and fourth issue, but she said the two issues were oversupply and pricing and COVID-19. But a third, and I would say almost more prominent issue on why the energy sector is not doing well is because this government has put in place policies that have been damaging. We can talk about Bill C-69, Bill C-48. We can talk about the continued overburden of regulations that energy sectors have continued to meet. I know my Bloc colleague brought up the fact that the government bought a $7 billion pipeline. Well, I just do a response to that member in saying the government would not have had to buy a $7 billion pipeline if the regulations would have been in place and they would not have kept moving the goalposts. Then a private company would have built that pipeline at zero cost to taxpayers across our country. So if those regulations would not have been changed, then we would have had a private proponent building a pipeline and allowing our energy sector more options on how they're going to transport their goods to market. Another thing about the Environmental Restoration Incentive Act is it's for small and medium producers. And like we've talked about already, through no fault of their own, some of these policies that were put in place has really hamstrung their ability to make ends meet and to be able to continue to work and have people employed across our country. The reality is oil and gas wells that companies intend to decommission are now being suspended. So I think all members in this House can come together and say we need to ensure that we are able to clean up oil and gas wells. I don't think that's a debate amongst members of Parliament. I know they've been talked about many times, and I think our NDP bloc and Green Party colleagues should take a long look at this bill to see if we want to make sure that the environmental measures are going to be met and that we are going to have the ability to clean up these wells once they are decommissioned and abandoned. A couple of quotes through either late shows or things that have been said in the House of Commons is the NDP member from South Okanagan and West Kootenay rose in the House on February 1st, 2019 and stated there are over 122,000 inactive wells across Western Canada, and most of those wells have absolutely no prospect of ever operating again. That is almost a quarter of the wells out there. Most will require cleanup and reclamation in the near future. Many are on private land, on farms, where they impact the work and lives of farmers who are no longer receiving rental payments for those wells. That's absolutely true. I agree with his statement. And so far, there's not been many proposals from the NDP of how we're going to make sure that these wells get reclaimed. And I would ask the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay to take a look at this bill once again, because it does bring forward a reasonable approach on how we can ensure some of these wells get cleaned up and the land goes back to its original state of being. The former member from Edmonton Strathcona rose in the House in February 2019. The government did commit $30 million budget 2017 when the cost, according to some people, is $260 billion in support of Alberta's efforts to advance the reclamation of orphan wells. The former member Linda Duncan is in favor of reclaiming these wells, and I think I'd like to have an idea of where she'd be at. I think she'd be in support of this private member's bill. The member from Sandwich Gulf Islands on June 17, 2019, during the climate emergency debate stated, we must in that process include a transition for the skills of workers. One great example I'll give are the orphan oil wells. There are thousands of them throughout Alberta and northern BC, which have tremendous potential for geothermal energy production. So there are ways to work together on this. Many MPs from across political stripes know that we need to have a policy in place to ensure that these orphan wells are cleaned up. And I'm looking forward to working with them on a bill like Bill C-221. So we do have the ability to ensure that the government of Canada is coming together for an environmental purpose to make sure that these orphan wells are cleaned up. On the other side of this is it also is going to be able to create job employment for the hard-hit sectors across Alberta right now. And I want to say that this bill does allow friends and families across Western Canada to go back to work and help providing for their families once again. And they need to know that the federal government is going to be there and is in support of the energy sector. I know that once again, the Liberal MP that was on her feet today was talking about the support that this government has shown to energy and oil workers, the energy sector. And I'd like to see that support continue. It's been a minuscule amount of support at this point in time, but with this bill, we could put in place the opportunity for companies across Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, BC to continue to stay afloat. What we're looking for now is the ability for these companies to have options to keep their people employed and keep people working across our sector. And on one final note, I realize that a couple of my colleagues have said, well, the energy companies need to step up, and they need to be responsible. And I do want our colleagues to stop looking backward and say, you know what, that was in the past. What happened is we need to have the ability to have these companies stay in business, work together to allow them to clean up the orphan and abandoned wells. And I'm proud to support the hard work of the member from Lakeland. She is a tireless advocate for her constituents, and I'm happy to be able to be seconding this bill C221. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day. Consideration at report stage of Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been some discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find the unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, report stage motions numbers 1 and 2 in amendment to Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code standing on the notice paper in the name of the Minister of Justice, be deemed adopted, and that the House proceed immediately to the putting of the question on the motion for concurrence at report stage, provided that if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred, and the bill may be debated at third reading stage during the same sitting.
As this is a hybrid session of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to this motion to express their disagreement.
Opposed to the honourable member's motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. There are no nays. Therefore, the motion is accepted. Accordingly, I declare the motions number 1 and number 2 adopted.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Monsieur Guilbeault for Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Sajan, moves that Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code as amended, be concurred in at report stage with further amendments.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
I therefore, seeing no objections, I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Agreed? Agreed? Monsieur Guilbeault, for pursuant to order made earlier today, Monsieur Guilbeault for Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Sajan, moves that Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. Débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice in support of moving Bill C3 to the next stage of review. I wanted to start by recognizing the work of my colleagues on the Standing Committee for Justice and Human Rights for conducting the clause-by-clause study of Bill C3 in an expeditious and efficient manner together so that this important bill could continue to move forward. The version that we have before the House today reflects a number of amendments that were adopted by the Justice Committee, and I will speak to those amendments in due course. At the very outset, what I'd like to do is just acknowledge the important work that was done on this bill as in a previous iteration in the previous Parliament, the 42nd Parliament, by Ms. Rona Ambrose. Then the interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, Ms. Ambrose, had presented this bill as a private member's bill, which gathered support of all members of Parliament and proceeded expeditiously through the House of Commons at that time. It is unfortunate that it wasn't able to be passed in the 42nd Parliament, and as a result has ended up before this Parliament now. But in light of our belief in and support of this, we committed to tabling this legislation as government legislation, which is what we've done, and we've now seen it through now to the third reading stage debate, which we are at now.
Madam Speaker, the ultimate goal of Bill C-3 is to strengthen the public's confidence, and notably the confidence of sexual assault survivors, in the fact that the criminal justice system will treat every person fairly. This fundamentally important objective was unanimously supported at second reading by members, some of whom shared painful personal experiences or talked about their work with sexual assault survivors. These important statements reflect the fact that sexual assault against women is a scourge and affront to our society's standards. It is a thorny and omnipresent issue that every member of our society must take seriously and remain committed to changing.
Importantly, Madam Speaker, is not a panacea to this complex problem. However, Bill C-3 represents a small but important step towards transforming our justice system into one in which survivors of sexual assault are treated with dignity and respect at all stages of the justice system process. I strongly believe that as parliamentarians, it behooves us to take whatever steps we can to move toward a fairer, more just, and more accessible criminal justice system. If passed, what this bill will do is enhance public confidence. It will demonstrate to survivors of sexual assault and to all Canadians Parliament's commitment to ensuring that they are treated fairly and with dignity and respect, and that the proceeding will be decided in accordance with the legal framework provided by Parliament and not influenced by misguided or outdated myths or stereotypes. To this end, what C3 proposes is 3 key measures, Madam Speaker, relating to judicial education and one relating to the Criminal Code of Canada. So let me outline these provisions. First, the Judges Act would be amended to require that in order to be eligible to be appointed to a provincial superior court, a candidate must commit to participate following their appointment in education on matters relating to sexual assault law and social context. Now, it's important here, and I want to open a parenthesis, Madam Speaker. We are dealing as a federal parliament with judges that are within federal jurisdiction. This bill does not purport to direct or indicate or outline aspects of judges who are nominated by provincial attorneys general and provincial governments in provincial courts. This remains an important point. The notion of sexual assault law and awareness of social context is important for all judges. However, what we are committed to doing is leading by example on this important piece of legislation and also continuing to work at federal, provincial, and territorial tables to ensure that the concept of the importance of this kind of sensitization is imparted upon judges at all levels within the country of Canada and by all provinces. The second point, returning to the bill, Madam Speaker, C3 would amend the Judges Act to provide that sexual assault and social context training established by the Canadian Judicial Council be developed after consultation with survivors, the groups that support them, or with other groups and individuals that the Council considers appropriate. The third key element, which in C3, touching on judicial education, is a provision that would seek to have the Canadian Judicial Council provide an annual report to the Minister of Justice for tabling in Parliament, containing details relating to the judicial education offered. This is intended to enhance accountability in the education of sitting judges on these matters and act as an incentive to encourage their participation. The final element in Bill C3, Madam Speaker, is an amendment to the Criminal Code of Canada that would require judges to provide reasons in writing or on the record of proceedings for their decisions in sexual assault matters. This provision would help to prevent the misapplication of sexual assault law. It would also help to improve the transparency of sexual assault decisions because recorded and written decisions can be reviewed. We heard about this extensively during the course of the two iterations of this bill, the various committee studies, that not only must justice be done, but it must be seen to be done, and a record of the proceedings and reasons being provided help to ensure this critical objective is obtained.
Madam Speaker, together these amendments are intended to enhance the confidence of the public and of survivors in the ability of our criminal justice system to hear sexual cases fairly and respectfully while treating victims with dignity, and above all, by carefully respecting the law that was carefully crafted with this in mind. Just as important, this bill will send a message to all Canadians, and notably to sexual assault survivors, that the Parliament is determined and ready to take action for all Canadians, and mostly the most vulnerable ones, so that they can have confidence in our criminal justice system.
This outline in mind, Madam Speaker, I'd like to now turn to the amendments adopted at committee, which I'm very happy to say our government is pleased to support. The first key amendment, Madam Speaker, made by the committee is to include the terms systemic racism and systemic discrimination within the idea of social context. Colleagues will recall that in 2017, in its consideration of Bill C-337, the very private member's bill by Ms. Rona Ambrose that I mentioned at the outset, our government proposed an amendment in the House of Commons to include social context education within the scope of that bill in the 42nd Parliament. That amendment ended up being passed unanimously by the House of Commons. Adding social context to the judicial education provisions of the old Bill C-337 was considered essential to ensuring that important institutions like the judiciary be able to respond to the realities, the needs, and the concerns of all Canadians. This was intended as explicit recognition that knowledge of substantive law is insufficient on its own. Individuals aspiring to appointment to Canada's superior courts must also be willing to undergo continuing education following their appointment to ensure they are sensitive to and informed about the evolving nature of Canadian society, particularly marginalized and vulnerable groups. The language that was chosen was very deliberately drafted to be as encompassing as possible without going down the path of enumerating certain concepts, classes, groups, or demographics, which could open up parliamentarians to the possibility of having unwittingly or indeed inadvertently excluded some persons or groups. This is not an idle concern, Madam Speaker. As I noted earlier, it is imperative that all Canadians see themselves in the institutions that are created to serve them and support our democracy. It is our role as parliamentarians to ensure that this when considering legislation. I also fully expect that this issue will receive careful consideration in the Senate and look forward to hearing the views of all Canadians and stakeholders to ensure that we meet the expectations of Canadians and get this accurate. I think what is important to outline for the members of this House is that Canada's Superior Court judiciary was actually, in fact, one of the first in the world to insist on the importance of integrating awareness of social context into all of its substantive programming. Going back to 2018, the Canadian Judicial Council explicitly mandated that judges' professional development include awareness of the social context within which they perform their functions. And I'm going to quote here now from the Canadian Judicial Council's professional development policies and guidelines, which can be found on the Council's website. That document states, quote, judges must ensure that personal and societal biases, myths, and stereotypes do not influence judicial decision-making. This requires awareness and knowledge of the realities of individuals who appear in court, including an understanding of circumstances related to gender, race, ethnicity, religion, culture, sexual orientation, differing mental or physical abilities, age, socioeconomic background, children, and family violence, end quote. This being said, Madam Speaker, this bill is a nuanced bill and it's an important one, and we need to be careful in our approach. And I say this because judicial independence is constitutionally protected. And if you'll allow me to digress a moment, Madam Speaker, this is an area that I spent a large amount of my practice litigating in the 15 years I spent as a constitutional lawyer prior to entering Parliament. Judicial independence is sacrosanct in any westernized democracy. It contains tenets that are obvious but often go unstated. You cannot influence the financial security of a member of the bench. You cannot influence their tenure or seek to relieve them of their tenure as a way of exercising influence. You also cannot, as a third hallmark of judicial independence, affect their administrative independence. A tangible example would be, Madam Speaker, the government inserting itself in electing which judges hear what types of cases. That would clearly be offside our notion of democracy, but also offside the Charter and the Constitution Act of 1867. The administrative component of judicial independence requires judicial control over the training and education of judges. This ensures that judges in our country are not perceived to be subject to arbitrary interference or influence in their decision-making. This is a critical concept, and that's why it's entrenched in the Constitution. Bill C-3 and its predecessor, Bill C-5, were carefully drafted to ensure ultimate judicial control over judicial education. Expressing Parliament's view, now I'm turning to the amendment that was proposed, expressing Parliament's view that systemic racism and systemic discrimination are included within the idea of social context does not upset this very careful balance. The judiciary still retains direction and delivery of judicial education in a manner that fully respects judicial independence. At the same time, Parliament is able to fulfill Canadians' expectations that it has a role in addressing issues of pressing public importance. The issues of systemic racism and systemic discrimination are long-standing, particularly with respect to our justice system, Madam Speaker. But it goes without saying that public awareness of these concepts has clearly come to the fore during this pandemic. And here I want to outline two specific instances and thank two specific members that participated in those committee proceedings, the member for Hull Aylmer and the member for Sydney Victoria, who talked eloquently about the pernicious aspects of systemic racism and systemic discrimination vis-a-vis Black people in this country and Indigenous people in Canada. And I salute them for their work in terms of the Black Caucus and the Indigenous Caucus, but also for their contributions at the committee in terms of suggesting amendments which are very targeted, but very necessary in terms of expanding out the idea of what social context includes. Madam Chair, at this point, I'm going to turn to the next set of amendments that were proposed by the members of the third party, the Bloc Québécois. You will note that some of the provisions have been slightly altered. For example, the word shall has been changed to should in certain contexts. Minor changes have also been made in relation to other provisions. These amendments were intended to address the possible perception that Parliament, in enacting Bill C-3, potentially enacting Bill C-3, could be purporting to direct the judiciary in respect of judicial education. While this perception, in my view, is improbable, our government is prepared to support these amendments out of an abundance of caution. At this point, I want to briefly bring your attention, Madam Speaker, to the government motion to amend Bill C at the report stage to correct an unintended inconsistency between the English and the French versions of the amendments proposed by the bloc that I've just outlined. These amendments are clearly necessary and not controversial, and I would expect all honourable members to vote to support them to ensure that the amendments intended by the committee are reflected in both of our official languages. Madam Speaker, again, the principle of judicial independence cannot be overstated. As I have emphasized, Parliament's efforts to bolster public confidence in our justice system cannot at the same time undermine this constitutionally protected principle. I fully expect that our esteemed colleagues in the Senate will likewise give this issue their careful attention, and I look forward to that for two reasons. First, because a vigorous public debate is essential to healthy democracy, and second, because in this instance, such a debate will, in and of itself, serve to reassure the public of the strength of judicial independence in this country and the regard that our Parliament has for this important constitutional principle. We are very fortunate in Canada to have one of, if not the most robustly independent and highly regarded judiciaries in the world. This is in no small part due to the availability of the excellent, publicly funded, but judicially controlled continuing education to which the Superior Court judiciary has access. You heard me refer to some of the contours of what that education looked like as of 2018. This is a step in the same vein, in the same direction to ensuring that that education continues to be robust and indeed among the best standards literally on the planet for judiciary in a westernized democracy. I also applaud those parliamentarians before us who had the foresight to embed the availability of funding for judicial education in the Judges Act, and the Canadian Judicial Council for its leadership in recognizing that professional development and lifelong learning are critical to ensuring a judiciary that is well educated, professional, and indeed, critically, one that is independent. The commitment of the CJC, the Canadian Judicial Council, to excellent continuing education is manifest in its professional development policies and guidelines, which I note explicitly recognize that the public rightfully expects judges to be competent and knowledgeable in the law. Bill C3 seeks only to support and to build on this notion, and thereby move towards a better, more humane, and indeed more inclusive justice system. Madam Chair, I'm going to conclude my remarks where I started. Acknowledging the challenges faced by survivors of sexual assault, those challenges go well beyond the scope of this bill. But we must recognize that in order to effect meaningful and substantial changes to the manner in which survivors of sexual assault are treated by our criminal justice system, every actor in the justice system in every level of government must take responsibility. That is what I referred to in the context of the passage of this bill, in the context of working with federal, provincial, and territorial partners in terms of ensuring that actions that we may take through this bill with respect to judges appointed to superior courts are replicated by actions we may see and hope to see in provinces around the country for those that are provincial appointments to the provincial bench. It also goes without saying that this bill would only have had its genesis were it not for the leadership of Ms. Rona Ambrose. And it's important in noting that when a member of the official opposition presents a bill that the government gets behind, it truly demonstrates the nonpartisan nature of what we are speaking about. When we speak about sexual assault law, when we speak about the importance of ensuring public confidence in the judiciary, when we speak about social context and confronting systemic racism and systemic discrimination, these are concepts that should never be partisan. And I'm thankful that in the context of this bill, in its current iteration, partisanry has not entered into the discussion, which is thankful and representative of how important these concepts are for all of us as parliamentarians. So I would urge all members to take this small but important next step to vote to move this bill into the next phase so that it can be addressed by the Senate. And on that note, I'd conclude my remarks, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comprehensive presentation of the bill that's before us today. We have already spoken out in favour of this bill, Madam Speaker, but I do have a question for my colleague. Yes, this bill is good. I think it sends out a clear message stating that there has to be more done for victims. We know that in Quebec, in Canada, 5% of women who are victims lodge a complaint. And of 1,000 complaints, only 3% will result in a conviction. So the justice system makes them afraid. So I'd like to ask my colleague opposite where we go after this. This is the first step. It's a step in the right direction. But what's the next step so that women feel covered and welcome in the justice system?
Donc, je remercie
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. He has raised a very important issue. Yes, this is a first step that deals with providing training to judges as part of making the justice system aware of all issues for women who are victims of sexual assault. There need to be a multi-pronged approach with several steps. Funds need to be provided for women's groups, for example. We also need to put in place funds to educate and to provide training for other participants in the legal system. Police officers, for example, Crown prosecutors. I might point out that in the mandate letter for the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Public Safety, the mandate given by the Prime Minister is to raise awareness and educate, to improve training for police officers. The Minister of Justice added that he will enhance training for Crown prosecutors working at Justice Canada. That's a good question, and it underscores the fact that we need to do other things as well in addition to this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. As he noted in his speech, Conservatives are supportive of this legislation. I want to ask him a specific question about some of the egregious cases of really terrible comments that have been made to women in a court setting. Did those who made those comments, judges and others who made comments like this to women, do we know if those people went through any kind of training? I think it would be interesting to know whether those people did not have any training or whether they received training but didn't respond to it in some way. And does the member have thoughts on the additional steps that can be taken in cases where individuals may have received training and yet there are still problematic comments in spite of people having been through a training course?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member opposite for his question, and it really does drive at the heart of sort of the accountability piece that is really what informs people's confidence in the administration of justice and whether it is in repute or in disrepute. What I can say is very specifically, it is a sensitive matter, but not one that we are not aware of in the context of being able to determine who has and has not received training. What this bill does is purport to indicate in the annual report that will be provided to the minister and then tabled in Parliament that training was provided in certain areas of the law and the number of judges who provided it. So 250 out of 300 judges in the Superior Court around the country received the training. Enumerating the specific names of the judges that received it is not a part of this bill. I think parliamentarians should be aware of that. Also, this bill is prospective in the main in terms of prospectively, people that put forward their names as an applicant for a judicial appointment must undertake to take this training. It is only recommended for those who are currently on the bench, and that is out of regard for this very important notion of judicial independence. We have a lot of confidence, however, that given the step that Parliament would take in enacting this bill, given the important societal awareness, given the public clamoring for this kind of accountability, that most, if not all, judges would participate in the training. As to whether it is ultimately efficacious in rendering judgments.
To allow for other questions, and the honourable member can add to his response, hopefully. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I enjoyed working with him at the Justice Committee, and I think the bill that we see before us today is a testament to the great work that was done at committee, and I think it appropriately follows the many recommendations we heard from witnesses. I would say that this bill is an example of parliamentary leadership. Parliamentarians from all stripes have come together, and I believe we have a good bill. The question I wanted to ask him was specifically about his comments about our provincial colleagues. How confident is the Parliamentary Secretary that when we establish this bill that we may see provincial jurisdictions follow suit? Does he feel confident that various provinces may in fact put in place their own statutory requirements for judicial training, given that so many cases of this nature are in fact heard by provincial judges under provincial jurisdiction? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member from Cowichan. I'll just say Cowichan because I don't remember the ending part of his riding, but thank him for his contributions in this go-round, but also in the last Parliament. And I'll also highlight the contributions of the member for Oakville North Burlington, a Liberal member who did the same thing, participated in the last Parliament, and again in this study, in this go-round, showing that tangible commitment to the bill. I am somewhat confident, I will say to the member, in terms of provincial leadership. We've had indications, I was trying to consult my notes, I believe there is at least one other province that has put in place this kind of training. It may be PEI, if memory serves, but I also have confidence that other members in their commitments to this legislation will be encouraging their provincial counterparts around the country to really be thinking about this and how it could be implemented on the provincial level. I think the sensitization to this issue, social context, systemic racism, systemic discrimination, and above all else, sexual assault law and the importance of understanding this and getting this right in terms of the application of the law is something that is not lost in any area or region of the country. So I am confident that this can be advanced going going forward.
Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is quite simple. What will we do to ensure that the training provided doesn't turn into a convention where people will come together on a yearly basis only? What will we do to ensure that this is tangible, visible training for judges so that we will never again hear the question like, what were you wearing that night? Did you get close? Did you cry for help? What are we going to do to ensure that the training has real tangible impacts?
Donc, je comprends la question.
I understand the member's question and her passion. It's an excellent question. What I can say is that even in the text of the bill, it says that it's important to deal with myths and stereotypes. Direction is also provided, or recommendations rather, to judges to consult groups, women's groups working with women in order to manage and create and put together the courses.
Ideally in consultations with those women's groups that spend their entire mandate ensuring to confront the very myths and stereotypes that the member from Beauport-Limoilou just mentioned.
Time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide his thoughts in terms of the manner in which the bill originated and that sense of cooperation amongst the different parties to get it to the point where it is today.
Answer, 1 minute for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the spirit of cooperation has been quite astounding. And in my 5 years of Parliament, you rarely see such unanimous support for a bill. And it's been useful. It's been encouraging. Obviously, what happens in the House is different from what happens in the Senate. I will note with a bit of disappointment what transpired in the Senate in the last Parliament. But we're confident that this will have fair review and good, rigorous analysis. But we're hoping that this piece of legislation will see the light of day because so many parliamentarians of all stripes, including independents, are behind the bill. And that's a good sign for women, for all those who are concerned with confidence in the justice system.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is the third time that I'm speaking in the House on this bill. The first time around, I didn't have an opportunity to make a speech, but the second time, there was a problem with technology. So fortunately, I'm here today with this to speak to Bill C3.
I really think that on our side of the House, we certainly have made a good effort to indicate about the challenges that women, that females face when they are in not only in positions of power and in politics, but just the judgment you face on a daily basis in terms of what you wear, your makeup, how you express yourself. I mean, this is something that my colleagues in the House are not unfamiliar with. They are very aware of, and my colleagues on this side of the House have done a very good job, I think, of expressing that and of the challenges they have faced throughout their political careers as they have attempted to express who they are and to represent their constituents in their most authentic way possible. And I know sometimes I certainly get comments on Facebook, on Twitter. People say, oh, your eyelashes are too big or your makeup is too dark, Madam Speaker. But, you know, it doesn't bother me because inside, I know who I am, and I know that my family loves me, and I know my friends love me. And one of those special friends, Madam Speaker, is a woman by the name of Rona Ambrose. You know, I first met Rona Ambrose at the convention, the Conservative Convention in, I believe it was 2005 in Montreal. And it was really something to meet her. I thought, oh my goodness, I'm meeting Rona Ambrose. But fortunately, I have a friend who is a family relative of hers. And so I would see her from time to time in Ottawa during my time at Global Affairs. I would run into her on a street corner downtown. It was always lovely to see her. But I will say throughout my nomination, she was incredibly supportive, and as well during the election campaign. And I have one special memory, Madam Speaker, with Rona, where my campaign office was set up and all the media were there because she was visiting the campaign office. And I recall right before we walked into the office together, she took a moment and she said, stop. She said, I have to think about what I'm going to say. I need to collect my thoughts as to what I'm going to say. And for me, that was such an incredible lesson to really be clear and concise in the words that you are communicating in the House of Commons, but also as a representative of the people, as an official representative. And I'll never forget that that time she came, and that moment really sticks with me. It was in the back of a strip mall, and she just said stop, and it was just such a very pivotal moment in my political career. My other dear memory of Rona is when I won the by-election, when she walked me into the House of Commons. That is a moment that I will never forget. And I remember being in the antechamber waiting, and my husband was there and my son was there, and there were other federal cabinet ministers ready to walk us in. And she turned to me and she said, put on the biggest smile that you possibly can, because this is a moment for you that will go down in your history. This is the single moment that will be seen over and over again. And she was absolutely correct, Madam Speaker. When I look at all of my videos in the 3.5 years of being elected to this House, it's that video. So she was definitely right in that. But you know what is so special about her? And I will say there are many special things, and I like to think her and I are similar. We both speak more than 2 languages. We both have master's degrees. And as well, I'd like to think we both display a class and decorum that this House deserves. But what I think is most special about her, Madam Speaker, is that she recognized something in me, and she encouraged me in seeing that something special in me. And you know, Madam Speaker, this is something that she has now dedicated her life to, is mentoring and encouraging and promoting women all around the world. So it's no surprise to me that she introduced this significant piece of legislation. I was very fortunate in Calgary last year to attend an event with SOS Villages where she was the guest speaker, and the incredible stories that she had of her time in the House. She told about one time when, as Minister for the Environment, she was meeting her U.S. counterpart, and she was in a room waiting for her U.S. counterpart to arrive, and a secret security agent came in and said, listen here, little lady, you got to clear this room. There's important people who are about to meet here, 2 ministers. And she said, I'm one of the ministers. And it's astounding that in this day and age that a conversation like that would happen. But it did. But I think what is so special about her and what is so special about this legislation is that it allows people to tell their stories. Because really, isn't that really what justice and truth is about, is the opportunity to tell your story, to share what has happened. And as well, I want to say a special shout out to all of the participants of the Results Canada conference this weekend. Yesterday morning, I woke up at 9 o'clock and I looked at my calendar and I turned to my husband and I said, oh my goodness, I'm scheduled to be a keynote speaker for Results Canada in half an hour. And I wondered, why do I do this? Why do I put myself through this at 9:30 on a Sunday morning? And it became very apparent to me, Madam Speaker, that it's because it's just, I do it for myself because it's so inspiring to share and motivate these young people. And again, that's really what Ronna Ambrose is about. She allows people to tell her stories. Now, Madam Speaker, I was very fortunate last March, right before the pandemic hit and before the shutdown, to attend an incredible event that happens every year in Calgary, where people also have an opportunity to tell their stories, and where this past year in particular, it was about women telling their stories. It's called the Why Whisper Gala, and it's put on by the local YWCA. And I want to say a special shout out to the CEO there, Sue Tomney, who does an incredible job. And I also want to say to Minister Hussein, coming out of my previous portfolio of Shadow Minister for Families, Children, and Social Development, that I really hope he sticks to his commitment to the YWCA. Oh, pardon me, Minister Hussein. I believe I referred to him. Yes, I did. Okay. So I want to give a shout out to her, and as well Nazarene, who has always been incredibly instrumental in my relationship with that organization, and their incredible board of directors as well, including wonderful women such as Shannon Young. But last year, Madam Speaker, at the Why Whisper Gala, it had the incredible guests of Jodi Kantor and Megan Toohey, two women who won Pulitzer Prizes for breaking the sexual harassment story that helped ignite the movement. And Madam Speaker, I really would say if ever you have an opportunity to read their book, She Said, it is just filled with incredible stories, which I believe are relevant to this piece of legislation here today. But what they went through to get the stories from women, I think of the most telling story for me, the first house where they knocked on the door of someone they were hoping to get their insight from and get their perspective. Was a woman, and she said to them, "I have waited 25 years for you to knock on my door." 25 years to tell her story, Madam Speaker. And so, I think that's another reason why this piece of legislation is just so incredible, and just speaks to, again, Ronna's foresight to allow people to have the opportunity to tell their stories. But Madam Speaker, I also want to say that it's not always bad, horrible, terrible stories that we might hear about in courtrooms, or that we might hear about that they might hear at the YWCA, horrific situations that women are escaping from, Madam Speaker. But there are also good stories. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, the first time I was actually preparing for this speech was at the time where in the United States, I won't get into the American politics too much, they were looking to confirm the appointment of Amy Coney Barrett. And I thought, wow, there's so much light on this potential justice, and yet we don't even focus on the incredible women within our own judicial system. And so I just wanted to take a moment, Madam Speaker, within this speech and highlight the incredible women of our Supreme Court. And they include the Honorable Rosalie Silberman Abella. She is actually the first Jewish woman who was appointed to the Supreme Court. And previous to being appointed to the Supreme Court, she did significant work on equality, discrimination, and disability. But certainly there's her, and for me to get into their entire resumes, Madam Speaker, would take hours and hours. There is the Honorable and my apologies for mispronouncing these names if I do, Andromache Karakatsanis. She served as Ontario's Secretary of the Cabinet and Clerk of the Executive Council from July 2000 to November 2002. As the province's senior public servant, she provided leadership to the Ontario Public Service and to the deputy ministers. And she was also involved in a lot of issues, Madam Speaker, related to education. And isn't that what this bill is about as well? Education. So incredible to recognize her. I'll now move on to the Honorable Suzanne Cote. She was a partner at Osler, Hoskin, and Harcourt LPP, where she was head of the Montreal office's litigation group. And before that, she was at Stikeman Elliott, where she was head of the litigation group there as well. So another incredible woman on our Supreme Court. And then finally, Madam Speaker, I will close out here with the Honorable Sheila Martin, who has fought prior to being a Supreme Court Justice for equal justice for all. And of course, very dear to me, Madam Speaker, is the fact that Justice Martin worked as a researcher and law professor at the University of Calgary from 1982 to 1986. So another just, really incredible woman that I want to shine the light on here as we talk about this bill, which will have significant implications for our justice system, no doubt about it. But Madam Speaker, I'll go back now to Rona Ambrose, as I said, just another incredible individual. But in addition to her, Madam Speaker, she was the one, as I said, who had the vision, who had the foresight for this legislation as a result of all the work that she has done with women and girls and continues to do with women and girls. I'm sure you saw very recently, she had published what I believe was her first book on girls, International Day of the Girl, something very special. But I just want to remind you, Madam Speaker, that this was a conservative woman, and conservative women have really led the way here in the House of Commons, since we're talking about stories of survivors and victims who are often women. I just want to run through some of the incredible accomplishments of conservative women here within the House of Commons. So we had Ellen Fairclough, who was the first female cabinet minister, as well as the first acting prime minister. So no small feats there. Now, the next one, of course, is very dear to my heart. Flora MacDonald, who was the first female foreign affairs minister. Me having been at Global Affairs Canada for a significant period of time prior to being in the House of Commons, that one really means a lot to me and touches my heart. And oddly enough, I'm not sure if I've ever shared this with the House, Madam Speaker, but actually my first diplomatic trip to Washington, I was on the same flight as the Honorable Joe Clark, and I thought, isn't that significant that I'm on my first diplomatic flight and I'm on the same flight as Joe Clark? But moving back to the incredible women from the conservative movement. Deb Gray, who can forget Deb Gray? In fact, Madam Speaker, I'd like to think we have our own little Deb Gray, or not little, Deb Gray reincarnate in the member for Lakeland, just another woman who just shows that fire and passion for her constituents and for her party and for Canada being in the House of Commons. But Deb Gray was the first woman to lead the official opposition. So another significant conservative woman there. And of course, Madam Speaker, you know that I would absolutely mention the first Prime Minister of Canada, Kim Campbell. So I want to say, Madam Speaker, the Liberals, I genuinely believe that they often feel that they own compassion, that they own the rights to people's stories. And Madam Speaker, I am telling you here today, they do not. This piece of legislation, as I mentioned, was brought forward by a prominent conservative woman, a prominent former minister, and I'm very glad that the government took this legislation and moved forward with this legislation from Minister Ambrose. But I want to point out, it really was upon Minister Ambrose to come up with this legislation and to say what we are hearing at this special time in history, Madam Speaker, this incredible time in history, which is, I see you and I believe you. And that's what Rona was thinking of when she drafted this legislation, when she came up with this idea for this piece of legislation. I will say that, Madam Speaker, I believe your story. This is what this piece of legislation is about. And really, that's all that this bill is asking us to do is, I believe, to listen to people's stories and believe people's stories, no matter what they are. Because, Madam Speaker, I will tell you, and I made this point a little bit with the Results Canada group that I was presenting to yesterday, and again, I was very happy to have that conversation. Is to be open-minded to conservative women and to the thoughts of conservative women, and to see yourself as I'm asking all the young women out there to consider seeing yourself as a conservative woman. Because I'll tell you something, Madam Speaker, we are not told in our party what to think or what to believe. So when I say I see you, I believe you, we see everyone, we believe everyone. These are the messages that we're given. I'll tell you something else, Madam Speaker. If you are thinking of putting your name forward, any young women out there, for a Conservative nomination, you will not get a phone call from the local party representative saying, I'm sorry, there won't be a nomination race. We're filling the position with another individual that is being appointed, because we believe in fair and democratic processes, first of all, Madam Speaker, but also we believe in women. We believe that women have it within them to run, to compete, and to win. And that's another thing that Rona Ambrose taught me. We have it within ourselves to run, compete, and win. So as I said, Madam Speaker, the Liberals, they like to believe that they own compassion. They do not. They like to believe that they own the rights to people's stories. That is not true. I know this. Rona Ambrose knew this. That is the reason that she brought forth this legislation, as I mentioned previously, and that all this is that this bill is asking that those who have been entrusted with the greatest responsibility in our society be open to all of these stories, listen to all of these stories. That's really what this training is about. I see you and I believe you. I know this, and Rona Ambrose knew this, Madam Speaker, and for that I am grateful she put forward for this legislation today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, and I thank the member from Calgary-Midnapore for her contributions today. She spent some time outlining achievements of Conservative women, most notably Ms. Ambrose's, of which you will find no objection on this side of the House. There's no doubt her leadership was strong with respect to this bill. I wonder if the member opposite might comment on Conservative men. Ms. Ambrose was quite public in her criticism of Conservative men who form part of the Conservative caucus in the Senate, not expeditiously pursuing the passage of this bill in the last Parliament. And further to that same question, if she could comment on Conservative men who are premiers in other parts of the country, including the province which my colleague represents, the province of Alberta, and about this notion of getting provincial training replicated at the provincial level, including by the government of Premier Kenney. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for the question. First of all, I think that Ms. Ambrose would very much be in support of men contributing to the process. I mean, there were men who were very implicated in both allowing her to be a member of parliament as well as a minister, and in fact men who elected her as the interim leader. But again, I think actually the parliamentary secretary's point goes right back to my point of this is the wonderful thing about being a conservative, is that you are allowed to disagree with your colleagues. You are allowed to hold other views. And this is not permitted in the current governing party. So I think that's just very something important to hold out amongst conservatives. we have open discussions all the time within our caucus. We absolutely challenge each other's ideas and viewpoints, I think in a way that is unprecedented in the Liberal caucus. So I would say very much she appreciates and she is open to the ideas of all elected officials and all parliamentarians. And as I stated, that is the wonderful thing about our party, is that it allows for this wonderful scale of views, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Calgary-Midnapore for her speech. And I, too, would like to echo part of her speech that acknowledged the leadership of Rona Ambrose. And I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank Ms. Ambrose for her leadership in bringing this bill forward. And the fact that we're still debating it today, I think, speaks to that. I wanted to ask her, there was some specific debate at the Justice Committee about how we broaden the term social context. And there was debate over the term systemic. So we now have in this bill reference to systemic racism and systemic discrimination. I'd like to hear the members' comments on that, on why it's important that this federal statute now acknowledge systemic racism and systemic discrimination in the justice system, but also maybe her thoughts on what we need to do beyond legislation in order to ensure that everyone, no matter their background, who goes through the justice system feels accepted and feels that their experience is going to be valued and that they will, in fact, get the justice that they deserve. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. And again, I just go back to what I believe is the fundamental beauty about this bill is just providing all Canadians, all individuals within the justice system, the opportunity to share their stories, no matter what those stories are. Now, it's the honourable member is correct. I did focus mostly on women and Rona's commitment and contributions to women and girls. But as I said, this is an incredible time in history of recognizing ourselves as individuals, as free thinkers, as being authentically who we are. And to me, that is fundamentally a conservative principle. The individual and believing in yourself and expressing who you are. So I would say that this applies to all Canadians, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank
have a little bit of technological problem right now. I'll go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and we'll come back to the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, should he be able to reconnect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it is encouraging in terms of the degree in which political parties have been kind of put to the side as we deal with what is a very important issue. And it was raised by one of my colleagues in terms of the role that provinces have to play. And it is important. In fact, my daughter, who happens to be an MLA, is dealing with this very issue. And I'm anticipating that sometime before Christmas that there will be an act to try to move forward with it. And I'm wondering if I could ask my colleague, would she be prepared to share her thoughts with the Premier of the province of Manitoba in giving any potential legislation of this nature support?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll always have love and respect for Manitoba. My husband is from Manitoba, from Winnipeg to be exact, but certainly as a federal member of parliament, I'm not in the business of providing direction to my provincial colleagues and counterparts, no matter what their station or position is. I just speak to the support and appreciation I have for this bill, and more importantly, its creator today.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly thank my friend from Calgary, Mindapore. I want to salute her as well because I know she played a role in Equal Voice in Calgary and has done a lot for women in politics. But in light of that, and again, celebrating the many wonderful women judges of the Supreme Court of Canada, including former Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin, our first woman Justice Bertha Wilson, and current members of the court, I do feel that nonpartisanship is important, and it is important to recognize that Rona Ambrose did a lot of nonpartisan things in the House, including supporting my bill for Lyme disease action. So please forgive me, Madam Speaker, that in deep respect for someone who was also my personal hero and became a dear friend, the late Flora MacDonald, she would never want to be associated with the current version of the Conservative Party. She was unable to join it once it ceased to be the Progressive Conservative Party. So my wish for members on that side of the House is that they strive to be the kind of party that the Right Honourable Joe Clark would join again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much to the member of Saanich Gulf Islands for the compliment, although as always, double-sided, a little backhanded. Apparently she has an ability to speak to the dead. If she could teach me how to do that, I would be interested. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? I'm not sure if our honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan was able to get back on.
Madam Speaker, I am. Was my question heard and answered already, or I'm sorry, there was a technical problem on my end. Should I just repeat it, or how should I proceed?
Yes, you can repeat your question, so because we did not hear it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I had started by congratulating my colleague on an excellent speech, and just maybe reflecting on the fact that we see many substantial contributions by conservative women in various countries throughout the world, and it's striking to me that in some corners of the commentariat, those contributions are often not recognized. There's legitimate celebration around the achievements of women on the left side of the spectrum, and yet some of just the great heroes of the conservative movement who are women are ignored. I wonder if the member has thoughts on that and the steps we can take to better celebrate and recognize the immense contributions of conservative women.
It's out of time, but I'll allow the member for Calgary Midnapore to provide a brief answer.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague from Sherwood Park, who I know has incredible knowledge and is very much implicated in world affairs. And I would not know where to begin in terms of the incredible world leaders who are women beyond our borders. But I was very grateful to have had Minister Ambrose and to still call her a friend. And I will save those recognitions for another speech, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll start by saying that I'll be going to share my time with my colleague, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. In terms of us, I would like to know you'd like to share your time, and we have to ask for unanimous consent to be able to share your time, given this is the first portion of the debate. Does the member have unanimous consent to share his time with the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi?
Oui.
Yes. So there's no opposition to that. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the Bloc Québécois will support this bill, as we've always done with previous versions, and with great enthusiasm. We think that victims of sexual assault have to be properly supported, and the judicial process must be followed. And in my opinion, the only way to ensure that victims do press charges properly is to properly support them. We have to ensure that judges who hear these cases do so with an open mind to give victims the credibility they deserve in these cases, and they have to do so with objectivity. There have been all too many examples of situations where victims have refused to press charges because they were afraid or did not have confidence in the judicial process. And as legislators, I think it's one of our main responsibilities to make sure that victims of crimes, regardless of who they are, have trust in our legal system, and we have to support their cases. This being said, Madam Speaker, I can't stop myself from saying that the Bloc deplores the instrumentalization of victims of sexual assault to introduce in this bill something that wasn't in previous versions of it. And by this, I mean notions of systemic racism. I'm not saying that there's no racism in Quebec or in Canada. Of course there is, and we agree on that. But what I find problematic, and where I don't agree, is on the whole term. Is it systemic or not? So all of these issues are not clear. There is debate raging in Quebec on this right now, and not only is it not clear, but people don't agree on the meaning of that term. And moreover, when we held hearings on C3 at committee, I heard many witnesses on the previous version of this legislation, as it was in the beginning, and none of these witnesses addressed the issue of systemic racism or systemic discrimination. So they introduced this into C3. Now we have a duty to vote on a bill that, in the beginning, came from a good intention from Rona Ambrose, and we're going to support this bill. We didn't propose a bill in the House, and the Senate could have activated the process so that it could be adopted before the end of the Parliament. So we know that it fell off the order paper when the government changed, and so now we're starting back on this legislation again today. But at no time was there a discussion initially of systemic racism. So they've introduced this notion into this version of the bill, and as legislators, we think that our judges have to take systemic racism training, and this has been put forward without hearing from experts or examining this. This was done simply through an amendment at the last minute. And we should go through this clause by clause, and this hasn't been done. So this bill is virtuous in the fact that it's going to offer training for judges on sexual assault. But this bill has been somewhat hampered by a notion, of abstract notion, that hasn't been examined through experts on these issues. So I deplore that aspect of it. And I would ask my colleagues to perhaps to show some well, if you want to make apple pie, you have to really look at apples and not at other details like the raisins and the So I find that somewhat deplorable. I'm not sure what will happen with the actual version of this bill. We'll see. But the Bloc has always been there to support victims regardless of the crime, but particularly sexual assault victims. We've been there since the beginning, and we're going to continue to be there to support them, and we're going to support this bill. But once again, we're going to support it with a somewhat of a reservation and disappointment, because there is a definition that should not be in this version of it. Thank you. Finally, I would like to say that we shouldn't stop here. Yes, this is good news for judges to have training on sexual assault, but we have to continue to work on this. Victims of sexual assault need to be supported throughout the entire legal process, and it's traumatizing for them to testify on such crimes, particularly when it's such an intimate crime as a sexual assault. Often, we've heard people testify many years after the crime, and it's hard for them to relive these crimes when they do testify. So we need judges to be open, to hear witnesses objectively, and for them to understand their mindset when they testify. They have to be able to evaluate the case objectively. But we also need support for these victims in various aspects. Things will have to be done differently. And provincial justice systems also have to ensure that they can manage the entire legal process, as will Quebec, but support for victims can be done through sizable investment that should come from the federal government throughout the entire support system. And I would like to mention that with this bill. It's not in here, but we can't forget this. We can't think that judicial training is the be-all and end-all that will end all these issues. Yes, we still agree with this, but we have to continue to work with victims and to support them. And Madam Speaker, once again, we have to show some rigor when we deal with such topics on sexual assault and stop diluting the issue and mentioning other things in this bill by introducing general notions that have no consensus in Quebec or Canada, or something that was never examined by experts, to illuminate us on the way we should hear these cases of racism and systemic discrimination. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And once again, the Bloc will be supporting this bill. Before we move on to questions and comments, I'd like to remind members that you should be wearing a headset with a boom mic. It's hard for the interpreters to be able to interpret you and to hear your speech. So if you do have a headset, please put it on for questions and comments. Questions and comments.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Oh, sorry, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to start by thanking the member opposite for his contributions at the Justice Committee. I'll confess that my recollection of the witness testimony during the study was that witnesses did talk about systemic racism and systemic discrimination. And I'll say to him point blank that I think when you're talking about a bill that deals with the interaction of women who have experienced sexual assault and sexual violence, given the missing and murdered Indigenous women inquiry, I think systemic racism and systemic discrimination needs to be front and center in any formation of or training of judges about being sensitized to these important issues. Would the member agree with that simple concept, given the increased awareness of these issues vis-a-vis systemic concerns in Quebec in light of what happened with Joyce Echaquan in the healthcare setting, but the healthcare setting is very similar in that regard to the justice setting? Thank you.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to apologize for the fact that I wasn't wearing my headset, and I forgot to wear it, and that is my error. I apologize. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As you know, Yes, there were witnesses who said they were victims of racism in the legal system. That goes without saying. Indigenous peoples in particular, we have seen this on several occasions. We've seen cases where courts were not open enough to these issues. And I agree, once again, that there is racism. What I'm saying, that we didn't hear experts say what the definition of systemic racism should be. And it's being introduced in this bill. The terms used are systemic racism. We don't agree on this definition. In Quebec, there is a debate on this issue. And in my opinion, I'm not yet convinced about this expression of systemic racism. But since I'm not yet convinced, I'm somewhat disappointed to see it introduced into this bill. That was what I was trying to say, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable
for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I enjoyed working with him on the Justice Committee. I will have to disagree with him on the point of systemic racism and systemic discrimination. I think it's borne out by numerical data, by the policies and practices, by organizational culture. So, you know, what does my colleague say when even the Quebec Human Rights Commission makes reference to these terms? And what does he think his stance says to the Black, Indigenous and persons of color within Quebec who have a very different view than he does on the term systemic discrimination and systemic racism, especially when they are going through the justice system? Thank you.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, there are people in Quebec who are victims of discrimination of all types. Ageism, etc. There are all types of discrimination, and there is racism. We've seen this with the very tragic events recently that took place, and I'm thinking in Joliette with that woman who was, Indigenous woman who was hospitalized, and we deplore this. We're working on this. The Quebec government is working on these issues. We're sensitive to them. But, Madam Speaker, once again, there's no consensus on this term. They did not recognize the term systemic racism as being in Quebec institutions. If you're talking about institutionalized racism or individual racism, but we've never really talked about institutions being racist, so I can't say whether that's the case. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is there's no consensus on the definition of it. I agree. There are people who do have opinions on this, and there are opposition parties that have other opinions. And here in Ottawa, the parties don't agree on this either. And some individuals within parties have their own opinion that may be different from the party majority. What I'm saying is before introducing such a complex notion to this bill, we should hear from expert witnesses to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing and have the same understanding of the expression. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I am rising to talk to Bill C-3 for the first time, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. After many speeches from my colleagues, I'd like to thank my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for this. The Bloc does consider that adopting this bill is in the interest of victims of sexual assault.
The Bloc Québécois supports this initiative because it feels we are taking a step in the right direction, in that it will allow victims of sexual assault to turn to the legal system, to feel understood and welcomed there. It is often considered that they feel their trust in institutions is fragile. There's a sense of doubt among victims who do not think it's worth going through the justice system, and so there's a dangerous loss of trust that parliamentarians can address. Because this trust in our institutions is essential, especially in such sensitive cases. Mandatory training for judges on the realities of sexual assault victims, whom I prefer to call survivors, Madam Speaker, will not solve everything. Of course it won't, but this is an essential first step to better dealing with this type of situation in our courthouses. I'd like to take advantage of my time to salute to the serious and rigorous work done by our counterparts at the National Assembly in an in-depth work, attempt, and a spirit of frank collaboration. Elected women representatives, and women in particular, are committed to putting across the growing mistrust of institutions through trust. These Quebec women, elected officials who have mobilized many relevant experts, have been brainstorming to implement profound changes in assistance for survivors within the justice system. And this is a very fine example. These elected women from the 4 political parties in the National Assembly have risen above the fray, risen above petty partisanship to explore different avenues. Does it take, for example, a specialized court, one specializing in sexual crimes, for example, with jurists and lawyers who specialize in these matters? Should we set up shelters for victims, as we see in South Africa, where psychosocial services and legal advice are provided? At least for some survivors, that place would have the advantage of being more responsive than a police station. They're also reflecting on the issue of access to services that are already available, but not well known and not used often enough. I'm thinking about my shelters for victims of domestic violence. Although the report has not yet been tabled in the National Assembly, and to the recommendations detailed, Madam Speaker, their work has already resulted in the adoption of Bill 55, which means that today in Quebec, there is no longer a statute of limitations for bringing a civil action against an alleged aggressor. This is a major step forward, and once again, a step in the right direction to ensure that the public has confidence in the legal system, regardless of the matter before it. When I think about this kind of constructive work, I'm proud. When I think about this kind of significant progress, it reinforces my belief that politics can lead to compassionate, concrete results, that we can take care of our people. And it's this the kind of constructive work that I invite all elected officials in this House, all elected members, to focus on, Madam Speaker. With Bill C-3 before us, the judge who will hear evidence will have undergone training. In other words, they will have questioned their stereotypes, the myths surrounding sexual assault, the cognitive journey of a survivor. And the judge will hopefully be able to deal with the sexual assault cases in an informed manner. As a result, the judge will be better able to do what he or she does best, to do justice. The Bloc Québécois supports this bill since it has been debated many times in this House and achieved a broad consensus. We are surprised to see that we're back in this debate today because the matter arose for the first time in 2017. It's been on our agenda since then. In the last Parliament, the bill died on the order table, as they say, while it was being studied in the Senate. Just a month ago, I heard colleagues from all political parties arguing unambiguously and wholeheartedly for the speedy passage of this bill. That is something that's quite rare in this place, Madam Speaker, and that is why this piece of legislation must pass quickly. Bill C-3 is necessary because there have been many reported cases of judges making inappropriate comments during sexual assault trials or rendering decisions that do not take into account the reality of victims, Madam Speaker. Earlier, I talked about myths and stereotypes. I'll give you a few examples. There was quite a famous case in Quebec where a judge implied that the victim was flattered that an older man was interested in her. In the middle of the courtroom, a 49-year-old man who licked the face and touched the chest of his minor victim. That's just one example. You might also remember a judge who was putting the credibility of a young survivor's testimony on the line. This young girl did not adequately describe, to his mind, the sexual acts involved. A young girl was being asked to use adult words to describe the enormity of what she had experienced. It's normal, Madam Speaker, for a young woman not to have all the words to describe what she went through and to have not noticed certain things related to sexual acts. Madam Speaker, this attitude has no place, not in a schoolyard, not in a court of law. Madam Speaker, just relating these two stories here revolts me. I am the mother of 3 young daughters. To conclude, I must have a special thought for those courageous women who make the effort to go to court, to build their case, to be rigorous in spite of everything, to speak out, to denounce publicly the situation. I offer them my solidarity as well as that of the Bloc Québécois to ensure that institutions, once and for all, hear you properly. Let justice be done.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I wanted to ask a little bit about the Parliamentary Secretary's comments earlier. The Parliamentary Secretary had said that although this bill recommends that judges who are currently on the bench do this training and asks judges who are being appointed to make a commitment, and that there won't be a way of publishing who has participated in this training and who hasn't. And we understand the importance of respecting judicial independence. But I'd be curious for my colleagues' thoughts on whether this constitutes a limitation and how we might respond if it comes out that many people aren't actually doing the training.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I thank my colleague for his question. I know that this is of concern to some members of the bar, but I have confidence in the independence of the judicial system. They are committed to doing the training, and I hope that new judges will do it wholeheartedly because the training is necessary. They need to be up to speed. I encourage them to do so, and I think that public opinion and society will encourage them to do the training to keep pace with the situation and for women who are victims of sexual assault. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. I appreciate the comments from the member opposite, and I'd like to ask her a question about what we're going to do with the judges at the provincial level. We've had a discussion on that. We have raised the fact that there is only one province, Prince Edward Island, that has provided the same type of direction for judicial training. I'd like to know if the member agrees with asking our provincial counterparts, in her case, the Legault government, if it's possible to do the same type of training at the provincial level to fight sexual assault and to help victims of this delicate situation at the provincial level. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, we're not going to ask Premier Legault to bring in a bill. Each province is capable of bringing in legislation. This is an issue that is of concern, grave concern to elected officials in Quebec. In my remarks, I mentioned what the work being done at the National Assembly, the fact that they've been working on this important matter. And I think all provinces must debate the issue and agree in their own assemblies legislation that will help put women who are victims of sexual assault. We have time for one last question.
A brief question from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my friend could just provide her thoughts in terms of the importance of now seeing the federal legislation moving forward, and how provinces from across the country could in fact look at ways in which they can incorporate it into provincial jurisdiction, which I think would go a long way in further advancing this particular cause.
The honourable member. In 1 minute, please. Madam Speaker, the question from the member opposite is very similar to the one I just answered. I think that the provinces are monitoring the debate that's underway here in the House of Commons. It's up to them to make choices and to determine whether they will debate the matter in their provincial assemblies in order to offer women better protection and to provide training for judges. It's their decision in the provinces, and I believe that they are in a position to make good decisions in this area.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and it's a very real honor to be joining once again in the debate on Bill C3. And I'm really glad that this morning the House saw fit to pass the bill at report stage by unanimous consent and get it to where it is now here at third reading. And I hope too, Madam Speaker, that in short order the House can see fit to pass the bill, because of course it still has half of its journey left through the Senate, because I think there's a real interest from many sectors of our society to see this legislation enacted in law so that we can take a small step towards restoring confidence and transparency in our justice system, because so many people who do go through it currently have a lack thereof. I think it's important, given we're now at this stage of the debate, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge the hard work that has gone into getting the bill to where we are today. That, of course, I think starts with an acknowledgement of the work done by the Honourable Rona Ambrose in the previous Parliament, whose private members bill formed the nucleus of what we see before us today. And, you know, I think it's a testament to her leadership, to her acknowledgement of a problem in our justice system that led to that version of the bill being passed unanimously in the House of Commons in the 42nd Parliament, which unfortunately got bogged down in the Senate. But the fact that we see it before us today now in the version of Bill C3, a government bill, and that we're at this stage and now considering it for third reading, I think it's a great place to be. I also want to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, the witnesses who appeared before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, whose testimony helped guide the committee to make the recommendations, the amendments that it did. Because I think those amendments make the bill stronger. They acknowledge some of the areas where witnesses had problems with various definitions. And, you know, this included witnesses like the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, the Canadian Centre for Gender and Sexual Diversity, the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund. We also had the National Judicial Institute appear before, and the Canadian Judicial Council. And I believe that that combined testimony helped inform the committee. I also want to acknowledge just what a pleasure it was for me to join with my colleagues again on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. That's a committee I'm very fond of, one that I used to have the privilege of being a member of in the previous Parliament. And it's a committee unlike any other, I think, within the House of Commons, given the gravity of the situations it regularly is looking at. The legislation is often involving weighty matters like the criminal code, which have very real consequences for people in everyday situations. I think it's important, Madam Speaker, to highlight some of the specific recommendations that the committee made, the amendments that were made to Bill C3. And I want to focus my remarks today specifically on how the reference to social context was made to include a reference to systemic discrimination and systemic racism. And before I go on, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to just read into the record a few of the quotes from witnesses at committee. I'll start off with the Vice President of the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, and he said, and I quote, "The second concern we have revolves around the lack of definition of social context. If the amendments are to proceed as drafted, we urge the committee to think about the differential impacts of the law on the bodies of Indigenous and Black people. More specifically, when it comes to sexual assaults, whether in regard to victims or as accused, stereotypes about Black and Indigenous people lead to differential treatment under the law. These have different impacts on our bodies and our communities." And Madam Speaker, this was also continued by Ms. Roselle Kim, who was there representing the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, who also said that the previous version of the bill that made its way to committee, it was problematic not having specific definitions associated with what social context was. And while the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund wanted to see a bit more of a specific definition of what social context meant, I believe what the committee did arrive at is a proper term. And it serves to encompass many forms of different discrimination and racism. A lot of what the witnesses reported to us at committee had to do with the stereotypes. And we know that how different actors go through the justice system, how they experience things, it's different based on what their background is. This was repeatedly given to us at committee. For example, Ms. Roselle Kim said, and I quote, "As it relates to social context, I think that it would be helpful to have a definition of what social context means. I know that the mandate letter has signaled certain things like the impact of trauma and unconscious bias. We would like to see the fact that social context is linked to factors that have led to systemic inequality that have exacerbated these harmful myths and stereotypes in Canadian society." Madam Speaker, all of this testimony about systemic racism and systemic discrimination is backed up by the evidence. And I want to read a few of those into the record because I think it's really important to form the basis of the conversation that we're having today. We know that, for example, disabled women experience sexual violence at about 3 times the rate of non-disabled women. We know that women with disabilities and those who are institutionalized, Aboriginal women, single women, and women who are unemployed or who have low incomes are at a heightened risk of sexual assault. We know that seniors also experience far higher rates of sexual assault than non-senior women. And the ways these are reported to police, the ways that these are dealt with by our justice system, the harmful myths and stereotypes that are brought to bear is precisely why Bill C-3 is needed to have these important conversations, this important training, so that we can ensure our federally appointed judges at least have this background and are understanding of the social context of the cases that come before them. And I want to take this opportunity to zero in on some of the comments made by my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois. The committee meeting that we had discussing this bill it was not in camera. It's all there in the public record for everyone to see, and it took place on October 27th. But a large part of the debate that we were having at committee centered on the word systemic. I think my colleague in the Bloc was fine having the reference to racism and the reference to discrimination, but not having reference to the word systemic. And I think that's problematic for a number of reasons. First of all, if you want to see evidence that systemic racism exists, Madam Speaker, you need only look at the numerical data. The fact that we know that racialized persons are not being treated equally by our justice system. system, given their percentage of the population and how many of them are ending up incarcerated, the treatment that they receive. You also need to look at the ways policies and practices and decision-making processes are brought about, the organizational culture of our justice system. And I think, we need only to listen to Black, Indigenous, and racialized persons to listen to their voices, because they are the ones who have been leading this conversation through their organizations as individuals. They are the ones who have been telling us, not only as a parliament, but the government, broader Canadian society, that there is in fact a systemic bias in our justice system, that systemic discrimination and systemic racism do exist. And I think it's particularly important that we name those terms, that we do have specific reference to them in this bill, because if we don't, then we are simply whitewashing it and ignoring the fact that this is a very real experience. And I think it's important that we have to acknowledge it. Systemic racism is of course inherent in institutions other than law, but it certainly involves law. It reinforces other spheres of society and so on. It raises questions about all aspects of law and so on and so forth. I also know that in this conversation about Bill C-3, that there have been questions about the role of Parliament and the role of judges. And some of the concerns we've heard in write-ups about this bill have particularly focused on whether Parliament is overstepping its bounds with respect to judicial independence, because of course, we have to respect the very important role that judges play in our society. And of course, one of the pillars of our democracy is that idea of judicial independence. We don't want to arrive at a place where there is even a perception of political interference or control in how judges render their decisions. They have to be necessarily independent of Parliament. They have to be able to understand the facts of law, understand the facts of the case, and make a completely impartial decision based on those. So when Parliament is therefore examining a bill that is, of course, going to be amending the Judges Act, I think it's only reasonable that questions of this nature arise. But, Madam Speaker, what I would say to those critics is that if you look at the language, the very careful language of the bill that we now have before us in the House, I would say that the way the bill is currently written does give that independence to the Canadian Judicial Institute to tailor their programs in a way that is completely separate from any kind of political or parliamentary interference. What we are stating as parliamentarians, as representatives of the people, and I think this is an entirely legitimate role for us to play, is I think we, on behalf of our constituents, are finally acknowledging the problems that exist in the justice system. These are borne out by unfortunate comments that we've heard from judges during trials, during their deliberations, the harmful myths and stereotypes that they have bought into when making their decisions. And we, as the people's representatives, are communicating that through a federal statute that we want to see these acknowledged, that we believe it's important for them to be acknowledged, and we have to name them and see them actually written down into the training that judges take. That's where Parliament's role, I believe, legitimately ends, and now it's up to the training that judges themselves organize to take that message from Parliament and to take it to the next step so that we start seeing the training that is necessary. Madam Speaker, I guess maybe because I don't want to spend too much time talking about this bill. I think from the debate that you've seen in the House today, there is fairly good support for this bill. And if I'm reading the room correctly, I hope we can get to a vote soon and that we will see this bill passed unanimously by the House to get it to the Senate. But I think, we would be kidding ourselves if we thought that this one amendment to a federal statute was going to fix the problems. I think it's an important step, don't get me wrong, and that's why, of course, we'll be supporting the bill. But the changes that we need to the justice system as a whole are going to require far greater resources than just a legislative fix. And I really hope that this can be a main topic of conversation with the federal Minister of Justice when he is speaking with his provincial counterparts, is how do we tackle these other systemic problems of our system? I already talked about how myths and stereotypes have those extremely negative impacts, but we absolutely must make sure that the voices of people who have been marginalized by our justice system are heard. That they're listened to. They're not just actively heard, but they're listened to, but also that they are acted upon. We need to see those financial resources. We need to see that active commitment to making sure we are striving for equality before the law. And there are many organizations out there. There are women's organizations, LGBTQ organizations, organizations representing Black, Indigenous, and persons of color who are only too willing to step up to the plate to show the government where these fixes need to be made. And maybe, Madam Speaker, I'll end my speech with a quote from Michael Spratt. Michael Spratt is a lawyer well known in the Ottawa region. He has frequently been a witness before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and he recently wrote, when speaking of this bill, he wrote in Canadian Lawyer magazine, and I'll just quote him right now. "Step down from your ivory tower with me for a view from the trenches, where complainants in sexual assault cases are provided inadequate social supports, where complainants are almost always provided inadequate information about the court process, where the legal education of lawyers, both Crown and defense, is too often seen as an expensive obligation and not a learning opportunity, and where the wishes of complainants are often ignored. Maybe we can start by tackling those problems," end quote. So, Madam Speaker, I think that's a fitting place to end my speech today. I think what we have before the House right now is a good bill. I think the work that was done at committee honored the testimony that we heard from witnesses, and I'm pleased to offer my support to this important legislation, and I hope we can send it to the other place quite soon so that we can see this bill finally receive the royal assent that it deserves, and we can take this important step. Thank you very much.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Cowichan, Malahat Langford. I got it out, the name of that riding, but I thank him for his contributions in this go-round in this Parliament at the Justice Committee, but also in the last Parliament, and also for outlining actual evidence that we heard at that committee study. I think that kind of speech actually elevates the tone of the debate, and that's exactly what we need from all parliamentarians. What struck me is actually something that we heard actually in the last Parliament from none other than Senator Murray Sinclair, when he said in front of the Heritage Committee that systemic racism is what you have left when you've gotten rid of all of the racists. And what he meant by that turn of phrase is that you have to look at the culture, the norms, the mores, and the rules that are in place in terms of understanding a systemic problem as opposed to individual acts of racism. So I hear the member opposite. I agree with his perspective in terms of what we heard and also the direction of this bill. But I'm going to put to him something that he raised earlier in this debate, that it needs to extend further, including to those other levels of government. He is a representative from British Columbia. We've got a government in British Columbia that has enacted a number of progressive pieces of legislation. What are his thoughts about different areas, including his own province of BC, moving forward with this? And is this a cause that he would champion in terms of the training of provincial judges in BC? Thank you.
Our member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I will be raising these issues with my provincial counterparts. I'm lucky enough actually to have the Premier as a constituent of mine, and so no other member of Parliament of BC can claim that. But I was also really glad to see in the recent provincial election our mutual friend Murray Rankin he's now an MLA-elect representing the riding of Oak Bay Gordon Head, and I know from his decades of experience on justice issues, but also as a previous member of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, he understands these issues only too well. And I think with David Eby, the Attorney General of British Columbia, I would be more than happy to take up these conversations to see where BC can improve its own laws, its own processes. And I think given what we've seen from the provincial government over the last 3.5 years, I expect we'll see some pretty impressive, progressive updates on this, and I'll be happy to have that conversation with my provincial counterparts.
Comments? The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that very important speech about an issue that I think we all feel grateful that all parliamentarians support so much. One of the questions that I have, though, is as we look at this, we know that discrimination, racism, all of these issues continue to be a significant concern for us in our court system. I think of one of the communities I represent, Port Hardy, that just recently started moving towards having a system that will allow Indigenous folks to be part of the decision-making process in a court system. So I'm just wondering, how can parliamentarians also do the work with local Indigenous leadership to move forward in bringing steps to move forward to a less discriminatory system for Indigenous members of our communities? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for North Island Powell River, one of my fellow Vancouver Island colleagues, for that very important question. She's always been a fantastic advocate, particularly on Indigenous issues. And I think, in answering her question, what's important to acknowledge is that pre-contact Indigenous people in Canada, in what is today known as Canada, had their own system of laws, their own justice system. And of course, that was completely upended with colonization. A completely foreign way of doing the law was often imposed upon them, which is of course based on our own common law experiences that we inherited from England. And so if we are truly going to move forward as a nation, we have to acknowledge the pre-contact systems that were in existence for all Indigenous communities right across the country, and I think we have to find a way to work on that knowledge and their approaches to justice and incorporate them with our broader justice system, because I think that's an absolutely important way of going forward, and I think it's going to do wonders for our ultimate path towards reconciliation. Because as she would know, as many Indigenous Canadians would know, we still have a long way before us before we reach that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Vancouver Island, from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. I wonder, although it's a little bit outside the scope of C3, one of the places where we see systemic racism is in the use of injunctions. And I know that he will have experienced, as a British Columbian, the use of injunctions to arrest Indigenous protesters, yet when Indigenous nations go to seek injunctions to protect territory, they're far less likely to be granted one than corporations seeking injunctions to violate Indigenous rights and pursue projects like pipelines. I wonder if my honourable colleague has some thoughts on how we might want to reform injunction law to deal with the systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Yes, I think the member from Saanich Gulf Islands raises an important point, and I know that she, a couple of years ago, joined with the now mayor of Vancouver, Kennedy Stewart, and we're there to protest the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And it's quite interesting to note, as she correctly pointed out, the treatments that corporations get versus Indigenous protesters, who in many ways are there trying to protect what was what was theirs, what is theirs, what is rightfully theirs since pre-contact. These are their traditional and unceded territories, and it's important that for these projects to proceed, we must have that full consent going forward. It is an interesting question. It's certainly one that I, as a Vancouver Islander, have been rightly concerned about, and I still have constituents to this day writing to me about these specific issues. So I would agree with her that, when we're talking about Bill C-3 and the stereotypes and myths that exist that are acknowledged in this legislation, it does allow us to open up a broader conversation about the justice system as a whole. And that's why I acknowledged in my comments that this is a small but important legislative step, but it's important that we follow through with further actions and further commitments to make the justice system much better for all Black, Indigenous, and persons of color because of the discrimination they frequently experience.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and I do want to advise him that unfortunately I'll have to interrupt him so that we can go to question period after. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with pleasure that I get to rise and speak to an important piece of legislation. One of the things that I'm very proud of is how parliamentarians of all political stripes have come together in support of a substantial piece of legislation. The very idea of it originates actually from a former Conservative member of Parliament and interim leader, Rona Ambrose, and I think it is appropriate to give the recognition for her in bringing forward first a private member's bill, and the government and all members recognizing the true value of the legislation. And ultimately, it was the will of the House of Commons in the last Parliament to see that legislation pass, as there was support, from what I understand, unanimously, even in the last Parliament, from all members, all political parties, which ultimately saw it receive third reading and its passage. But unfortunately, for whatever reasons, the Senate of Canada was not able to pass it. Therefore, we now have once again the legislation, but in a different format, as a government piece of legislation, which I think speaks well in terms of the government picking up on what was an important piece of legislation that's passed through the House once before and reintroduced it into Bill C-3, Madam Speaker. And I've been really encouraged once again by members on all sides of the House in terms of their comments, in particular during second reading, recognizing why it's so important. And there were a number of personal stories that were conveyed. Members taken some previous court rulings, for example, providing thoughts in terms of what members of our judicial system were actually saying and why so many people were offended. Madam Speaker, I recognize the importance of judicial independence. I think all members of the House recognize the importance of judicial independence, and that is something that weighed heavy on the minds of individuals as we debated this very important topic. And I have found in the third reading and coming out of committee, one of the things that I really wanted to pick up on, and I will suspect I'll do a lot more of that once we get after question period, Madam Speaker, is the idea that this is federal legislation and it only has an impact on federally appointed judges, Madam Speaker. There is another important aspect of our judicial system, that being those provincially appointed judges. I was actually quite pleased when my daughter raised the issue with me as an MLA from the province of Manitoba, and I know she too has an interest and would like to see this brought into provincial jurisdictions. I see no conflict by members of Parliament from whatever region raising the issue, talking about the issue, and encouraging our provincial jurisdictions. I see that you're already trying to tell me my time's expired for right now. I will continue, Madam Speaker, after question period, if I may.
Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on November 16th today is Louis Riel Day. We pay tribute to the Métis leader and founder of Manitoba. We recognize his tireless advocacy for Métis rights and celebrate Métis culture across this nation. Madam Speaker, Louis Riel was a father of Confederation. Bringing Manitoba into Canada, his contributions have not only benefited the Métis Nation, but our entire country. Today, Canada and the Métis Nation are committed to working together on a renewed government-to-government relationship. We have made historic investments to support a Métis Nation-led post-secondary education strategy, recognize the contributions of Métis veterans during the Second World War, and address the housing needs of Métis communities. We will, Madam Speaker, continue to work with the Métis Nation to make a real difference in the lives of Métis. Today, I invite all Canadians to celebrate this day by learning about Métis history and the culture as we walk together toward the path of reconciliation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising today to congratulate Premier Scott Moe on winning the recent Saskatchewan provincial election, the fourth consecutive win for his party. My federal riding of Saskatoon West is home to 6 provincial ridings that have traditionally split themselves between the Saskatchewan Party and the NDP. Of particular interest to me is the southern part of my riding, the provincial riding of Saskatoon-Riversdale, where the NDP incumbent MLA retired. Saskatoon-Riversdale has been an NDP monopoly since 1967, with the likes of former NDP premiers Roy Romano and Lauren Calvert representing it. However, the demographics of this area are changing. Many young families, new immigrants, and people concerned about their financial future have settled in this area. And now the riding has switched, and Saskatchewan Party candidate Marv Friesen has been elected. I want to congratulate Marv Friesen and his entire team. To all the volunteers, donors, and supporters, we in this House know too well of the hard work and dedication required of you. Congratulations, Marv, and congratulations to Scott Moe.
The
honourable member for Vimy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to announce the passing and pay tribute to former Grand Chief of the Huron-Wendat Nation, Mr. Max Gros-Louis. The hearts of all members of this House and of all Canadians are with his friends and family and with the members of the Huron-Wendat Nation. Max was a great leader and a passionate defender of his nation's rights and culture. He represented his community as Grand Chief for over 30 years. He greatly contributed to open dialogue and cooperation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. He also brought the Huron-Wendat Nation international recognition, often acting as an ambassador for Indigenous issues globally, while ensuring that First Nations perspectives were heard. His passing leaves a great void, but his legacy will leave a clear mark on Canada's history. Thank you. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, the nation is grieving the loss of Mr. Max Gros-Louis. The Huron-Wendat Nation had him as their Grand Chief for over 30 years. He was the ambassador for his people, and he really defended the First Nations perspectives, and his combat was recognized internationally. And I remember he was a very warm person, and I met him when I was very young. I have lasting memories of him when I was a teen, and he had given me some of the pheasant he had hunted. And I said to him when I met him, his legacy is a great one. Thank you, Mr. Gros-Louis. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, I had the opportunity of talking with Maison Oxygène, an organization that supports fathers. This year is a 30-year anniversary of Maison Oxygène, which every year offers housing and support to over 30 fathers and 90 children. It is the first shelter for fathers and children on the Montreal Island. It works with the Carrefour Familial of Hochelaga and with the École Hors Mœurs, and among others. Today, there are more than 14 Maisons Oxygène across Canada, Quebec rather, and it is for these types of organizations that we have Canada's first national housing strategy. I'm proud to be part of a government that fights for housing because everyone has the right to have a roof over their heads. To all organizations of Hochelaga, I am proud of your work, and our government will be there to support you during these tough times. Thank you.
Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Madam Speaker, the tragic death of Robert Jakanski, tasered by RCMP officers in Vancouver Airport, was caught on video. The result was a media sensation and a commitment to install defibrillators wherever the police use tasers. But when the very same RCMP officers arrive at your house as first responders, they are not equipped with defibrillators. Now, it's a statistical fact that upwards of 300 lives would be saved every year if each RCMP cruiser were issued a defibrillator. But these heart attack deaths, one a day on average, are not televised, and so the media, and therefore the government, don't seem to care. When only visible deaths are taken seriously, Stalin's horrible maxim becomes a truism. One death is a tragedy, a million deaths are just a statistic. The government could save 300 lives next year with a simple order to the RCMP to put a defibrillator in every cruiser. Surely now is the time to act.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Sudbury-born Alex Trebek never forgot his roots. Born to a French-Canadian mother with First Nations ancestry, a Ukrainian immigrant father, and raised with a keen interest in geography, Trebek embodied both Sudbury and Canada. Though we know him as the most successful game show host in history, having hosted world-famous Jeopardy from Hollywood for more than 30 years, Trebek had a broad career before that in Canada. He was a newsreader at CBC, a morning show host in Toronto, and was even shortlisted to host Hockey Night in Canada. Throughout his storied career, Trebek remained a huge advocate for education, having served as the Royal Canadian Geographical Society's honorary president since May 2016 and hosting the Canadian Geographic Challenge numerous times. Not long after Trebek announced he had pancreatic cancer, I had a chance to give him a gift to the people of Sudbury. Hundreds of residents had written well wishes on City of Greater Sudbury flags, and Trebek shared with me how he was deeply moved by this gesture. Il fut un ambassadeur de Robert Klaus pour sa ville.
He was loved and respected. His legacy and memory
of Sudbury's and Canada's proud history. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Bourassa. Madam Speaker, today I am speaking in this House to underscore the work by the Social and Health Service Centre of Montreal Island, that since the outbreak of COVID-19 in Montreal North has been the epicenter of this pandemic. I am proud of the mission it has been conducting and is still conducting with the testing and early childhood support, communications, and community organization. Accompanied by Senator Marie-Françoise Mégy, this morning I had the honor to award a medal to Ms. Zina Benchila, Ms. Sylvie Guibert, Sandra Lalanchette, Karine Morier, and Danielle Theriot to recognize their commitment and determination. I'd like to thank this centre and congratulate all the award receivers today and their teams.
For Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Dancy, Mark Dishni Cachon. I'm speaking from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, the traditional territory of the Katzie-Kwalin First Nations. I am Cree Métis on my father's side from Lesser Slave Lake, Alberta, with lineage to the Red River Métis settlements. This is National Métis Week. The Métis are the descendants of European fur traders and their indigenous wives in what was known then as the Northwest. Our unique and rich culture took root in the early 1800s and now has grown to 600,000 strong. Because we are an indigenous people living in so many centers, it takes purposeful effort to build community and strengthen culture. I honor Métis National Council leader Clément Chartier, all Métis Nation leaders, including BC President Clara Morin-Dalcol. Locally, I'm a member of the Golden Ears Métis Society. Thanks to all who are building up our Métis associations everywhere. Your efforts are valued, appreciated, and vital. Merci.
The honourable member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, during the Remembrance Day celebrations, as the chair of the Canada-France Inter-Parliamentary Association, I participated in the annual ceremony for the French community in Beechwood. To pay tribute to the friendship between our two countries that goes beyond parliamentary relations, the ceremony took place at the location where a commemorative monument will be erected for the Amicia Canada-France Association, for which the funding campaign will be launched tomorrow at the French Embassy.
Aid. It would also confirm and immortalize the history that Canada and France have long shared on the battlefields. The long-standing friendship between our countries remains strong today, and this monument will be a reminder for the generation to come. Merci.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to wish all Canadians who celebrated Diwali this weekend a happy Diwali. Every autumn, Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, and others from across the globe celebrate Diwali, a festival of lights. The celebration heralds more than just the harvest and the beginning of winter. Diwali symbolizes the victory of truth over evil, light over darkness, and knowledge over ignorance. It is a time to celebrate life and to look forward to the year ahead. During the Diwali festival, people set up fireworks and distribute sweets, also known as mithais, to their family, friends, and neighbors. This year, COVID-19 made celebrating a little different. People prayed and celebrated Diwali with the family and friends virtually in parking lots and open spaces. On behalf of Conservative Party and our leader, I wish everyone celebrating Diwali good health, wealth, and happiness. Happy Diwali.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the fog of war, nothing is more important than information to make sound decisions on the battlefield. Information is the difference between life and death, success and failure. To fight this pandemic, we need information to navigate the uncertainty and position for recovery. But this government is waging a relentless campaign to restrict, delay, and deny access to critical information. The Liberals won't answer questions, they paralyze committees, shut down debate, and refuse to provide a budget. The Parliamentary Budget Officer doesn't have the information to track government spending. Access to information laws are being ignored, with less than half of federal agencies processing information requests. The information exists, but the Liberals won't release it. Information is power. The Liberals must give the power of government information to all Canadians. We can't survive this crisis without it.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
As COVID cases rise across the country, access to a safe, effective vaccine is critically important to Canadians and their families. And while there's been some encouraging news about vaccine candidates, this Liberal government hasn't been transparent about the deals they've signed with pharmaceutical companies, and they've refused to make them public, as other countries have done. It's alarming to hear reports Canadians will get the vaccine months after other countries like the UK and US. And while nations like Australia, Japan, and India have negotiated contracts that allow them to produce the vaccine in their own countries to ensure people get it quickly, apparently our Canadian government hasn't done this, and people are rightfully wondering why. Canadians have sacrificed profoundly to keep their families and neighbors safe. They deserve to know what this government has agreed to behind closed doors. New Democrats are going to keep fighting for answers, because when it comes to our health, it is unacceptable for Liberals to keep Canadians in the dark.
The honourable for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to Madame Danielle Goulet at the Macadam Sud Association, a community association of my writing that helps young people aged 12 to 35 years in Longueuil. And imagine, Mr. Speaker, her association, which with 24 employees, does more than 20,000 interventions every year and helps more than 5,000 people. This is extraordinary commitment. And Ms. Goulet has shown great dedication and has collaborated with other associations to provide meals. And they opened a shelter, a 24/7 shelter for people who are homeless. We are lucky to have Ms. Goulet, and we owe you great thanks. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that we learned of the death of Mr. Max Gros-Louis, the former Grand Chief of the Huron-Wendat Nation and internationally renowned Indigenous leader. He was larger than life and a monument to our history, a real giant. Max Gros-Louis lived and breathed his pride of being Wendat and Indigenous. His Indigenous name was Oni Onti, the good paddler, because, yes, Mr. Speaker, as the great chief, he knew how to navigate sometimes troubled waters of political negotiation. He was one of the first to unite the First Nations, and today we are celebrating 50 years of his passionate engagement. He accomplished great things for his nation and for all First Nations. He will leave a clear mark, and he believed in discussion and negotiation. He strongly defended his rights, always with respect. He taught us a great deal, and he was internationally renowned. From the Pope to the General Secretary of the United Nations, he was always treated with great respect. To his family and loved ones and to the entire Wendat Nation, I offer my sincerest condolences. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris on their historic victory. Biden received over 78 million votes, the highest number of votes of any presidential candidate in history. Harris is the first black woman and the first person of Tamil ancestry to be elected to the highest of offices in the United States. In a world that has systematically and repeatedly limited women, and especially black women, from achieving their fullest potential, Kamala Harris has shattered the glass ceiling for all. Her election stands as a testament that young women and girls of all backgrounds can achieve their dreams, no matter how big they are. Harris has deep roots in Canada. She lived here during her formative years and graduated from Westmont High School in Montreal. Democracy works, Mr. Speaker. The American people have spoken decisively, and we congratulate them. We look forward to welcoming President Biden and Vice President Harris to Canada. Oh, thank you, Mr.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Portage-Lister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's economy was showing signs of trouble before COVID-19 hit, with record debt and out-of-control spending. In fact, in March of this year, prior to COVID, Canada lost over 1 million jobs, many of those in the energy sector. Since 2015, energy workers have been abandoned by this government. So when Keystone XL was approved in the U.S. in March of 2017, there was once again a glimmer of hope for Canadian workers. Those hopes are now at risk. What will the Prime Minister do to ensure that the Keystone XL project moves ahead in the United States?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, let me be very clear to energy sector workers, especially those in Alberta who are worried about the future of this project. Our government has been and will be unwavering in its support for Keystone XL. We have been and will continue to advocate for this project to the U.S. government. In fact, the Prime Minister discussed this project on his very first call with the President-elect. Keystone is a good project. We support it. There are 1,500 Canadians working on it as we speak. We support them. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to remind the honourable members to turn off their microphones, mute themselves. J'aimerais rappeler aux députés.
I'd like to remind members to turn off their microphones, to mute themselves, please.
Madame Chabot, s'il vous plaît, mettez votre microphone.
Ms. Chabot, please mute your microphone.
OK. On a un petit problème. Un des microphones.
We have a problem with a microphone then.
Member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But here's the problem with the Liberals' answer. The Prime Minister said that he wants to phase out the oil sands. He said that in 2017. He attacked pipelines with Bill C-69. He implemented a tanker ban and a job-killing carbon tax. That has meant thousands of jobs lost in the West. Losing Keystone would mean at least 2,800 more jobs lost. So, what is the Prime Minister's plan to ensure that the Keystone XL project goes ahead so that more Canadian jobs are not lost?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister raised this issue with the President-elect on the very, very first call. We have been clear. There is a very, very strong argument for this project, and that continues regardless of who the President of the United States is. We will continue to make that argument. I would say that one of the strongest arguments for this project is that we have a government that is fighting climate change, that is putting a price on pollution, is making investments to help our energy sector become more sustainable than ever. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, recently, when asked if a Biden victory would mean the end of Keystone XL, the Prime Minister abdicated, saying, well, that's a question for Mr. Biden. This defeatist tone is unacceptable and provides no reassurances that he will actually fight on behalf of energy workers for this project to move forward. The success of Keystone XL would create 2,800 Canadian jobs and indirectly support 15,000 additional jobs. With the current COVID crisis, these jobs are more important than ever. So again, what is the Prime Minister's plan to ensure that KXL is not cancelled?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote, one of the real problems that I think lingers over Keystone XL is, before the pipeline question arose, the Harper government deliberately went out of its way to be seen as adversary of environmentalists. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and member of Calgary Centre, the Right Honourable Joe Clark. I'll look over to the other side. The record of inaction and failure on the environment nearly doomed this project, Mr. Speaker. We have been unwavering in our support for Keystone. Speaker. We don't need any advice for the opposition.
Now, I believe the Honourable Member for Calgary, Edmonton, I'm sorry, please, you have a point of order?
Yes, I can barely hear the Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, the Parliamentary Secretary, it sounds like there's a bad connection there. I would ask him to look into that, but if that's a good point of order. I just want to remind all the members, excuse me, order? Order? If I can have your attention for a moment. I just want to remind all the members, not only in the House, but especially the ones joining us virtually, to make sure that they're in a place where they have good connection so that we can hear everything they have to say. Everyone is just waiting with bated breath to hear their answers. The Honourable Député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, but I'm not very proud at all of the member for Saint-Laurent. Last Thursday, I was at Parliamentary Committee, and she had the gall to question the fragility of French in Montreal. I'll quote her, and she said in English, "I need to see it to believe it." And in a sarcastic tone, she did this and talked about the decline of French in Montreal. It doesn't take a genius to understand that French is in a fragile state in Montreal. Can the Prime Minister, the member of Papineau, and the neighbour to the member for Saint-Laurent explain to her that she's completely out in left field? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Both official languages are extremely important. We acknowledge that French is a minority language in North America and Canada, and that there is a decline, and as a result, we must do more to protect French in Canada and throughout Quebec. In the throne speech, for the first time, we have committed to addressing this issue to resolve.
Dans les circonstances, nous allons.
And in the circumstances, we will be protecting both official languages.
Is it a point of order? Normally, we don't have point of orders during the question period unless it's a technical issue.
It's a technical issue in that the translation and the French were of the same volume and incomprehensible.
Okay, very good. I want to remind, j'aimerais rappeler aux députés.
I want to remind members.
Make sure you're on the button. You've switched on the language that you're speaking in. S'il vous plaît, faites sûr que vous êtes.
Ensure that you are on the language that you're speaking in.
I seem to have forgotten everything, so maybe by the time we're done today, we'll have that all back in order. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent. Louis Saint-Laurent, the honourable member. Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister said earlier that there needed to be a modernization of the Official Languages Act. They've been in power for 5 years. They've been saying that for 5 years, and they haven't done a thing. Why? Because the member for Saint-Laurent maybe has repeated these contemptuous comments to all of her colleagues. When will the government take action instead of simply lecturing everyone? The honourable minister. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that French is facing a decline in Montreal, Quebec, and elsewhere. We are taking action. We stated in the throne speech that more needed to be done and that we would be modernizing the Official Languages Act. My colleague has no lectures to give because his party voted against the throne speech and voted against modernizing the Official Languages Act, so I hope that he will change his position and collaborate with us on this matter. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, if you want to be appointed a judge, become a Liberal. Everyone will work for you. Ministers, MPs, even their staff will help you become a judge. Last week, the Canadian Bar Association denounced the judicial appointments process, and I quote, "It's time to make the system more impervious to partisan manipulation." That's no small comment. It comes from the Canadian Bar Association, Mr. Speaker. Will the Liberals put an end to Liberal cronyism? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of the process we put in place in 2016 for the appointment of judges. It's a process that is based on merit. We are working through committees, and as a result, 400 exceptional judges reflecting Canada's diversity have been appointed. I'm very proud of the appointments we've made, and we will continue. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, well, that's the problem. The minister boasts about his appointment process, but they'll go through the process. Lawyers are denouncing it. To quote again the Canadian Bar Association, the government risks undermining public confidence in the independence and fairness of the judicial system. Mr. Speaker, forget the process. No one believes in it. When will the Liberals stop favouring Liberals in judicial appointments? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, the appointments are based on merit and diversity, based on a rigorous process that goes through committees where diversity and quality are the focus. Judges appointed through the process since 2016, 10% are visible minorities, 5% are LGBTQ, there are Indigenous members, and more than 50% are women. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the first wave of COVID-19, conditions in long-term healthcare facilities were atrocious. Lives were lost. We had to send in the army. Now cases are on the rise, and the same conditions continue. Public health experts are demanding that the government establish a national standard of care for long-term care centres. Why is the Prime Minister dragging his feet instead of protecting our seniors? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, and I share the member opposite's concern about the growing number of cases across the country, and we're working with all levels of government to make sure that we support people who are vulnerable from COVID-19. And I'll just say this, Mr. Speaker, we actually in the Safe Restart contributed $740 million to provinces and territories to strengthen their protections for long-term care home, and we committed to the creation of national standards with provinces and territories. We'll do that work, Mr. Speaker, together with the provinces and territories, who then will have better ability to deliver on their healthcare responsibilities.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, those national standards need to come quickly. We're seeing long-term care outbreaks across this country. In particular, for-profit long-term care centers are the site of the worst conditions, and Revera-owned sites owned by the federal government are where some of the worst conditions are happening in Edmonton, in Winnipeg, and in Scarborough. In Winnipeg, paramedics arrived at a Revera-owned long-term care home and found seniors left dead in their beds for hours. Will the Prime Minister commit today, once and for all, to remove profit from the care of our seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I share the member opposite's deep concern that care for seniors has to be paramount for all of us. No matter what level of government we're at, we have to care about the dignity and safety of the seniors that are amongst us in our communities. And that's why we've been supporting provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker, to deliver on their responsibility. $740 million through the Safe Restart Agreement, additional supports through deployment of Canadian Red Cross, including into Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we'll be there for the provinces and territories as they work to protect long-term care residents from COVID-19.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Mr. Speaker, the government has spent billions of dollars to fight COVID, and many of the contracts have been distributed without a call for tenders. Not only did the Prime Minister give a $237 million contract to his friend Frank Baylis, but there's another $371 to another sole source service provider for medical gowns. We'd like to know the details of the contracts, but we're told we can't. Can the Prime Minister tell us why we have no right to this information? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for mentioning the success of this company that made gowns so quickly and is delivering these gowns. It is ensuring the health and safety of frontline workers. I want to thank that company as well as all Canadian companies that have provided equipment to fight COVID-19 for their hard work, their dedication throughout this pandemic. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary has started to give an answer. They leased an aircraft. Well, we know that the $371 million went to a two-person company where they work at home, and that's all we know. The gowns, well, we learned that they were paid for. They cost 3 times market rates. We have no other information. Why is the government concealing this information with respect to gowns or ventilators? We're not talking about military equipment here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, efforts were made across the country to provide supply, to build the capacity here in Canada to provide PPE to all Canadians. Of course, we are working with Canadian companies, including small businesses in Ontario, Quebec, and across the country from sea to sea to meet our needs so that Canada is ready to face all situations. Many Quebec companies also took steps to provide medical equipment to Canada, just to mention a few. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
George.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians continue to face a growing COVID pandemic, suicide rates are growing at an alarming rate. Last week, the Prime Minister encouraged Canadians who are feeling anxious or overwhelmed to call 211. For the record, 211 is not a suicide prevention hotline. It's a directory and may not even be available across our country. That's the equivalent of dialing 911 during an emergency and getting a recording or being put on hold. When minutes count, direct access can make the difference between a life saved or a life lost. Will the Prime Minister take real action, join Conservatives, ensure that our 988 motion will pass?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just share with the member opposite that I also am deeply concerned about the mental health of Canadians, in particular during COVID-19, but at all times. And we know that suicide prevention is so critically important. The member opposite knows I want to work with him on making sure that we have better and more rapid access to supports wherever a person is in this country. We know that when people reach out, they are often in their worst moments and they need immediate help. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
So, to be clear, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'm asking the Minister for clarity. The motion has been tabled. If we sought unanimous consent, would the Minister seek that this motion would pass right now?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when a motion receives unanimous consent by the House of Commons, of course, that's a very important measure to move forward. But listen, as I said to the member, I will work with his office tirelessly to make sure that we see his reality of better access to immediate care for people who are worrying about their mental health, who are considering suicide as a way to end their suffering. This is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker, that people have to wait for that help.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Over the last week, many parts of Canada have seen record-breaking numbers of COVID cases. The Liberals didn't even consider rapid tests until we were already well into the second wave. We needed to have the capacity to be testing, tracing, and isolating when provinces had 70 cases a day, not 1,400. After 10 months, hundreds of billions of dollars spent, thousands of lives and millions of jobs and businesses lost, and no action, the Liberals have put Canadians in harm's way. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I share the member opposite's concern about the rapid growth of cases across the country. In fact, spent numerous hours this weekend speaking with health ministers across the country to make sure that they had what they need to combat the growth. In fact, we've shipped over 4.2 million rapid tests to provinces and territories to date, over 1.7 million to Ontario, 1.2 million to Quebec, 345,000 to BC, and we stand ready to help those provinces and territories with whatever they need to combat COVID-19.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, that's a drop in the bucket, and they should have been in place months ago. The Liberals wasted the summer trying to figure out how to get out of the WE scandal instead of getting these rapid tests. Canadians should have access to rapid tests now and a plan on vaccine distribution. Will the Prime Minister admit that these failures are why he's asking Canadians to cancel Christmas and saying some regions will get support for COVID, but not others?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there with provinces and territories as they work to combat this terrible disease. And indeed, we see cases growing across the country, and it's alarming, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians have every right to be concerned. We also know there's a light at the end of the tunnel, Mr. Speaker. Canada has procured more doses of vaccine per capita than any other country in the world. And, Mr. Speaker, that light at the end of the tunnel should give us all hope. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we'll work together in a Team Canada approach to make sure that we get through the next several months, together with the health and safety of Canadians and first and foremost.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are worried about the future of their national language. According to a recent Léger poll, 2/3 are concerned about the state of French in Quebec and would support tougher laws to protect their common language. But let's face it, not all Quebecers are concerned. The MP for Saint-Laurent, who prefers English to French, thinks everything is fine. Does the Minister of Official Languages share the position of the member for Saint-Laurent, who sees no problem with the future of French in Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On several occasions, I have said how concerned I am with the French in Canada and Quebec. We reaffirmed our commitment to it in the throne speech. We are taking action, and that is why we will be modernizing the Official Languages Act. We stated that in the throne speech. And we also acknowledged that there had been a decline in French. I hope the colleague opposite would have supported it, but he voted against the throne speech, and he voted against official languages, as did his colleagues. The honourable member. That member sits on the Official Languages Committee. She defends her party's positions, and frankly, we can't say that the Liberal Party has been a great ally of French in Quebec. The party voted against the application of Bill 101 to companies under federal jurisdiction, against a knowledge of French to obtain citizenship in Quebec. It funds English-speaking communities in Quebec, but doesn't support French, which is threatened in Quebec. Do they realize that the federal government isn't helping French in Quebec, but continuing to hinder it? The Honourable Minister. Since 1969, the federal government has been supporting both official languages, and good recommendations were made back in the day. Bilingualism was put in place by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and all Quebecers have access to services in French. A lot of water has gone under the bridge, as we say, Mr. Speaker, since then, and we are protecting French, which is a minority language across Canada and in North America. The government acknowledges the situation exists, and that is why we're taking action. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Mr. Speaker, the member for Saint-Laurent said out loud what the Liberals are thinking in English to show the importance they attach to French. It's hardly surprising. She made her inaugural speech in English only, saying that Anglophones are the ones who support her. But there's only one official language in Quebec, only one endangered language, and that is French. Is the government going to wake up and acknowledge what's happened over the past 50 years and start supporting Bill 101 for companies under its jurisdiction by requiring knowledge of French for citizenship in the province? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it's not up to my colleague to tell us what members of the Liberal Party think. I can tell him because I sit with them and we acknowledge that there is a decline. We acknowledge the importance of supporting French, and not only throughout Canada, but also in Quebec. We stated that in the throne speech. We have stated it publicly. I know that the Bloc is looking for squabbling, but we will always take a stand for French on this side of the House.
For Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, CSIS says China's communist regime uses spies to intimidate and threaten Chinese Canadians to suppress dissent on Canadian soil. China's Operation Fox Hunt is an attack on Canadian sovereignty and national security. The Prime Minister says he's, quote, long been concerned, and that he brings it up when he engages with China. The victims of these bullies sounded the alarm, and they have the courage to stand up. So, specifically, what is this government actually doing to protect them?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear that our government has been and will continue to take action to protect Canadians, their personal information and their interests from any threat or intimidation from foreign interference or espionage, including threats to our economy, intellectual property, critical supply chains, and communities. And, Mr. Speaker, as the NSI COP report released earlier this year makes very clear, we recognize the hostile activities of state actors, such as China, as a key and growing risk in this regard. Mr. Speaker, we remain constantly vigilant against these risks.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Beyond so-called recognition and all these words, what is the actual action? Almost 80% of Canadians believe China constitutes a threat to Canada. Recently, the Chinese ambassador threatened Canadians in Hong Kong. Canadian citizens are in arbitrary imprisonment, and Canadian lives are at risk in China. The Liberals' failure to stand up for human rights and to protect Canadians all over the world is emboldening these state-sponsored bullies. How can Canadians feel safe anywhere when the Liberals clearly don't have their backs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for the question. However, the very premise of that question is that Canada is making strong representations on an almost daily basis with respect to the issues around China. Reports of harassment and intimidation of individuals in Canada are deeply troubling. Allegations of such acts being carried out by foreign agents are taken very seriously. Chinese representatives of their government in Canada, like all foreign government representatives in Canada, have a duty under international law to respect the laws and regulations of Canada. Canada will continue to use every measure available to us to stand up for Canadians and their rights.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Just tell Canadians these measures. Canadians are under threat and they deserve action, not just words. 3 weeks ago, 8 people were charged for intimidating and harassing Chinese Americans in the U.S. American officials say there's an aggressive commitment to protect their citizens from China's campaign of illegally imposing its will. The Prime Minister does admit, as do these ministers, that this is happening to Canadians. So one more time, how many people have actually been charged in Canada for going after Canadians in Operation Fox Hunt?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me assure this House that we do not in any way tolerate foreign actors, hostile state actors threatening Canada's national security or the safety of any of our citizens. And I want to assure this House and all Canadians that our security agencies and law enforcement agencies have the skills and resources and the legal authority that they need to detect, investigate, and respond to every such threat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have left thousands of small businesses, especially startups, to fend for themselves throughout the pandemic, and they're desperate for help with a second wave hitting. Many entrepreneurs still can't access CEBA, the wage subsidy, or other small business supports. And now the government is refusing to backdate support for commercial rent relief to April. For months, small businesses have been left behind by government programs, and many now have massive debts and are facing bankruptcy. Will the minister do the right thing and backdate the broken SECRA program to April 1st to save thousands of small businesses across Canada?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that really important question. The programs that we have put forward are the lifeline to our small businesses, whether it is the fixed cost support for rent and making sure they have that support today and going forward. Over 780,000 businesses have taken advantage of the small business loan, with more to come as we increased another $20,000. The Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy is providing that necessary help to keep employees on those companies' payroll. This work continues. I'm thrilled to work with all members on all sides of the House to make sure we are supporting Canada's small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, businesses need retroactive payment. This country is in the grips of the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. In parts of the country, cases are higher than they were in the spring. It is critical that people can stay home to stop the spread of this virus. Instead of supporting Canadians to help save lives, the Prime Minister is now threatening to take away those very supports. Previously, he said that this government would do whatever is necessary to see our country through COVID-19. Can the Prime Minister promise Canadians they will have the financial support that they desperately need to stay home and save lives?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her concern for Canadians' lives and safety, and in fact, that's what we've been focused on since the beginning. We've been there for provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker, no matter what measures they need, no matter what tools they need, Mr. Speaker, whether it was providing financial support for Canadians to stay home, whether it's support for small businesses and indeed medium and large-sized businesses to stay viable during this time. And Mr. Speaker, for provinces and territories, $19 billion, as well as additional supports to the Canadian Red Cross and others. I could go on, Mr. Speaker. We will be there for Canadians.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, many constituents in my riding of Richmond Hill rely on accessible public transit to commute to work and home safely. The proposed Yonge North Subway extension is a major step in connecting Toronto and York region. Can the minister kindly update the House on the progress of this infrastructure project and other investments in public transit? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure.
I'd like to thank the member for Richmond Hill for his question and for his continued advocacy for the Yonge North Subway. Our government has invested over $13 billion in public transit, more than 13 times the previous government, while the Conservatives called for cuts to infrastructure. We look forward to working with the province and seeing a business case from them for the Yonge Subway extension so that we can get it built, creating good jobs, reducing emissions, and helping people get around their communities faster.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only Five Eyes member to neither ban nor restrict the use of Huawei 5G equipment. Why are we allowing the Chinese government to bully and intimidate our country in a brute force attempt to potentially surrender our citizens' data, privacy, and security?
Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, we know the potential when it comes to 5G technology and the important impact it will have on Canadians and our economy going forward. That is why we continue to do our due diligence and work with national security experts. We continue to work with our allies. And I can assure the member opposite, we never have and never will compromise when it comes to the safety and well-being of Canadians. And we will make a decision in the best interest of Canadians.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the EU's General Data Protection Regulation mandates that all business activities by Huawei meet its requirements. This allowed them to rule that Huawei was in breach of a European privacy law when it failed to comply with the request to provide the data it kept on EU citizens. Can the minister be clear? will Canada's Personal Information Protection Act take similar steps to identify companies that are deemed a security threat and take coercive action if needed?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his very thoughtful question when it comes to the privacy and protection of individual data of Canadians. That is why we've been very clear about presenting the Digital Charter, which has 10 principles which will guide future legislation and policies and programs that will keep Canadians' privacy and data safe and secure. And I look forward to having a meaningful conversation on the subject matter very soon.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, effective public transit will be key to economic recovery after COVID, and York Region is no exception. The Yonge Line is at capacity and just doesn't go far enough north. The Yonge subway extension would create 60,000 jobs, reduce gridlock, and deliver economic growth for the entire GTA. The Ontario government has committed to invest, but this Liberal government is still refusing to act. What is this government waiting for? Why won't they invest in the Yonge subway extension?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to stand up and talk about our investments in public transit. Our government has invested over $13 billion in public transit. That's more than 13 times what the previous government invested. And the Conservatives actually called for cuts to infrastructure. We look forward to working with the province. We look forward to receiving a business case for the extension so that we can get it built, creating jobs, reducing emissions, and helping people get around their communities faster.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
The federal government says it's committed to public transit in Ontario, but apparently not to the Yonge subway extension. The Yonge line is the lifeblood of the GTA, with 800,000 commuters a day and almost 100,000 of them passing through Finch. For jobs, economic recovery, and growth, the GTA needs a Union Station of the North. The business case is obvious. Why won't the Liberals get this Yonge subway extension on track? What's the real reason they won't invest?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to reiterate again our commitment to public transit. We've invested more than $13 billion, but let's look at the previous Conservative government. We invested 13 times more. And what did they call in the last election? They called for cuts to public transit. I'm not sure that they would be committed to the investments in public transit that we so desperately need to make. But we are committed to the Yonge North subway extension, but we need to be accountable to taxpayers. We need to see a business case, and then we will move forward because we want to create good jobs. We want to tackle climate change. We want to build more inclusive communities.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, yesterday evening on Tout le monde en parle, the Minister of Heritage said he was hopeful that in the next budget, the web giants would be subject to GST. What we need isn't hope, it's the political will. The minister doesn't have to wait till the next budget. He could simply, as of this afternoon, require Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon et al. To charge GST like everyone else. Even they say they're open to it. The government just has to act. It just has to ask. It's a question of tax fairness. Everybody pays their taxes. When is the minister going to act? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Last week, we tabled a bill that would reform the Broadcasting Act. It's the first time in 30 years. And that act will have significant impacts and advantages for Canadian culture. And our colleagues know this full well because we consulted them repeatedly before the bill was tabled. That will make it possible to add about $1 billion to allow us to tell our stories in French, in Quebec, in Canada, in English, in Indigenous languages. It's a first in Canada. The honourable member for Drummond. Well, we're talking about two different things here because in our conversations we stress the importance of tax fairness, and that is forcing the web giants to collect the GST. 3 heritage ministers in a row, all ironically from Quebec, have made this promise, but Quebec's already figured it out. They already charge sales tax on the web giants. The minister is depriving Quebec culture, which has already been hard hit by the pandemic, of hundreds of millions of dollars, while GAFA is making record profits. He can require them to collect the GST. Why won't he? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that over $4 billion has been provided to arts and culture since the pandemic hit. According to a recent poll, almost 78% of artists are very happy with what the federal government has done. Of course, we could do more, and we will do more. And the broadcasting bill is not aimed at tax. It's more about broadcasting, but we will continue to make changes to improve the system in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The government's announcement on rural broadband last week was too little, too late. Rural small businesses need broadband now, not between 2026 and 2030. This government was late on commercial rent assistance, late on the wage subsidy, and they're busy auditing small businesses in the middle of a pandemic. The Prime Minister wants more lockdowns, and rural small businesses don't have the infrastructure to move online. Why do small businesses always have to pay the price for this government's COVID responses?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week we launched phase 2 of our government's plan to connect every Canadian to high-speed internet. The Universal Broadband Funds builds on our efforts, which we began early on in our first mandate. It's the plan Canadians asked for. It's the plan our rural members of Parliament shaped. It's a plan shaped by expert. It includes flexibility, backbone, last mile, a rapid response stream. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his care and support for rural Canada, and particularly for appointing the member from Long Range Mountains to co-lead this file with me. She truly moves mountains.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Millions of people in rural communities across Canada lack adequate internet connections. The announcement made by the Liberal governments last week won't change this. One reason is because a large portion of funding is through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which in 3 years, that Liberal boondoggle has completed 0 projects. Why does this Liberal government continue to fail hardworking rural Canadians through smoke and mirror initiatives that get great headlines, but thanks to Liberal incompetence, accomplish nothing?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, because of our government's efforts, tens of thousands of households at the end of this year will be connected to this essential service. Because of our government's commitment to rural Canadians, we have put more in investments than all previous governments combined. In fact, our government's support in rural broadband is 10 times higher than all governments who have come before us. Mr. Speaker, there's an unusual consensus emerging across the country that every Canadian deserves access to this essential service. Our plan is the plan Canadians asked for. It will work. I encourage colleagues to support their communities to put high-quality applications forward.
The Honourable Member for the Beauce. Mr. Speaker, in this pandemic, a lot of students in my riding have had to stay home and attend school virtually. They're at a disadvantage simply because they live in a rural area. Chantal Bédard from Sainte-Enedine got in touch with me to talk about her kids' problems connecting to their online classes. From Sainte-Enedine to Saint-Gédéon in my riding, I keep hearing the same stories. This government loves to re-announce its funding commitments for high-speed internet, but when are they going to release their actual plan to connect people like Ms. Bédard? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, women like Chantal have been hit hardest by COVID, and one of the additional responsibilities they bear is supporting their kids with online learning. When that high-speed internet access is not a reliable one, Chantal's life is that much more difficult. We have heard her. We are working to address the challenge. Before the Universal Broadband Fund was launched last week, our government had already invested 5 times more to connect the people of Quebec than the previous government. We know the work is not done, but there is a program there to support Canadians get connected. I encourage my colleague to work with us to do that.
L'honorable député de Moncton.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was thrilled to hear about the commitment that our government has made towards the creation of a Canada-wide learning and childcare system. We also know that help is needed, especially now, to help support parents as they re-enter the labour market. Can the Minister of Families children and social development, please update this House on the investments being made in New Brunswick to support families through this economic recovery.
Minister.
Thank the honourable colleague for this question and for her continued and effective advocacy on this issue. We know that for Canadians, childcare is not a luxury, it's a necessity. COVID has shown this especially to be true. That's why Minister Sain was pleased to announce today a $14 million investment to help make childcare more accessible and affordable for New Brunswickers through the Safe Restart Agreement. This is in addition to $10 million announced just a couple of weeks ago to support thousands of families in that province. This government has invested more in childcare this year than any other government in Canadian history. We're proud of that record, but there's more to do. A national framework, national funding is needed. We hope the other parties in this House can be disciplined and continue to support our good work on this file.
Well, member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, more than ever, Canadians appreciate how essential farmers are. In a time of need, farmers stepped up to feed Canadians and made sure our grocery stores' shelves were fully stocked. Earlier this month, the opposition secured relief for small businesses who were burdened by emergency wage subsidy audits. These audits are causing distress and anxiety amongst our farmers. Will the minister confirm that this relief for small businesses will include our Canadian farm families?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that we have been working closely with our farmers since the beginning of the COVID crisis, and we have made sure that they were eligible to all the programs that were meant to support businesses, like the CEBA, like the subsidy support as well. And I can assure you that we will continue to make sure that our farmers are well supported.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, last month I met with Chorus Aviation, who, like many in the air industry, were waiting with bated breath for the Transport Minister's aid package. They are a maritime success story and operate many of Air Canada's regional routes. And as Air Canada struggles, Chorus is struggling too. The Saskatoon Airport depends on their planes staying aloft. Mr. Speaker, Liberal MPs in Nova Scotia won't challenge the government on behalf of Chorus, but I will. Why won't the minister expand rapid COVID testing to all airports so airlines can attract customers back onto planes?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. And of course, as I pointed out about 10 days ago, we are working on an aid package with respect to the air sector, and that includes airports as well as airlines. And we are also in parallel, led by the Minister of Health, working on rapid testing. As he will know, there is rapid testing underway at Calgary Airport and a separate test being done at Toronto Airport. We realize that this may be a way of speeding up and reducing quarantine.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec City Bridge is a Canadian heritage symbol, and 5 years ago the Liberals promised to repaint it. But since then, the paint has been drying on the paintbrushes. While the Liberals tried to window dress, to buy time, they retained a negotiator to acquire the bridge. But after 6 months, where is the Charest report? When are they going to release it and apply its recommendations? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada acknowledges the importance of restoring the Quebec City Bridge. In August 2019, Yvon Charest was appointed as a special negotiator with a mandate to recommend options for the restoration of the bridge in cooperation with stakeholders. This is a priority for the Government of Canada. Mr. Charest and myself share one common goal, and that is to see to it that the Quebec City Bridge meets long-term needs in the region of Quebec City. We will keep you abreast of the results of the negotiators' analysis as soon as possible.
Mr. Speaker,
Cases of COVID-19 are growing in Ontario, and modelling suggests that the number of cases could increase dramatically in the coming months. As former Chief Medical Officer of Health for York Region and former Ontario Minister of Health and Long-Term Care, I can see how important federal support has been in Ontario's response to the pandemic. Can the Minister of Health please update us on the investments and support that our government has provided to the province of Ontario to date?
Excellent. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her leadership and her expertise and experience. It certainly has been helpful to me over the past several months to have conversations with her. We've been there to support Ontario all the way through in their responsibility of delivering on health care. In fact, over the summer, 97 cents on every dollar spent on pandemic support in Ontario came from the federal government. We also supported through the Safe Restart Agreement $5.1 billion for effective testing, contact tracing data systems, support for long-term care, 1.78 million rapid tests to date, and of course the Army and the Red Cross have been supporting in long-term care homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities have worked tirelessly to stay safe, but this second wave has hit hard, as we have warned. Océane-Napah, 147 cases. Arviat, up to 26 cases. For First Nations, we're seeing higher rates of infection and increased severity. From mass testing to immediate contact tracing to self-isolation to ventilators, the government must pull out all the stops. What are they going to do for First Nations, Métis, and now Inuit communities to stop the spread of COVID-19?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question and her tireless advocacy on behalf of Indigenous peoples. I do think that she will, and the House will appreciate the update that I have with respect to Opaskwayak. I've been in conversations with Chief Sinclair over the course of the weekend to ensure that the surge capacity of the Government of Canada is there to help the community, as well as in its role as a hub in the coming weeks. We are now at double the active rate than the total cases that occurred during the first wave. This is indeed exceedingly alarming, and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis should know that the Government of Canada will always be there for them, and they will not be left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has reserved 414 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines with 6 private sector contracts. What will this cost taxpayers? For 70 years, government-owned Connaught Labs developed low-cost vaccines and other medicines. This model would ensure the financial viability of a universal pharmacare program in Canada. Will the government return to this model of publicly owned laboratories to develop low-cost medicines and vaccines to serve the greater good?
The Honourable Minister of Innovations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his very important question. And it highlights and underscores our Made in Canada initiative, where we're investing in Canadian ingenuity and creativity and supporting our scientists and researchers. That is why I'm proud to say that we've made significant investments in therapeutics and vaccine initiatives here in Canada. For example, from Vancouver, Abcellera received our support. Also, Medicago from Quebec City. We also invested in VBI in Ottawa, and of course, in Saskatoon through Vital Intervac and Dartmouth's MIV. These are some examples of the Made in Canada solutions that we have come forward with, Mr. Speaker.
And I'm afraid that's all the time we have today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons.
That is all the time we have for today. And now, the member for Abitibi, Baie-James, Nunavut, AU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. The parties have consulted, and if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous support for the following motion, that the House of Commons commemorate the hanging of Louis Riel on November 16th, over 150 years ago. This House asked the government to grant him a pardon as soon as possible. Given that this is a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity and brevity, I will ask all those opposed to express their opposition. All those opposed to the motion proposed by the member will please say nay. We have heard a few nays. We do not have unanimous consent.
Point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if you, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House congratulate President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris on their election, and in recognition of the extraordinary relationship between Canada and the United States, call upon the government to invite both to visit Parliament and to invite Mr. Biden to address Parliament at the earliest safe opportunity to do so.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried. We have a point of order for the honourable member for Scarborough South. Mr. Don.
Don Valley North.
Don Valley, sorry.
But I know Scarborough South is well represented as well. I noticed that some member has their banner as a backdrop, and if you wouldn't mind to clarify that rule for all members, please.
It's a good point of order. The whips and the House leaders, we've had this discussion, and what we're asking the members is to have it as neutral as possible and to reflect what we have here in the chamber. So not to have any statements or anything out of the ordinary, and try to be as neutral as possible. And that is something that we will continue to discuss. And I want to remind all the members to keep their backgrounds as neutral as possible. Thank you. It being 3:10, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Julian relating to the business of supplies. Call in the members. La liste des députés votants.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been set and is ready for use. The question is as follows.
Singh moved that given that since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Canadian billionaires are 37. May I dispense? No? Okay, I will continue. Canadian billionaires are $37 billion richer, while the most vulnerable are struggling. The House calls upon government to put in place a new 1% tax on wealth over $20 million and an excess profit tax on big corporations that have been profiteering from the pandemic, and to reinvest the billions of dollars recouped from these measures to A, expand income security programs, to ensure all individuals residing in Canada have a guaranteed livable basic income. B, may I dispense? No? Okay, very good, I'll continue. B, expand health care, including by putting in place a national dental care program and a universal single-payer public pharmacare program. And C, meaningfully implementing the right to housing with the full plan set out in the Recovery for All campaign, and immediately fund a A for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern housing strategy delivered by Indigenous housing providers. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion, qui participent en personne.
All those in the House in person in favor will please say yea.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion et qui participent en personne veuillent.
All those in person opposed will please rise.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Miss McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mrs. Scholt.
Mrs. Scholt.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Ms. Zerwit.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabara.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Anand Sangre.
Mr. Anand Sangre.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Miss Jasic.
Miss Jasic.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Miss Alislev.
Miss Alislev.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Etchemin-Lévis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Miss Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Miss Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Charbonneau.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Jonca. Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Nous ferons maintenant l'appel des députés qui participent virtuellement.
And now we will hear from those members participating virtually by party order and alphabetical order according to the table list. When your name is called, please indicate whether you are in favor or opposed to the motion. Please ensure that your camera is turned on at all times and that your microphone is turned on only when you vote.
Les députés du Parti libéral.
Liberal members.
Trudeau.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Trudeau, contre, against.
Mr. Algabra.
On a jacket.
Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Algabra, against, contre.
Ms. Anand.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Anand, against, contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Arsenault, contre, against.
Mr. Area.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Area, against, contre.
Mr. Bagnall.
Le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Bagnall.
Le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Baptiste.
I'll just interrupt them. I believe I heard Mr. Bagnall's voice, but the camera wasn't
very
on.
faint.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get him at the end. Very good. Thank you.
So Baptiste again.
Wait. You want to call him again?
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote against.
Baptiste, against. Contre.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against. Contre.
Ms. Bennett.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Bennett, against. Contre.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bessette, contre. Against.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bibeau, contre. Against.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Biddle, against. Contre.
Mr. Blois.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Blois, against. Contre.
Mr. Bertina.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bertina, against. Contre.
Madame Brière.
Contre la proposition.
Madame Brière, contre. Against.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Casey, contre. Against.
Ms. Shager.
Mr. Speaker, against.
Shager, against. Contre.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Chen, against. Contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, contre. Against.
Ms. de Brussen. Ms. de Brussen. Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Demoff, against. Contre.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, against.
Mr. Dong, against. Contre.
Monsieur Drouin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Drouin, contre. Against.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, contre. Against.
Mr. Duguid.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Duguid, contre. Against.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, contre. Against.
Mr. Isasi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Isasi, against. Contre.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ellis, against. Contre.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I abstain on the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, abstention. Abstention.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, contre. Against.
Mr. Fillmore.
Against.
Mr. Fillmore, against. Contre.
Okay. Mr. Finnegan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Finnegan, against. Contre.
Mr. Fisher.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fisher, contre. Against.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Against.
Mr. Fragiscatos, against. Contre.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fraser, against. Contre.
Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Fry, against. Contre.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, contre. Against.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Guilbeault, contre. Against.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Housefather, contre. Against.
Miss Hutchins.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Hutchins, contre. Against.
Monsieur Iacono. Monsieur Iacono.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Joly, contre. Against.
Ms. Jones. Miss Jones. Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, against. Contre.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johari, against. Contre.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against
the motion.
Mr. Callaway against, contre.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Khalid against, contre.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Kara against, contre.
Ms. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk against, contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lalonde, contre, against.
Ms. Lambropoulos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lambropoulos, contre, against.
Ms. Latanzio.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Latanzio, contre, against.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lauzon, contre, against.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président.
Pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Leblanc?
Oui, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc, contre, against.
Madame Leboutillier.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Leboutillier, contre, against.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Je vote contre la motion.
Lefebvre, contre, against.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Long, contre, against.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote against.
Mr. Longfield, against, contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, against, contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, against, contre.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Maloney, against, contre.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, against, contre.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McCrimmon, contre, against.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote contre de la motion.
Mr. McDonald, contre, against.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGinty, against, contre.
Mr. McKay.
Against the motion.
Mr. McKay, against, contre.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, against, contre.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, against, contre.
Mr. Mendicino.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mendicino, against, contre.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Miller, contre, against.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Ms. Monsef, against, contre.
Ms. O'Connell.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. O'Connell, against, contre.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, contre, against.
Mr. Pawlowski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pawlowski, against, contre.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote against the motion.
Qualtrough, against, contre.
Mr. Regan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Regan, contre, against.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers, against, contre.
Mrs. Romanado.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mrs. Romanado, contre, against.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North, against, contre.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sajan, against, contre.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sanson, contre, against.
Mr. Senga.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sanga, against, contre.
Mr. Senga, can you repeat, please? The camera did not kick in.
I vote against the motion.
No reply.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Sanga, against, contre.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Sarai, against, contre.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
I vote against the motion.
Scarpaleggia, against, contre.
Monsieur Schifke.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Schifke, contre, against.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Serré, contre, against.
Ms. Groh.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Grow, contre, against.
Madame Shanahan.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Shanahan, against, contre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, against, contre.
Mr. Sido Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East, against, contre.
Ms. Sido Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South, against, contre.
Mr. Sims.
I vote against.
Mr. Sims, against, contre.
Mr. Spengeman.
I'm against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Spengeman, against, contre.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Tassi, against, contre.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, against, contre.
Mr. Van Buyden.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Van Buyden, contre, against.
Mr. Vancouverden.
I vote against.
Mr. Vancouverden, against, contre.
Monsieur Vandal.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Vandal, contre, against.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Vandenbeld, against, contre.
Mr. Vaughan.
I abstain.
Mr. Vaughan, abstention, abstention.
Mr. Varani.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Varani, contre, against.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Weiler, contre, against.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, against, contre.
Miss Yip.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Yip, contre, against.
Miss Young.
Je suis contre la motion.
Ms. Young, contre, against.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Zaid, against, contre.
Miss Zan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Zan, contre, against.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Je vote contre la motion. I'm against the motion.
Mr. Zuberi, contre, against.
Les députés du Parti conservateur.
Mr. Al-Boutaif.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Bouteyev, contre, against.
Mr. Aitchison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against the motion.
Aitchison, against, contre.
Mr. Albus.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Albus, contre, against.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Allison, against, contre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Arnold, against, contre.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Barlow, against, contre.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote nay. Against.
Mr. Barrett, against, contre.
Mr. Benzin.
I vote against.
Mr. Benzin, against, contre.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Berthold, contre, against.
Mr. Bazan.
I am opposed to the motion.
Mr. Bazan, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the motion.
Bazan, against, contre.
Thank you.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, against, contre.
Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Carey.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Carey, contre, against.
Mr. Chu.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chu, against, contre.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cooper, against, contre.
Mr. Dalton.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Dalton, contre, against.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Dancho, against, contre.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Davidson, against, contre.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, against, contre.
Mr. Diot.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Diot, against, contre.
Mr. Dowdall.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, against, contre.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Epp against Cont.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster against Cont.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Falk Provencher against Cont.
Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. President, I vote against the motion.
Finley, South Surrey, White Rock against Cont.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Vote against the motion.
Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk against Cont.
Monsieur Généreux.
Vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Généreux, contre against.
Mr. Jenis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Jenis against Cont.
Ms. Gledoux.
Je vote contre la motion.
Gledoux, contre against.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Godin against Cont.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Gourde, contre against.
Ms. Gray.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Gray against Cont.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hallan against Cont.
Ms. Harder.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Harder against Cont.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hoback, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
I vote against the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Hoback against Cont.
Ms. Jensen.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jensen against Cont.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Genereux against Cont.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kent against Cont.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kitchen against Cont.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Kimmich against Cont.
Mr. Cram.
I vote against the motion.
Cram against Cont.
Mr. Couric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Couric against Cont.
Mrs. Cousy. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Lake.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lake against Cont.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, contre against.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex, contre against.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote against the motion.
Leipert against Cont.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lloyd against Cont.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lobb against Cont.
Mr. Lukivsky.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lukivsky against Cont.
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McKenzie against Cont.
Mr. McGuire.
Vote against.
Mr. McGuire against Cont.
Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Martel.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Martel contre against.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mazier against Cont.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West against Cont.
Mr. McColman.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McColman against Cont.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLean against Cont.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. MacLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou against Cont.
Mr. Malilo.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Malilo against Cont.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Moore against Cont.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Morantz against Cont.
Mr. Motts.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Motts against Cont.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Nader against Cont.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Patzer against Cont.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Polyev against Cont.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Reyes against Cont.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote against the motion.
Redekop against Cont.
Mr. Reid.
Against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reid against Cont.
Ms. Rempel Gardner.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Rempel Gardner against Cont.
Ms. Rood.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Rood against Cont.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Soroya against Cont.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Shear against Cont.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Schmale against Cont.
Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Shields against Cont.
Miss Shin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Shin, Cont against.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Shipley against Cont.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Soroka against Cont.
Mr. Stanton.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Stanton, Cont against.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Stanley against Cont.
Mr. Strahl.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Strahl against Cont.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sweet against Cont.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tucker against Cont.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Van Pupta against Cont.
Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Vidal.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Vidal against Cont.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Viersen against Cont.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Viss against Cont.
Mr. Workington.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Workington against Cont.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Waugh against Cont.
Mr. Weber.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Weber against Cont.
Mr. Williamson.
Pardon me, I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Williamson against Cont.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Wong against Cont.
Mr. Yerdiga.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Yerdiga against Cont.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Zimmer against Cont.
Les députés du bloc.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, contre, against.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Je suis contre cette motion.
Bergeron, contre, against.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Boudria, contre, against.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, contre, against.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Chabot, contre, against.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Desbiens, contre, against.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, contre, against.
Madame Godreau.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Godreau, contre, against.
Madame Gill.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Gill, contre, against.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Larouche, contre, against.
Monsieur Lemire.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, contre, against.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote contre la motion.
I would ask all members who are not voting to please mute their microphones. Otherwise, their picture shows up. We can all see them, but we know that's not their turn to vote. And could I get, I'm sorry, who was it? Madame Michaud. Madame Michaud, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Michaud, contre, against.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Normandin, contre, against.
Madame Posé.
Contre la motion.
Madame Posé, contre, against.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Perron, contre, against.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote contre la motion.
Plamondon, contre, against.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, contre, against.
Monsieur Simard.
Contre la motion.
Monsieur Simard, contre, against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote contre la motion.
Sainte-Marie, contre, against.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote contre la motion.
Rio, contre, against.
Monsieur Terrien.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Terrien, contre, against.
Madame Vignola.
Je suis contre la motion.
Madame Vignola, contre, against.
Les députés du nouveau...
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Singh, for, pour.
Mr. Angus.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Angus, for, pour.
Miss Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Ashton, for, pour.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, for, pour.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River, for, pour.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ulris, pour, for.
Miss Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Collins, for, pour.
Mr. Davies.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davies, for, pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Garrison, for, pour.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gazan, for, pour.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Green, for, pour.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, for, pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Hughes, pour, for.
Miss Kwan.
I am for the motion.
Miss Kwan, for, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor, for, pour.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Massey, for, pour.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss Matheson, for, pour.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss McPherson, for, pour.
Les députés du Parti vert.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Atwin, for, pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley, for, pour.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I vote for the motion.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands, for, pour.
Les députés indépendants.
Independent members.
Mr. Tabera.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tabera, for, pour.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
The question they're going to ask me, how much do I make now? Like $250?
I'm sorry, Ms. Raybolt. I want to remind the honourable members to turn off their microphones when they're not voting. Ms. Raybolt, please continue. Or Wilson Raybolt, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain from voting on the motion.
Mrs. Wilson Raybold, abstention.
How come you didn't call my name?
Very good. If your name was not mentioned, please hang on for a second. Assuming that you did not hear the question, or that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Mr. Bagnall. We have problems with sound. Okay, we've got a thumbs down.
Mr. Bagnall, contre, against.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones, against, contre.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Iacono, contre, against.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote, I don't know if you can hear me, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Brassard, against, contre.
Did that work? Okay, good.
Mr. Duncan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, Elkin-Gary, contre, against.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fast, against, contre.
Ms. Kuzi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai entendu les questions et je vote contre la motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, contre, against.
Monsieur Desilets.
Petit problème technique, désolé, je vote contre la motion. Merci.
Monsieur Desilets, contre, against.
Mr. O'Regan. Can you show a thumbs up or down? We didn't get any sound. Very good. Thank you.
Mr. O'Regan, against, contre.
I believe Ms. Ratanzi had a point of order, but she didn't put her hand up, so.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't, oops, Daisy. I didn't have a point of order. I just wanted to say that I didn't hear the question, so I couldn't vote.
Very good. Thank you very much. Well, that's noted.
Yeas pour 27, 27. Nays contre 292, 292.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
The motion is defeated.
We have a point of order, Ms. Jansen.
Yes, a few minutes ago, you just instructed all members to have a neutral background in view, not to have any props. And yet, one of our members that voted here ignored you and held up a prop while abstaining. I wonder if maybe it needs to be repeated.
Very good. I will repeat that. For all the members, whether you are, order. Whether you're voting or abstaining, we ask you to keep a very neutral background. One that reflects what is going on in the chamber. Alors, je vous demande tous de votre background.
I would ask everyone to have the most neutral background possible, please.
Jansen? Very good. Let everybody calm down. Okay, it looks like people are lingering and talking. I just want to call to order, s'il vous plaît, à l'ordre. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, Bracket A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 55 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of the government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs entitled Main Estimates 2020-21. I also have the honor to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to the motion adopted on Tuesday, October 27, 2020, regarding investment in broadband in Northern Canada. And I also have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to the motion adopted on Tuesday, October 27, 2020, regarding condolences to the family of Joyce Echequan.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to present today a petition that the table clerks have received. It is petition number 106-19174. Petitioners are calling on the government to observe that the Canadian public is very interested in seeing an electoral reform process under the form of a citizens' assembly. They are also calling on this Parliament and the House of Commons assembled to establish a national citizens' assembly on electoral reform and require that assembly to complete its work within 12 months such that the recommendations can be included in the conduct of our next general federal election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Questions 2, 5, 15 to 17, 19, 33, 35, 46, 48, 61, 63 to 65, 78, 85, 87, and 88.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 1, 3, 4, 6 to 14, 18, 20 to 32, 34, 36 to 45, 47, 49 to 60, 62, 66 to 77, 79 to 84, 86, and 89 to 97 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions or the remaining questions be made orders and returned, and tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 40 minutes this evening. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to continue on my comments where I started off this morning on a very important piece of legislation. And one only needs to take a look at the bill number in itself to get a sense in terms of just why this has been a priority for the government. Mr. Speaker, survivors of sexual assaults need to be treated with respect and dignity. And this, to me, encapsulates why it's so important that we see this legislation ultimately passed. You know, it's not the first time we've had this discussion or this debate in the House of Commons. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, we had a member from the Conservative Party through Bill 337 introduce the bill. Just a little bit of a modification, I must say, Mr. Speaker, as to what it is right now. But it's the essence the same bill. And it was the former interim leader of the Conservative Party, Rona Ambrose, that brought it forward to the House. At the time, Mr. Speaker, and one could talk and reflect in terms of what was happening at the time, but the bottom line was that what we saw was support from all sides of the House. And it was actually quite encouraging, Mr. Speaker. You yourself might remember, I should say, that in the last Parliament, it didn't take long for that particular private member's bill to hit the floor of the House of Commons and receive the unanimous support of all members of the House. And ultimately, it did pass through the different stages here in the House. And unfortunately, once it got into the Senate, it kind of got stuck. And as opposed to getting into the politics as to why it got stuck, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is it never passed through the Senate. Mr. Speaker, there were members on all sides of the House that were somewhat disappointed that it never got the support that was required in order to get out of the Senate. And to the degree in which members from within my own political party, prior to the last federal election, incorporated the idea into our actual platform, Mr. Speaker. So it didn't matter what area of the country one was in. You had Liberal candidates that were aware of the platform and campaigned on the issue, recognizing, as I started my comments off by saying, survivors of sexual assaults need to be treated with respect and dignity. And that is something in which I believe is universally accepted amongst all members of this House, both today and in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker. We actually had it not that long ago go through second reading here in the House of Commons once again. And what was encouraging is that I believe there was an intent to have a recorded vote because we wanted to be able to demonstrate very clearly that all members of the House of Commons, no matter what political party they're of or belong to, or if they're sitting as independents, support this very important piece of legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, it was very encouraging to see that. And if you take a look at the minister that was responsible in terms of bringing Bill C-3 to the House, you will find that it was a part of his mandate letter. The Prime Minister started a process a number of years ago when issuing mandate letters to ministers, that those mandate letters would become public in time, Mr. Speaker. And if you take a look at the mandate letter of this particular minister, you will see that it is there. And one of the reasons as to why it is that, again, we're seeing it as a priority issue coming forward. Mr. Speaker, during second reading, or even in the last Parliament, one of the things that I had noted in many of the different comments from members, in particular from the official opposition and others, was focusing in on comments that were made by judges. And I think that the public as a whole would be surprised to the degree in which some of those comments were made. What it did is it demonstrated a clear lack of respect and the impact that that had on women, Mr. Speaker, that have gone through this brutal incidences was quite significant. And those individuals, you didn't even have to be a subject of a physical sexual assault in order to appreciate the fact that those comments in certain situations were highly inappropriate. Now, it's an interesting system we have in Canada. We understand the importance of rule of law. We understand the importance of an independent judiciary system, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I think it was very important the manner in which this legislation was brought through, and ultimately what's within the legislation that I believe clearly respects judicial independence, Mr. Speaker. And so for those that might have concerns in regards to that, I would refer them to take a look at whether it was the debates here on the floor of the House, or if you take a look at the discussions that had taken place in our standing committees. And it's hours and hours of discussion and debate, Madam Speaker. You will find that there is recognition of the importance of judicial independence. It is something that I, too, respect, as I know all members of the House respect. Mr. Speaker, I listened in terms of what it is, the core of this legislation and what it does. It ensures that there is a better understanding and insights as to the myths and stereotypes that are around the issue of sexual assaults. And it takes that and incorporates it into something that would allow for educational training of judges prior to their actual appointments, Madam Speaker. It ensures that there is a higher sense of accountability on the issue of that sensitivity training, Madam Speaker, for new judges. And when I look across the way, or I have had the opportunity to talk with many people in regards to this, the support has virtually been unanimous, Madam Speaker. I cannot recall one person saying to me that this is legislation that should not be supported. And I think that we should all be encouraged by that. I have had some provide additional comments and additional things that we could be doing. I've had some raise the issue of things such as judicial independence, and I attempted to deal with that particular issue in my comments, Madam Speaker. But I do believe that this training is something that would be of great benefit to our community as a whole. Now, it's not the first time that the federal government has demonstrated an interest in doing something with respect to the issues. You know, in the 2017 budget, there was actually a budget allocation to encourage that judges have more access to professional development, Madam Speaker. It was a multi-million dollar commitment that would ultimately see judges have more professional development. And that is something which is encouraged in many different professions, Madam Speaker. And it's important to recognize that the Canadian Judicial Council plays the critical role in ensuring that that professional development does at least occur in part, Madam Speaker. You know, in fact, through that particular council, my understanding is that we will receive an annual report that will be coming to us, Madam Speaker, just to reflect on the legislation that we're passing. Again, providing a higher sense of accountability. Through this debate, we've heard other members talk about other potential areas of concern. Systemic racism is a very real issue. Many of my constituents have raised the issue. I've had numerous emails, not only from Winnipeg North, from outside of the constituency that I represent, trying to emphasize the issue of systemic racism. And that is something that maybe, possibly, that we'll see something more tangible come out of. And this is where the Canadian Judicial Council plays a very important role. Often you will find that there's a very high bar that the public as a whole has for our judicial system, where our judges are held in high esteem and respected for the fine work that they do, Madam Speaker. But all of us at different points in time can look at ways in which we can enhance our skills and our knowledge, and seeing professional development opportunities is an excellent way of doing that. And that's why I was glad that we have not only a government that recognizes a good idea when it saw it back a few years back or a couple of years ago in regards to Bill 337 from Ms. Ambrose, but we moved forward on that idea, brought it back in the form of legislation, but we're also investing resources, financial resources. And those financial resources, again, will be invested encouraging that professional development. In the conservative critic, or the conservative member from Calgary, Mindapur, spoke earlier today on the bill, Madam Speaker, and talked at great length in regards to Rona Ambrose and how she was inspired by her, and then went on to talk about other conservative members and some of their accomplishments. I think it's important to recognize that in our history, here in the House of Commons and beyond, obviously, there have been some incredible, strong women that have provided inspiration to many, both young male and female and alike, Madam Speaker. You know, one can talk about some of our current ministers, as the member across the way talked about some of her caucus colleagues and those that were before her. You know, I think of whether it's our Minister of Finance and the important role she is taking us through in regards to the pandemic, and not to mention the overall finances of our nation. I could talk about leadership from our other ministers in dealing with things such as disability programs. You know, I mentioned in the question to the member from Calgary, Mindapur, about my daughter, Cindy. And Cindy has learned about what we were doing here in Ottawa on this issue. And she right away jumped on it and said that this is something that we should be doing in the province without me even having to say anything, Madam Speaker. And she raises it in such a way that hopefully we will see this type of legislation brought into the Manitoba legislature. Other provincial jurisdictions, some of my colleagues here have mentioned the province of Ontario. I believe it's Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick is one of the Atlantic provinces, Madam Speaker, that has also brought in legislation of a similar nature. Because it is important that we look at ways in which we could see an expansion, because not all judges are federal appointments. You know, in order to have the policy even be more effective, it would be nice to see more provinces across Canada support it in the same fashion that we see here in Ottawa, where you get all parties getting behind legislation and supporting it. Because in my books, this piece of legislation is a no-brainer. Everyone should be supporting it. So as I would encourage my daughter to move forward on this idea, I would encourage the province of Manitoba. But I would go beyond that. I would encourage all provincial jurisdictions to look in terms of what it is that we're hoping to pass in Ottawa. And I think that it would be that much stronger if we saw provinces and territories move in the same direction. I believe you're trying to tell me my time's already expired, Madam Speaker, so I'll leave it at that.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for l'honorable député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague's remarks. Liberals sometimes there are some issues with Liberal donors and influence on judges, and I'm not going to get into that, but I did want to mention it. My question now. It is essential that judges take into account the social context. I feel that that is essential. There was an addition about systemic racism. There is racism in Quebec and in Canada, and I'm open to discussing that. But my question is about the word systemic. What does the colleague mean when he says systemic racism?
Madam Speaker, I believe that from my perspective, that there are barriers that are in place or stereotypes or myths that are there that have fed systemic racism. And, you know, racism is very hurtful. Sometimes it's unintentional, yet it occurs. Sometimes it is intentional. And we need to recognize that it doesn't matter. All racism hurts. And as a society, as leaders of our community, as parliamentarians of whatever political stripes we may have, that we all have a role in, number one, recognizing its existence, and number two, doing what we can to fight racism on a number of fronts. I personally believe the best way you fight racism is through education, cross-cultural awareness. And I hope that at some point we will see more of a discussion about racism on the floor of the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. And I guess my question closely resembles the one that we just heard from the Bloc Québécois, and it does focus on that term, the terms systemic racism and systemic discrimination. We did have a little bit of a debate about these terms at committee, and ultimately the committee decided that adding reference to those two terms was important when we were talking about social context. context. And I, for one, am glad we did. I'd just like to hear the members' thoughts on why it's important that we do have this very important federal statute making explicit reference to systemic racism, to systemic discrimination. And furthermore, because we know that just amending legislation is not going to be the end all of solving this problem, what further steps is the federal government prepared to take to truly meet and fix systemic racism and discrimination in our justice system, while acknowledging that we must also work with the provinces?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that I appreciate the question, and we do need to look at the social context of our communities. And in certain areas, one could see racism more than other areas. And in certain ways, I believe that when we talk about dealing with the issue of racism, that it is indeed fairly complex, but it is achievable where there's a political will to have an impact on the issue. So, for example, the member made reference to the provinces. I would argue from school boards to municipalities to the provinces to Ottawa and Indigenous leaders, the many other stakeholders, we all have a role to play in dealing with systemic racism. And the key to me, the common thread, I believe, in terms of resolving it in the long term, is that of education. Education, tolerance. Those are the types of things that we need to focus attention on, and looking at the broader picture of the social context in which it occurs.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank our Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech as well. He's always gives good speeches and very passionate about the issues. This idea of putting social context, systemic racism, and systemic discrimination into this bill is important. This is, it's cultural competency. It's cultural safety. This is a process that the healthcare system in British Columbia has been implementing for training doctors and medical professionals. And this system is moving across to other places in the country because it's important that people understand social context and understand how discrimination works in an institutionalized way. So my question to the honorable member would be, what other areas under federal jurisdiction would you see this kind of cultural competency and cultural safety implemented to train people, to educate people, for instance, really with Indigenous people in this country on the systemic racism that they face and the colonial history that they've had to deal with?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, for me personally, Madam Speaker, I don't think that it could be wide enough in terms of the spectrum with respect to us being able to provide the types of supports and that cross-cultural awareness. In fact, during the early 90s, when I was in MLA, it was the Manitoba Intercultural Council, I believe, that provided a report on combating racism, and their conclusion, at least in part, one of the recommendations was saying cross-cultural awareness is best achieved through education in the broader sense, and I still believe that today. The member makes reference, for example, what is the federal government's role? I believe to demonstrate national leadership on the issue. We do that by the actions that we take. For example, this particular piece of legislation, by the appointment of a Minister of Diversity. There's different things that we can do that will have an impact. Take a look at whether it's our military, civil servants. We're today talking about the judicial system. I think there's all sorts of things that the government can do. And not only is it important to take it into consideration for legislation, but in addition to legislation, we should also be looking at monetary ways of doing things and just working with other jurisdictions and appealing to them. The healthcare is an excellent example. We had an incident in the province of Quebec when I was an MLA a number of years ago. We had an Indigenous person that sat in an emergency that had been deceased for like hours. I can't recall the exact number of hours, but I believe it was 20 hours or something of that nature, 20 plus hours. Mr. Harper sat in an emergency there. He had passed away. No one had noticed he had passed away. It's there, it's real, and it would be nice to see it dealt with.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires? Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Fredericton. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act at report stage, which mandates, among other things, education for judges on matters related to sexual assault and requires judges to provide a written reason for their ruling in such cases. This is now the third time that this bill has returned to the House in one form or another. It was first introduced in 2017 by then interim Conservative leader Rona Ambrose, but died in the other place when the writs were dropped for the 2019 election. The current Minister of Justice reintroduced the bill with changes that were recommended by the other place in the first session of this Parliament. But it too died on the order paper when Parliament was prorogued. In both previous instances and at second reading, this bill received unanimous support from all parties in the House. And I believe that for proposed changes like these, no matter how small, to receive unanimous support not once, but 3 separate times in 2 different parliaments, speaks to their importance and necessity. We have heard from victims of sexual assault and have come to understand that it is among the most destructive acts that anyone could ever experience, leaving a deep wound in their lives, damaging their confidence, their self-worth, their ability to trust, and to experience emotional intimacy. Sexual violence is so destructive to the human person that it is considered a war crime if used as an act of subjugation. Sexual assault is also a betrayal. In over half of cases, the victims know the perpetrator. It could be a family member, a friend, or an authority figure. It is a betrayal of the inherent trust we place in each other to respect and care for one another as human beings. It is a betrayal of the human condition in place of being treated like an object. We have also heard that individuals do not react to this betrayal in the same way. Some react in anger or pain, fear or denial, perhaps trying to forget the betrayal because the reality is too painful for them to bear, believing that by admitting they are victims, it would somehow change who they are, or that admitting that someone they love and trust is capable of such violence is unthinkable, or perhaps by continuing to live in fear of their abuser, fear that telling anyone, changing anything, might make things worse. Compound this with the knowledge of what they will be up against should they choose to report an assault. Our justice system has fallen behind our understanding of the impact of these crimes on the lives of the victims and how they react, instead relying on outdated stereotypes that deeply harm women and men who have experienced sexual violence. As the minister noted in his remarks at the beginning of this debate, there is no room in our courts for harmful myths or stereotypes. We have all heard of the insensitive and grotesque comments by judges during sexual assault cases, including the appalling comment that was the impetus for Ms. Ambrose to introduce this bill. And while we've heard these comments, I am convinced we do not fully understand the devastating impact they have on those who have experienced sexual assault. As noted by my colleague from South Surrey, White Rock, in her intervention, our justice system rightly relies on the legal principle that one is considered innocent until proven guilty, an international human right under the UN's Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 11. This has proven itself to be the most resilient form of justice in history and has protected citizens from government tyranny through the burden of proof. But it is that same burden of proof that re-victimizes those who have experienced sexual assault. It can't help but do so. When victims appear in court, they are forced to relive the worst day of their lives over and over again, whether it is in statements to police, in conversations with prosecutors, in courtrooms, and in cross-examination. They watch as someone undertakes to find contradictions or mistakes in their testimony, use any small error or discrepancy or perceived character flaw to convince a jury that the entire story is incredible, or worse, a slanderous lie. And through this entire process, they may feel like they are poked and prodded and treated like a piece of evidence. I can only imagine what is weighed and measured as one contemplates filing a report. Is it any wonder that the Justice Department estimates that only 5% of sexual assaults are reported? In acknowledging that our justice system is imperfect, we must continue to hold fast to the legal principle of innocent until proven guilty, while at the same time doing everything we can to improve how victims are treated within that system. This is not to say that there are no supports for victims already in place. Quite the opposite, Madam Speaker. Police do receive training to help victims as much as possible. Support groups provide assistance in whatever way is necessary, including 24-hour personal availability. Prosecutors learn how to care about the person, not just the case. Does it not then make sense to ensure that those aspiring to be judges have similar training? If the purpose of this bill, to improve the interaction between sexual assault survivors and the judiciary, is realized, then it will go a long way in helping to restore their confidence in our justice system. As I referenced earlier, Bill C-3 amends the Judges Act to require that anyone eligible to be appointed a judge undertake to participating in continuing education on matters related to sexual assault law and social context. And it includes a subsection to clarify the establishment and topics of seminars that must be attended. And finally, C3 would require judges to provide in writing the reasons for their decisions in sexual assault cases. Victims will no longer be left guessing about the reasons for a particular ruling. This will also go a long way in increasing the trust in our judicial system by shedding light on the decision-making process itself. Madam Speaker, Rona Ambrose spoke about the importance of this bill when it was first retabled and how it goes beyond partisan lines. And I quote, "Supporting victims of sexual assault and improving our justice system and building confidence in our justice system is one of those issues. From the very beginning, this has been about all the members of Parliament in the House, no matter the stripe, putting partisanship aside. It is important for Parliament to remain focused and committed to doing just that, Madam Speaker." In closing, I would like to thank Rona Ambrose for first introducing this bill, the Minister of Justice for reintroducing it, and the Justice Committee for their thoughtful study on its contents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Carleton Trail Eagle Creek. She made an excellent speech. And in fact, she has the nicest last name, in my opinion, in this House. But to get to the heart of the matter, I just wanted to mention in this bill that there was something that was added in committee regarding systemic discrimination. And so we can be for or against that concept. I believe that there is systemic racism. For example, against Indigenous people, I think that's one of the most obvious forms of systemic racism in Canada today. But that's not the purpose of this bill. So I would just like to know from this member whether she believes that this addition simply only waters down the bill's goal. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for the question. Not having been in committee, not having been part of the deliberations around the bill, and certainly contemplating amendments that would be made to the bill, I do rely on my colleagues who are at the table to put thought and due diligence towards any amendments that will be presented to a piece of legislation at committee. I too did look at the term social context because I know that was part of the bill, and looked at the definition of it. And I have heard today through others who have made interventions that systemic racism and systemic discrimination were terms that were included, that the committee decided to reference both in providing clarity to the term of social context. I could imagine that if there were issues with it at committee, those would have been raised and duly noted. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Niagara.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her heartfelt remarks and her support for this bill. I was hoping maybe the member could speak to her thoughts on the impact of this bill being passed on those, not only on the justice system itself, but those victims of sexual assault.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Train Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question and the opportunity to reiterate that I believe when Ms. Ambrose introduced this bill in the last Parliament, that she was responding to issues that she saw within our judicial system that needed to be addressed. I think this bill will go a long way, as I said in my remarks, to building confidence and building trust in our judiciary and our judicial system by victims of sexual assault, knowing that judges have agreed to and have undertaken the kind of education that will help them understand the social context and all of the issues when making their rulings in these cases. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to say thank you to my colleague for her beautiful speech. And I think we can't lose track about the reason that this bill was introduced in the first place, because sexual assault is such a horrendous crime. And for too long, judges and the justice system have not really given it its due. And it's made it very difficult for women to come forward when they have been assaulted. And if you add systemic racism to that, it makes it even more difficult for many women who are racialized as well. And I think it's about time that this bill was, in fact, passed. My question for her is, what does she see as the benefits of this bill for women across Canada once it is passed?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Train Eagle Creek, 10 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for the question. You know, I want to go back, I did go back and review the speech that was given by the minister when it was introduced in the House. I also went back to a couple of speeches made by colleagues on this side of the House. And it is my understanding that this bill was designed to enhance public confidence in our criminal justice system, and in particular, the confidence of survivors of sexual assault. And I know that the minister made the observation that it is hard to imagine anyone more vulnerable in the criminal justice system than the women who find the courage to report sexual assault. And so it is my hope that not only will they have taken the courage, but that will be rewarded with a system that actually is responsive to them. Thank you.
Prise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm thankful to once again speak to Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code regarding training for judges in sexual assault. At first reading, we heard amazing speeches from engaged and passionate parliamentarians across party lines. I agree with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader in his remarks this afternoon that these rounds of debate demonstrate a level of cooperation within our minority parliament that I too appreciate and would love to see more of. I would like to use my time today to speak to the opportunity that I had to participate in the Justice and Human Rights Committee in tabling my first amendments as a Member of Parliament. As a member of an unofficial party, my opportunities to get involved in these important matters are both broad and limiting. In a 3-person caucus, I hold 10 critic files and I monitor 10 committees. However, I am not, sorry, I lost my slide. However, I'm a member of an unofficial party. My opportunities to be involved are at the discretion of different members. I'm not a regular face on the Justice and Human Rights Committee. However, I was welcomed and treated with respect, and I wish to formally thank all members for their hospitality. I also wish to thank my incredible team, en particulier mon adjoint parlementaire pour son travail et son...
I'd like to thank my team for their hard work.
I want to celebrate that one of the 4 amendments that I tabled was accepted. I sincerely appreciate the support as well as the feedback I received in this venture. More importantly, I am thrilled for what this amendment means for Canadians, for women, for victims of sexual assault, and as a meaningful step towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada. I tabled 3 other amendments that echoed those put forward by my Liberal and NDP colleagues. I joined in their concern for adequately clarifying social context, as it can and does include a variety of subjects. My team and I listen to organizations and advocates and consider it essential to understand the intersection of systemic oppression and gender identity and the dynamic it plays in the perpetuation of sexual violence. I was alone, however, in addressing the need to include Indigenous voices in the development of the training seminars and in recognizing the impact on Indigenous peoples due to the failures within the justice system. My amendment to Section 60, subsection 3 of the Act, as detailed by Bill C-3, ensures that Indigenous leaders and representatives of Indigenous communities will be included in consultations to develop seminars for judges related to sexual assault law. With this in place, seminars on matters related to sexual assault law will be developed after consultation with Indigenous leaders and representatives of Indigenous communities. It enshrines Indigenous leadership up front, not consultation after the fact, as we have seen time and time again. It embeds meaningful recognition that Indigenous women and girls face rates of sexual assault 3 times higher than for non-Indigenous Canadians. We cannot continue to ignore the prevalence of sexual violence and its impacts on Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit women. I believe that this is essential and that this section explicitly mentions the need for involvement of Indigenous leaders and representatives in the development of these seminars. This amendment is consistent with the spirit of the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and it represents a significant act with respect to the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I will celebrate this win, but with a commitment to continue to push from all angles ways to ensure that the dignity and rights of Indigenous peoples are upheld in this country. I will say that I received interesting comments about this amendment that suggested it was perceived as too complicated to explicitly highlight Indigenous peoples in this bill, as it is a slippery slope to begin to name different groups, as I quote. I was taken aback by this, especially considering that same week that we debated in this House a bill that would have Indigenous peoples recognized in our citizenship oath, distinctly recognized as the first peoples of this land, as a critical step on our path towards reconciliation. Therefore, I reject the notion of a slippery slope to include Indigenous leaders and representatives in this amendment. It is never my intention to exclude when highlighting Indigenous peoples, rather the opposite. Within the worldview that I was taught is an inclusion of all life and all peoples, including Two-Spirited, including Black Canadians, and other peoples of color. Additionally, this amendment was never outside the realm of possibility, as its intent was included in the Way Forward, the RCMP Sexual Assault Review and Victim Support Action Plan, where the RCMP outlined their commitment to the development of a sexual assault training curriculum, including mandatory education about the history of colonialism and racism in Canada, the role of racism and sexual assault myths and misconceptions, and that this training be developed in consultation with frontline workers, survivors, and organizations that reflect a diversity of backgrounds, including Black and Indigenous women, girls, trans, and non-binary people. I would go even further to suggest that if we include Indigenous leadership and representatives at all levels of government and in all sectors in Canada, we will all be the better for it. I wish to end tonight with my condolences and my love and prayers for the family of Chantel Moore, who are dealing with yet another immeasurable loss while awaiting the report from the inquest into her death. We cannot take these issues lightly. We cannot ignore that as conversations about consent and violence against women have evolved generationally, so too have conversations around systemic racism. As we empower today's bench with the education that they need to assess questions of consent and rape, so too must we empower them with an understanding of systemic racism and the way those issues intersect. By passing Bill C-3, we tell the women of Canada, including Indigenous women, that they matter, that we believe them, and that we will be doing everything within our power to ensure justice for crimes against them, and that no longer will a biased judgment from an uneducated judge prevent this from happening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? L'honorable député Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. I think here in this House, we all agree that this bill should go forward. So in order just to continue the debate, I know that in Quebec, there have been discussions of a tribunal for sexual crimes due to an initiative, of Véronique Yvon's initiative, and I would like to ask my colleague what she thinks of this idea of a special tribunal for sexual crimes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Merci, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that important question.
An excellent idea, and I think that works very well, for Quebecers, and I would be very interested to see that in other jurisdictions as well. So perhaps we could draw a little bit from their lead and use this model in other places. But for now, I think Bill C-3 and what we're working on today in Parliament is something to be very proud of as Canadians. But certainly there's more work to be done, and I don't think there's anything bad with further investigations into these kinds of issues. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for, again, her incredible speech, and I have to say I agree wholeheartedly, and I want to thank her for bringing this issue forward and including it in this important bill. I would say, aren't we getting tired of trying to explain to people what systemic racism is? And people should just accept the fact that it is there, that sometimes it's unconscious. That's why it's systemic. And that we need to now move forward and just accept that racism, in fact, does exist. And it is systemic. And when it comes to women, it just adds on another layer of troubles to get through to try and make our voices heard and to have the justice and dignity that we deserve. What would my honourable colleague say to that?
Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her question and for her kind words. I know that we both care deeply about these issues. Absolutely, I am frustrated in having to kind of defend what systemic racism is or define it for individuals who refuse to accept it. And it's something I see on social media a lot. Anytime we put something out about this kind of issue, people will say, this is an American issue. It's not something that's happening in Canada. Stop bringing this up. It's making it an issue. And that is just, it's ignoring the fact that we all have exactly. We have responsibility not only to acknowledge it, but to do something about it. So I think to get bogged down in a debate about whether it exists or not is just ridiculous, and actually it's a waste of our time. So I'm thankful that we're seeing more and more people come out and outright acknowledge and understand what it is. But still, that work is there for the actions behind eradicating it. So thank you once again for drawing attention to that.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for. Sorry, for Nanaimo Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member from Fredericton for her speech and thank her for her tireless advocacy on these issues of discrimination and systemic discrimination and seeing it for what it is and understanding it. That cultural safety and cultural competency are something that all professionals need to learn in every profession. And I think that that the amendments that the honourable member has put forward to this bill are valuable, and I'm pleased to see that the committee has supported them and they're included in the bill. I don't have a question in particular. I just wanted to thank the honourable member for her work, and if she'd like to comment further on some of the ideas that she has on how we can better train all professionals in this country to understand systemic racism, I'd appreciate that.
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Before I came to the House of Commons, my work was in education, and I worked in anti-racism education and in indigenizing curriculum within our public spaces and in our schools, and that work will continue. I'm so honored to have the opportunity to do it from this vantage point, but this is a commitment that I've made a long time ago, and I do believe that education is the key to eradicating systemic racism in our communities, and we all need to call out the overt racism that we're also seeing. So there's many layers to this, but it takes all of us. And I just thank you for that comment and the question.
Before we proceed, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Renfrew-Nipissing.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, the Canada Revenue Agency, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, Public Services and Procurement, the honourable member for Bellechasse-Teshma-Lévis, Infrastructure.
Debate, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to see you in that chair. Thank you for presiding over tonight's great debate that we're having, and I can see that, this is no exception to the previous times this bill has been before this House, that all of the parties are very much in support of us doing more. So today I rise in support of Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. This bill is a key step to ensuring that each individual who interacts with our justice system is treated with dignity, respect, and the compassion that they deserve. I'm eager to see this important bill continue to move through the legislative process. Bill C-3 would amend the Judges Act to ensure that all newly appointed provincial superior court judges take part in training on social context and sexual assault law. This bill would also propose that when a Canadian Judicial Council develops seminars on sexual assault law, it does so following consultation with groups that counsel and consider appropriate, such as sexual assault survivors and organizations supporting them. Bill C-3 also seeks to have the Council report to the Minister of Justice on the seminars offered related to sexual assault law and social context. Finally, the bill would require judges to provide reasons for their decision under certain sexual assault provisions of the Criminal Code. I think this would be a great step forward. At this time, our House is not necessarily aware of all of the judges that are going through the currently available programs, and so I think having this transparency will be a great step forward. Today, I'd like to really focus my remarks on the importance of social context training for judges. In particular, I'd like to address how the social context education provisions in Bill C-3 would help ensure an inclusive justice system that is free of systemic racism and systemic discrimination. Each individual who appears in court is more than a claimant, a respondent, or a witness. They are not just a name on a legal document or a face in a courtroom. An individual's engagement with the justice system is deeply intertwined with their life outside of the court. They bring with them to court their experiences, their story, and their context. To ensure that all people who engage with the justice system are treated respectfully and fairly and equally, judges need to understand the realities of individuals who appear before them. Bill C-3 recognizes this need. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to really talk about certain cases that have really come to the forefront and come to light recently. When we speak about the realities that individuals face in the social context of whether it's their upbringing or the religious group they belong to, the ethnic group that they belong to, how they were raised, the socioeconomic impacts that they have had to live with. You just don't know a person until you have walked a mile in their shoes. And that's a commonly used phrase. And I don't think we expect that judges would just know all social contexts that people come from without training. So it's not really a knock on anyone's intelligence per se, but I think we can all benefit in many roles. And even as politicians, as parliamentarians, with the GBA plus analysis, I know that I myself and my team have benefited from the knowledge that we've learned through having to take that course and having to do it annually. So for many of the stories that in preparation for today's speech that I had gone through, I had seen that there was a common thread linking victims together because they had felt like going through our criminal justice system made them feel like they were the criminals themselves. They felt that they were on trial and this is, this happens because of either how their work, their family, their society treats them after they come out, but also particularly how our justice system treats them. The comments that are made by judges, the decisions, the faulty decisions that have happened in so many trials. It's so very important for us to take a moment to highlight those and understand those a little bit better. There's been some trials where a particular trial that I read about, a woman was raped over a 15-hour period by her brother-in-law. And she screamed at times, she fought back her, attacker. And at times she said she stayed quiet out of fear. As a result, in this trial, the judge questioned her credibility because he said that her inconsistent behavior was not credible. Why did she fight it off at times, and why at times did she, out of fear, remain quiet? And so it goes to show that, women, when they come forward, victims, when they come forward, they are the ones, their actions are the ones that are put on trial. And we don't see this in regular physical assault cases. For example, if somebody, is punched or somebody is beaten, let's say in a bar fight or somewhere else, we never question the victim and say, well, why weren't you able to duck that punch? Why were you not able to run away? Why did you not do better to try to protect yourself in that moment? I've never heard those types of remarks made, by a judge, by authorities when it comes to those that suffer from physical violence, unless at times it comes in the form of domestic violence. So I think we've come a long way on domestic violence, but we did hear those types of statements made at that time too. However, I fear that when it comes to the issue of sexual assault and rape cases, we just have not gone far enough. We have not progressed in our society to where we should be. Another case I was looking at, the woman was screaming no, and when she was being attacked by her attacker, and she had tried to crawl away, and she was fighting the person off. However, the Superior Court Justice had said that it was very curious, that nobody had heard her cries, that there were no witnesses to also testify that she was crying out. And so once again, whether you are quiet during your attack, whether you are crying out, it seems like case after case, there was always some insensitivity or some stereotypes and rape myths that were commonly used in these trials. Another really important case that I came across during this pandemic was one from my own community. I come from a South Asian background, Punjabi, to be, very particular. And my parents immigrated to this country in the 70s. And, in this story, this family also immigrated to British Columbia in the early 70s. And at that time, you know, and throughout our culture, and I don't think it's unique just to the South Asian culture, but I think many cultures like to find shame in the act of sexual assault, and the shame is all not necessarily put on the perpetrator or oftentimes the male perpetrator. Majority of the times the shame is put on the victim. You know, from popular Bollywood movies that I've watched growing up, and that these the case that I'm going to talk about, you know, the girls that were involved in this case just released a documentary that I would really highly suggest that people watch. It's called Because We Are Girls. And in this documentary, the three sisters that were victims of sexual assault from the age of 11 onwards for a lengthy time, they suffered daily abuse at the hands of a family member. You know, they oftentimes go back to think about why they didn't speak out at that time, why they weren't able to bring up the issue to their parents at the time, why they felt shame. And oftentimes, you know, there are cultural influences that people go through. And I know that our justice system, and many people would say, well, why, you know, and it was said to these young ladies, why didn't they come forward sooner? Why did they wait until their adult years to finally speak out about the terror that they had been through? And they go through this documentary. There are three girls from the Pooney family, and they go through this documentary to really explain the terror that they went through. The three sisters' names were Jiti Pooney, Salakna Pooney, and Kira Pooney. And along with them, they also had a cousin by the name of Raj Rana, who also brought forward these claims of sexual assault. They grew up in a very traditional family, one that worked really hard to make themselves, give themselves and their family and their daughters a very good life, which every immigrant family tries to do. They work hard to succeed here in Canada, and along with that, you know, success, they want to be able to raise happy and healthy children. And I think with that comes the need and the desire to want to hide these incidences when they happen, because they know that if these incidences come out, then it won't just bring shame on their whole family, but perhaps their whole community. And therefore, you know, the need to hide this is even more greater. You know, in this case, I wanted to talk about many influences of films. They talked about films where the heroine would be raped in certain scenes, and then go and commit suicide because they had been they were unpure at this point, and they were going to bring disgrace and shame on their family, and they would either jump in a river or, you know, go through other ways and means of committing suicide. And they're really tragic. And you don't even realize when you watch a lot of these old movies how often these references are made, and how women are made to feel subservient, and that good women would be those that remain quiet and that listen to authority figures, which are generally men in their lives. And so when a man in your life that has some authority over you, as all men, you know, in some cultures tend to have, it's very difficult for the survivors in those cases to come forward, extremely difficult. But I want to give credit to the Pooney sisters, who have brought their story to light through this documentary and have gone through the horrors of the judicial system for approximately 12 years. It was in 2006 that they first reported the case of abuse to the authorities. And it wasn't until 2011 that the perpetrator was charged. The trial didn't begin until 2015, and then a verdict in that trial was not reached until 2018. So many years had gone by. In 2018, when a verdict was reached, the perpetrator finally, after so many years, after 11 years of going through the system where many comments were made to these individuals, the judge found one of the sisters to be too aggressive and too evasive when she was being asked questions on trial. At times the girls testified, the women testified that, they really felt it was so difficult to have to relive their horrors and their nightmares all over again. Each time there was a delay in the case and the case would then have to be brought back, or when there was an appeal, they were made to testify over and over again. And when there was a long length of time in between the different proceedings, there's bound to be inconsistencies. There's bound to be details you either forget or details you may recall that you didn't recall last time, because a lot of victims of sexual assault, sometimes one of their coping mechanisms is to block the assault out, to not think about it. And when something has happened to you when you were of a very young age, it becomes even more difficult. So I think there is definitely insensitivity within our process to not be able to understand what a victim would go through. Oftentimes, the witness is, in some cases I've seen, if their timing is off by an hour of how they recalled the events, the victim was not successful at trial, or if they gave too much raw emotion in their testimony, as in the Pooney sisters case. The judge found that to be a very negative thing as well. So at times there's just no winning, depending on the biases, the inherent biases that the judge may have at any given point. So thankfully, at one point in April 2018, the perpetrator in this case, Mr. Burke, was found to be guilty on 4 of the 6 charges that were laid against him. However, in June of 2019, before he could be sentenced, the defense asked for a stay of proceedings because due to all the court delays and the fact that the defendant was not able to get a speedy trial. So, of course, not being able to get a speedy trial was something that the victim suffered from. And I'm sure, according to our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we guarantee a speedy trial. So there are a lot of flaws in our system. And I think educating judges is going to be one step forward, but I think efficiency is definitely needed within our court system. I think efficiencies are going to be very important in for us to be able to provide the witnesses with relief and not have to relive their horrors over and over again, and for us to also provide a speedy trial for the defendants. So after this stay of proceedings, it was granted, which means there would be no sentencing, even though this man is been found guilty for 4 of the 6 charges. It also means that the victims, the perpetrator is still out there. The perpetrator is still able to reoffend. Other people can become victim. The perpetrator would not have to sign up and become on the National Registry. And there's also a petition that was signed on petitions.org by many people, many Canadians around the country to put in to have an inquiry into this trial, and I think that that's a good idea. I think we need to inquire further as to what missteps have happened in this trial and many other similar trials like it. The good news is that the Crown did appeal the stay of proceedings, and just this November 5th, there was a hearing on that appeal. We don't know what the outcome of that hearing is, and I don't think we are going to know until spring of 2021. So going from 2006 to when these 3 young, brave women came forward about the rape and the horrors they experienced in their childhood, to 2021. And they're still living it day in and day out. But I think they've become role models for many other women that have suffered in silence, many other women that do not find themselves to have the strength to come forward. And I've met many women like that as well. So I have to commend these Puni sisters. I think they've become a great role model for their children. They've become a great role model for other women in their position. And in conclusion, since I only have a couple of more minutes, I think I'd like to thank Rona Ambrose for bringing this bill forward originally. It's very unfortunate that this bill sat in the Senate for 2 years when there was unanimous support for this bill in the House of Commons. Elected members of Parliament truly want to see change in this area, and there was a lot of delay in the Senate. I'm really hopeful that this bill will see the same type of cross-partisan support this time around, and that we will see a speedier decision in the Senate. So together we must work to really ensure that Canadians have access to a justice system that is responsive, inclusive, free from systemic racism and systemic discrimination. This bill is an important step forward towards those goals, and I'm eager to continue to work with my colleagues to move Bill C3 forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time, and thank you for listening to my story. And those that are interested, I would suggest that you watch this documentary, Because We Are Girls. I think it's a great understanding as to what sexual abuse victims go through, and we can do a lot better.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Nicola.
And thank you to my colleague for her intervention today. The documentary, I certainly will review that. And I appreciate her intervention today in talking about many of the cases, both close to her riding as well as across the country, where there's a tendency in these things to cause shame, and there are better ways, and this bill is part of it. One thing I'd like to ask the member, though, is that this bill corrects where there is a set of a standard right across the country. Now, in every jurisdiction, every province, they have their own administration of justice. So there is an issue that we have found at the Industry Committee in the last Parliament, where Crown copyright allows courthouses a fair amount of control over which documents are made public and to who they're given, whether they're online or whether you have to go in yourself and request those documents. I believe that we could be in this place also discussing about how we can make the system more open and available to our citizens. Does the member believe that we should also be looking at other ways to improve our justice system to make sure that every Canadian receives the same level of justice, whether it be from a more informed judiciary or from a more informed citizenry?
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Absolutely. I'd like to say yes. I think there are many other things that we can do to improve our judiciary. And a couple of things that I'd like to highlight are the investments that our government has made. In Budget 2018, we provided funding for targeted investments to help eliminate gender-based violence and harassment while promoting security of the person and access to justice. So this included $25.4 million over 5 years to boost legal aid funding across the country, with a focus to help support victims of sexual harassment in the workplace. 2017 budget also saw investments in this area so that judges could have training in professional development, which focused on gender and cultural sensitivity. I agree, this is only one step and there is so much more to do, but I do think that the federal government is a great place to start. I think we should lead in this area, and we should talk to our provincial counterparts so that they will also make the changes that are necessary so that we don't have to have victims relive their experiences. So if a trial judge gets it wrong, the victims have to relive at every single level until they get to a superior court, until they get to the Supreme Court of Canada. And that is just not efficient, and it's not how our system was intended to work. We should get it right the majority of the times as quickly as possible.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Skeena Buckley Valley. I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her heartfelt speech. She mentioned that the former version of this bill was delayed in the Senate for over 2 years. And I can't help but think about all of the people that having this bill in place would have helped if it had been passed expeditiously by that place. I'm wondering if the honourable member could speak to what that says to her about the change that we still need to see in wider society, in our country, and amongst ourselves as parliamentarians and those who sit in the Senate.
Member for Brampton North.
I'd like to thank my colleague for raising that point, and I have become aware recently in my position as chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that there is work going on in the other place to address this issue, to make sure that the delays we saw when it came to this bill don't happen again, and that bills that pass unanimously in the House of Commons, like private members' bills that pass unanimously in the House of Commons, should be given a time limit within this, the other place to make sure that we have efficiency, that the elected representatives and the will of the people is met, is satisfied. And so I look forward to working with the senators that are working on making these changes and improvements so that private members' bills are treated like government legislation, so that they are given the priority that they deserve as well. And especially when you have unanimous consent across party lines, it's not often that we have that. There should be no reason for lengthy delays, such as what we saw with this bill.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to engage with my colleague again on both her speech and also on her earlier answer to my question. My question, Madam Speaker, pertained to Crown copyright. The Speaker of our House actually has the ability to say where Hansard, where our committee testimony can be protected by the copyright powers given to him under the Crown copyright. The same goes in every province, where the province can set up, or the courthouses can set up how they are going to let their rulings be accessible to the public. So, for example, Madam Speaker, in some courthouses they will say you must come and present your request in person, which COVID-19 makes very difficult. In other provinces, they will say here it's available. All the documentation is available online. Right now in Canada, we don't have that. And I would like, instead of the member talking about the investments the government has made, does she believe that the federal government, which can amend, and actually there's a bill on the order paper by an NDP member to abolish Crown copyright, does she believe that the federal government can make a useful measure and help this issue to step forward so that every single citizen in Canada will have the same access to the same level of documentation? Would she agree that this would be a good thing for our citizenry?
The honourable member for Brampton North.
I appreciate the question. It's not really on the topic of the debate tonight. However, I'd be interested in looking into the matter and developing a proper stance on it without being able to have had the ability to study this issue and understand it completely. I don't think me giving an opinion is necessarily one that would be a fair opinion without being able to weigh the matters. So I think I'd like to conclude by saying that the issue that we are talking about today has been one that we've been trying to work on for a very long time, but there has been very little improvements in this area. And we have seen improvements in a lot of other areas of law. And so, you know, I really hope that we do better. For the victims of sexual assault crimes. At this point in Canada, only 5% of sexual assaults are really brought to the attention of the authorities. 5%. And of that 5%, only 12% are ever result in convictions. Those are really sad numbers, Madam Speaker, extremely sad, and we must do so.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very, very thoughtful remarks. I wonder if she could share with me, or share with this House, how she would describe the benefits of this bill if she was speaking to one of her constituents. I think her speech was very thoughtful and covered a lot of examples, and she offered a lot of insight. But I think a lot of times my constituents want to understand how this will touch their lives, or how this will touch those who've been victims of sexual assault or sexual abuse. So I'm wondering if the member could share that with us today.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you so much for that question. And honestly, a lot of my speech today is inspired by the people I have met in this role. And of course, my past experiences as well, and reading about the experiences of others. But the experiences that I've shared with you today are no different from the experiences that many of my constituents, and I'm sure many of your constituents have. And oftentimes, I'm speaking from my constituency office right now, and oftentimes right in the seat in front of me, I have women, I have people that come forward that want to talk to me about the violence, the sexual abuse that has occurred in their life, whether it was at a workplace or whether it's been at home. And I don't know why oftentimes, some people feel more comfortable coming to a woman. I've had people from other ridings and other constituencies to come to me to talk about the matter. And many times they make the decision not to report. They make the decision not to go forward to trial. And of many that do report, which takes a lot of courage, many that do report, and I always advise them to go report the matter. And I think it's the most important first step that you can take. But so many do not go to trial because they have heard these stories over and over again about the insensitivity that they face at trial. So I think that's going to make a big difference.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I think there was a bit of a technical issue. Am I live? Okay. Well, good afternoon, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to join the debate in the House today with respect to Bill C-3. And I've really appreciated the opportunity to hear many of the excellent speeches being given by colleagues on all sides about this important piece of legislation. And certainly it underlines for me the importance and the value of Parliament. When we have these discussions that are about listening to victims, about understanding what survivors have experienced, and that give us an opportunity to recognize those situations, I think that the debate itself, not just the passage of the legislation, but also the debate itself, the conversations and the things that come out of it provide a great deal of benefit as well. And I think some of the points about process have been particularly important as well, just maybe picking up on something that my colleague from Brampton North said beforehand. We have many of these, I think, good ideas that come forward from private members' bills, but the opportunities are relatively limited in terms of actually being able to bring private members' bills all the way through the process. We had I was involved in a private member's bill that had received unanimous consent in the House and in the Senate, but in slightly different forms, and the reconciliation never took place before the next election. So I appreciate the fact that this has now become a government bill, but it does underline, I would argue, a little bit of a structural challenge in that it's so much harder for us to get good ideas forward that come from individual members of Parliament, not from the government, even if they in fact have very wide support across this place. So, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to speak in support of this bill at second reading. So I want to briefly summarize some of the points I made at that time, but then focus on taking my arguments in a bit of a different direction. I want to talk a little bit about confidence, building up confidence, recognizing some of the limitations of this bill, and then also I have the honor of serving as the Shadow Minister for International Development and Human Rights, and I want to share some thoughts about the international context we're operating in when it comes to combating sexual violence, and what lessons we might take from this conversation for our engagement internationally. I think there's a lot there. I think there's a lot that we can learn from and apply for our international development and for our work on promoting human rights around the world that comes out specifically of this conversation. So the debate in front of us, Bill C-3, requires that those who are seeking to become judges appointed at the federal level would agree to undertake education with regards to sexual assault law and social context, essentially committing themselves to become aware of and educated about issues around sexual assault. And this is aimed at responding in particular to cases where judges have made some very insensitive comments and
Vous avez un point d'ordre, c'est ça?
La traduction ne fonctionne pas depuis quelque temps, là, c'est impossible.
OK, vous n'avez pas entendu depuis le début?
Je vous dirais, la traduction se fait, disons, par bout, là, parce que la traduction est incapable de faire présentement là, son travail.
OK. I don't think you're wearing the proper microphone for the interpreters. The translators can't follow you.
I do have a lapel mic on, which has it right by my mouth, so I can try to adjust, but
Est-ce que ça va mieux?
Is that better? Can you hear the interpretation now?
Non, mais est-ce que vous l'entendez?
Can you hear it better or not?
You try speaking again?
Okay. Sure, I can say a few words, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry if the setup doesn't work. I can try something different in the future, but I thought this mic would have it as close to my mouth as possible.
So it doesn't work at all? No, interpretation doesn't work at all.
Okay.
C'est un problème. You wouldn't have your headset with you, would you?
I can, but it'll probably take me about 5 minutes to transfer the setup. So if there's another member that would like to speak in the meantime, or
Can we invert?
How would you like to proceed?
Est-ce qu'on peut inverser?
Is it possible to
Vous n'entendez toujours pas la traduction?
You still can't hear the French interpretation? No.
I'm just going to ask the chamber if there's unanimous consent for we to go to another speaker while you do the conversion, but you would only have 16 minutes left of your time.
Okay, that's fine.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to proceed to the exchange? And we can give the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville, the opportunity to do his speech. Est-ce qu'il y a le consentement unanime?
Do I have unanimous consent from the House? Thank you very much.
Set up, and we'll go to the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know technology can always be a challenge, and we want to make sure that our interpreters are able to hear what we have to say, so that it can be provided in both official languages. Madam Speaker, today I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. And Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak in support of Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. This is a critical piece of legislation that's necessary to ensure that judges understand the context in which offending occurs. Bill C-3 would amend the Judges Act to require candidates seeking appointment to a provincial superior court to commit to participating in training related to sexual assault law, social context. Thanks to amendments made by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, candidates must also commit to participating in training on systemic racism and systemic discrimination. The bill would also require the Canadian Judicial Council to ensure that those knowledgeable in the field, potentially including sexual assault survivor organizations, are consulted in developing of this new training. The bill would also assist in ensuring transparency, Madam Speaker, in judicial decision-making by amending the Criminal Code's sexual assault provisions to include a requirement that judges provide reasons for their decisions, either in writing or in the record of the proceedings. This requirement complements existing legal requirements for reasons including specific obligations for judges to provide reasons in sexual history evidence and third-party records application hearings. Allow me to explain why these amendments are so critical to a fair and effective response to sexual assault, which we know disproportionately impacts women and girls. Canada has come a long way in this regard. We have one of the most robust sexual assault legal frameworks in the world. But we must not forget the myths and stereotypes to which Canada's existing legal regime responds, nor the fact that those very same myths and stereotypes persist to this day. For example, pre-1983, sexual offending laws were repealed and replaced with the, in quotes, affirmative consent, end quote, model we have in place today. The previous laws accepted as a fact first that a complainant who fails to resist is consenting, and second, that a complainant who consented to sexual activity with the accused before an alleged sexual assault likely also consented to any subsequent sexual activity. This is just something that it's hard to believe, Madam Speaker, that this what was in place before 1983, till changes started to be made as the change that we're looking to make through this bill. We now know that myths and stereotypes like these are false and distort the court's ability to seek the truth. We also know that these myths and stereotypes have a detrimental impact on victims, who are overwhelmingly women and girls, and that their impact is compounded when they intersect with other discriminatory stereotypes. In particular, they deter women and girls from coming forward to denounce their assailants, which means that those assailants cannot be held accountable. Statutory rules of law and Supreme Court of Canada jurisprudence now clarified that myths and stereotypes about sexual assault victims have no place in the courtroom. And yet, we continue to hear that such myths and stereotypes persist. Allow me to expand on examples I have just noted. We have known for quite some time that failure to resist is not the equivalent of consent. More than 20 years ago, now in its 1999 Uwanchuk decision, the Supreme Court of Canada clarified that an accused belief that silence, passivity, or ambiguous conduct constitutes consent is a mistake of law and provides no defense, found in paragraph 51. This rule is reflected in all of the Criminal Code's provisions that relate to consent, sections 273.1 and 273.2. Thanks to former Bill C-51 sexual assault amendments that were enacted in 2018, this important principle has been further clarified. The provision that limits when an accused can raise the defense of honest but mistaken belief in consent is now clearly limited to situations where there is some evidence that the complainant communicated consent affirmatively through words or conduct, and that's found in paragraphs 273.2c. More recently, in its 2019 Barton decision, the Supreme Court of Canada has aptly renamed this defense as the defense of honest but mistaken belief in communicated consent. I understand that many now refer to Canada's sexual assault framework as an, in quotes, affirmative consent, close quote, model. This means that failing to resist is not relevant to the issue of whether the complainant consented or whether the accused believed that the complainant consented. And yet in 2014, Alberta case of Wager, a trial court judge, asked a sexual assault complainant why she didn't squeeze her legs together if she didn't want to engage in sexual activity she alleged was a sexual assault. This is unbelievable, Madam Speaker. Unbelievable. This is unheard of, that someone would make a comment like that we would hear that from a judge. We have also known for quite some time that a complainant's prior sexual conduct is not relevant to the question of whether she consented to sexual activity that she alleges is a sexual assault. Originally enacted in 1983, the Sexual History Evidence Provisions, sometimes called, in quotes, rape shield provisions, end quote, were amended in 1992, almost 30 years ago, to ensure charter compliance. These provisions were upheld as constitutional in the Superior Court of Canada's 2000 Darrach decision. They directly target two myths. The first of these is that a complainant who is sexually active is more likely to have consented to an alleged sexual assault. And the second is that she is less worthy or to be believed in respect of her claim that the sexual activity was non-consensual. These are sometimes called, in quotes, the twin myths, Madam Speaker. The sexual history evidence provisions require an accused who wants to adduce evidence of the complainant's prior sexual conduct to bring an admissibility application to the court. The court then plays a gatekeeper function at the admissibility hearing to prevent the evidence from being admitted to infer one of the twin myths. Former Bill C-51 strengthened these provisions. Specifically, they clarified that communications for a sexual purpose or whose content is of a sexual nature, Madam Speaker, constitutes sexual history evidence, found in subsection 276, brackets 4. In the Barton case, the trial court had to determine whether the sexual activity that caused the death of the victim, Ms. Gladue, was consensual. In this case, evidence of prior sexual activity with the accused was admitted without the judge holding a hearing on whether it was appropriate to admit this evidence, as would usually happen. In addition, numerous statements about the complainant's status as a person who provides commercial sexual services were admitted, as were statements about her ethnicity. I want to be clear that both the Wager and the Barton trial court decisions were overturned on appeal, Madam Speaker, because errors of law were made. It provides a measure of comfort to know that such errors are corrected on appeal. However, that fact may not offer much comfort to the victims in such cases, or in the case of Ms. Gladue, her loved ones. When the law is misapplied, appeals follow, and perhaps even a new trial will be ordered. This can significantly lengthen the criminal justice process, Madam Speaker. So what can we do about this problem? How can we help our criminal justice system function fairly when addressing one of the most complex of human interactions? We can support Bill C-3, which would assist in ensuring that judges have the education they need to understand sexual assault law, those most impacted by sexual offending and social context in which sexual offending occurs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Oh, pardon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. I think everyone here agrees that this bill is drawing unanimous support. And I'd like to come back to what my colleague said regarding stereotypes. There sometimes are judges, and we take the example of the East Alberta judge who told the poor victim to squeeze her knees together. And so perhaps this bill is going to fix this issue of cultural prejudices and stereotypes. But I think that the Liberal government is putting in place a new stereotype, unfortunately, that can undermine trust in justice, and that is because it is appointing judges from a list of Liberal donors. So in order to trust the neutrality of judges, shouldn't there be a more transparent process for this?
East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question and the opportunity to speak about stereotypes that still exist and persist in our society. And when it comes to the courts, that should be completely neutral, Madam Speaker, that should be listening to the evidence, that should not be subject to those stereotypes that we've heard about, that have been in the courts for decades. You know, this legislation cannot come too soon. This will be an opportunity for our judges to truly understand, as I just heard one of our eloquent members from Brampton say, to walk in someone else's shoes, to walk in her shoes, Madam Speaker, and to be able to understand and to put those stereotypes aside would be important to our courts and would make a more robust system for us here in Canada addressing these horrific crimes of sexual assault. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan, sorry, you're all Malahat, Langford. Here's too many of you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, I was sitting on the committee, the Justice Committee, when we made the amendments to the bill, and so I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on why it's important that the bill now includes a specific reference to the terms systemic racism and systemic discrimination when talking about social context. And also, if you'll permit me, Madam Speaker, if you can also just talk about how much more needs to be done than just this legislation, and how will he pressure his Minister of Justice to do more? What more can the federal government be doing to ensure that we're addressing these profound issues in our justice system? Thank you.
For Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for the work that he's done over many years and his advocacy on this when it comes to victims of sexual assault. The member has been very vocal, very impactful, very passionate, and has brought so much to the table. And what I say to the member is when C3 has been studied and looked at and debated here in this House, it is all those wraparound services for the victim that have also been part of this bill that will bring that impact. So to provide those extra social services, to provide opportunities that will come with community-based supports. And I know the member has spoken to that and how important it is to him, and I fully support him on that, and we want to see Bill C3 passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I am pleased that the government has reintroduced this bill that we all agreed to in its original form in the last Parliament. So it is credit is due to them for doing so. And in the member's speech, he did address the issue and talked about trust in the justice system. So I actually would like him to actually answer the question that was put to him by the bloc member a moment ago about the impact of seemingly having political influence bear in the judicial decision-making process at appointment.
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. And you know, our justice system, and we have to be very proud of the justice system that we have here in Canada. And what we try to do in this chamber every single day is to continue to make it better, Madam Speaker. And by desensitizing the courts, by being able to address where we have found, as we just heard, systemic discrimination, where we know that there are stereotypes and myths.
Resuming debate. Yes, the honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan. Yes, I'm going to go back to you.
Yes, I just wanted to offer, Madam Chair, if you'd like to proceed in that fashion, I am ready with my issues resolved.
Yeah, we can see that.
The technical ones, anyways. So
the honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank you, the House, and especially the member for Mississauga East, Cooksville, for his flexibility and assistance with this, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue the remarks that I was making. So, Madam Speaker, this bill itself, Bill C3, it prescribes a mechanism by which judges would be expected to go through a process of education when it comes to sexual assault law and social context. Additionally, it requires judges to provide written reasons in these cases, and that will provide a greater clarity about the way in which decisions have been come to. So at second reading, I spoke about that. I spoke about my support for the bill. And I also spoke about the importance of understanding, yes, the value, but also the limitations of education, recognizing that education isn't the whole solution, as C.S. Lewis pointed out once, that education without character might simply serve to create more clever devils. That when we think about how to create a society without sexual violence, or at least with substantially less sexual violence, I think we need to pay attention to those strategies that encourage the development of empathy, of understanding, of goodwill, of self-control. That these things, in addition to education, the provision of information, are sort of combined effects that work together to achieve the desired result. That when individuals fully absorb the importance of justice, of self-control, that the way they will treat others will reflect that empathy, and that we may find, I think we will find, that education of judges is not the only thing we need to do. It's not the full and complete picture, and I think that came through well in all of the remarks that different members were making. But this is really an important step forward nonetheless for us to collectively underline the importance of awareness about sexual assault law and the social context for all of those that are going on to the bench. So those were, I think, the general thrust of the remarks I've made in the past about this bill. And as I was thinking about the particular things I wanted to say here at third reading, the idea that jumped out at me in terms of the importance of what we're doing with this piece of legislation is the issue of confidence. It's this issue that when people have something terrible happen in their life, they make a decision about whether or not to come forward to others and seek support in that situation. And whether or not they do so stems from the expectation they have about how they will be treated when they come forward. People need to have confidence in our justice system. They need to have confidence in our health system. They need to have confidence in our police. They need to have confidence in our legal professionals. And if people don't have confidence in vital social institutions, then they will not or certainly they will be much less likely to come forward and share and seek assistance in the context of the challenges that they are facing. So what we are trying to do with this bill is yes, to make sure that judges are aware that we don't have the kinds of things happening to women and to others in the court system that have happened in the past. But critically, it's the fact that we're doing this through legislation, I think, recognizes the importance of speaking and acting collectively to try to restore and strengthen confidence among people who are victims in the justice system. Many of the things that we're doing through this bill could have been done simply without legislation. There could have been directives given, and I think the government has said that they are putting forward the importance of training in every case with appointments that they're making, and I think that is valuable. Given the time that has elapsed, it's valuable that the government take the steps that they can in the meantime. But the value of acting in legislation in particular is that it's an opportunity for us to collectively communicate an awareness of these problems and a desire to resolve them, to try to restore what has been I think for a long time, a a lack of confidence, to try and create the conditions in which, if someone experiences horrific acts of sexual violence, that they feel intuitively that if they bring those issues forward to the police, to judges, that they will be heard and they will be responded to in a way that is empathetic, that treats them with justice, and that seeks to treat their perpetrator with justice as well. We need to not only fix the problems that have existed, but we need to be seen to have fixed the problems that existed, and thus to restore the sense of confidence in the system. Other members have cited these statistics before, but I think it's important to underline them again. The vast majority of sexual assault in Canada, over 80%, does not get reported to police. We know that some 1 in 3 women have been victims, and many men have been victims as well. And the vast majority of those victims do not come forward. And I suspect that in many cases it is because of a lack of confidence in the kind of response that they will receive. And this is something that we need to change, not only by passing this bill, but also by speaking about these issues, by participating in this education and seeking to communicate the messages about the challenge and the need for change, as we are doing in the House today. And what I've seen as well in the last few years is the way that the Me Too movement, the willingness of people to speak out about their experiences, has also, I think, helped to contribute to a willingness on the part of others to speak forward. It's helped to try to build this sense of confidence. When people speak out and tell their stories and they see others listening to them, then that builds confidence and makes it easier for others to come forward. Conversely, if people speak out and are not heard, if there are instances where complaints are made and there isn't a proper process, there isn't meaningful accountability, then that detracts from people's confidence. I think we've seen a lot of these issues play out in real time, and it speaks to the importance of people being held accountable in every case, but including and perhaps especially in the very public cases. Not that there isn't due process, but that people that those processors are engaged in a serious way, that victims are treated with respect, and that justice is sought and achieved in an equal way that applies in every case. Madam Speaker, about 9 years ago, I was on the board of a local organization in my community, an organization called Saffron, that did and continues to do incredible work around education, dealing with sexual assault and other forms of violence and bullying, education of young people, of parents about these issues, and also provide counseling to those who have been victims. And I think the social context has changed a little bit in the time since I was on the board for a period of about 4 years prior to getting elected and now. Whereas at the time we would discuss as a board how we can raise awareness in the community about these issues, and maybe a sense that there was a real need for greater awareness, to the point where today there's much more awareness, and that has concrete impacts for organizations like Saffron in my community that are doing this work, because what it means is that more people are coming forward and seeking help. Right after the Me Too movement started, what I heard from people that were still involved with this organization in my community is that there were so many more people that were coming forward and seeking counseling, seeking support in reference to events that had happened long in the past, in some case decades and decades ago. So other people speaking out, and the sense that people speaking out were being heard and listened to, gave others the confidence to go seek counseling, to go seek support, and to try to work through and understand things that had happened to them that they maybe hadn't spoken with anyone about before. So when we do things like debate and pass this legislation, when people speak out about their experiences, that can have a kind of positive ripple effect of giving others confidence to come forward and seek counseling, to make complaints, and so forth, so that we can we can work towards ensuring that a greater proportion of victims of sexual violence are coming forward, that there's meaningful accountability, and ultimately the result of more people coming forward will be a reduced sense of impunity and less victimization going forward. But I think it's important for us to acknowledge in the context of this debate as well that our justice system will never be perfect. That we work towards improvements. We have the end goal in mind, which is ending all violence against women and against all people in general. But we don't give people a false sense that we're ever going to, pass 1 or 2 or 3 bills and then have a perfect justice system that will respond perfectly in every case. We should, yes, be impatient in our pursuit of reform and improvement, but we should also recognize that work will never be completely finished. That those of us as members of parliament, that people who work on these issues throughout the system will continue to be engaged and working on these things for a long time going forward. Madam Speaker, I always think it's important to underline as we talk about combating sexual violence, the fact that more and more young people, especially young boys, are accessing very violent sexual images on the internet. And our country needs to have measures in place, things like meaningful age verification online, to address this issue. That when you have very young boys that are learning about sexuality in a context which is very violent and absorbing images that shape their sense of what is normal, that this has major implications in terms of subsequent acts that they may commit and acts that they may perceive as being normal. So I hope to see government action on that issue as well, that we'll see greater exploration of the negative health effects that come from early exposure to violent sexual images online and appropriate legislative responses to that. I know there was a motion in the last Parliament for a study on this issue at the Health Committee from my colleague for Peace River Westlock, and I understand he may be speaking later on this evening, and that motion received unanimous consent, but the Health Committee, I think, could have gone further, and I think it ultimately comes down to the government needing to act on these issues. We need to think about the kind of socialization that contributes to what many people have called rape culture. I think some of that response has to include addressing this issue online. So, Madam Speaker, in the remaining time I wanted to speak a little bit about the international dimension. I have the honor of serving in our opposition shadow cabinet, the Shadow Minister for International Development and Human Rights. And a big part of Canada's engagement internationally has been, for a long time, seeking to advance the rights of women and girls. And Rona Ambrose, who members have spoken about her involvement, of course, in putting forward this bill in the last Parliament, she was also a big part of working with Prime Minister Harper and others on advancing the rights of women and girls internationally as part of our development assistance. Now, that approach got a little bit of a name change under the Liberal government, but I think, frankly speaking, though not in every area, there has been a great deal of continuity in terms of initiatives that were started under Stephen Harper and have continued with some modifications, but not that many in the scheme of things have continued under the current government. And I believe that part of our engagement internationally on the rights of women and girls should be promoting reforms to justice systems, helping to facilitate the development and strengthening of justice systems around the world. The quality of justice systems, the protection of young women from violence is a key part of achieving larger development objectives in countries that are struggling around the world. There may be cases where parents are reluctant for their daughters to go to school if they feel that they are not safe on the way to and from school, if they're not safe at school. These are the kind of issues that are linked to questions of education and access to health care. If justice systems and safety are in place for women around the world. I also am regularly contacted by people in Canada who are concerned about cases of sexual violence involving abduction of women from minority communities, also associated with forced conversion. There have been a number of prominent cases of this in Pakistan recently, where women have been from the Christian community have been abducted, and there have been instances of forced conversion as well as forced marriages. And these are cases that we see in a number of different contexts and require a strong response, recognizing the linkages that exist between violations of religious freedom and the rights of minorities, as well as sexual violence. That often we see cases where women, specifically from minority communities, are targeted in countries which have relatively weak justice systems. So I think Canada's engagement, understanding the linkage between different human rights issues around the world is important, and that's part of why I was a champion for leaving in place the Office of Religious Freedom that I think was working on this space, recognizing the linkages that exist, for instance, between violence against women and violence targeting minority communities. And also, we need to do more in Canada to recognize how online sexual exploitation is a growing problem in certain countries around the world, how the sexual exploitation of people, often of children, happens in a way that is linked to the demand for that kind of material in other countries, perhaps in Canada. And it's so important for us here in Canada to be willing to work with justice systems in other countries, build capacity to work together to combat online sexual exploitation where the perpetrators may be here and the victims may be elsewhere.
We now go to questions and comments. The honourable member for the Yukon. Okay, I'll let you then decide which one.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Yes. Okay, thanks. I thank the member for always has very erudite speeches, and I can say that, of course, like the member, I'm very passionate in support of this bill. And I'm just going to probably not ask a question, but let him carry on, because I know he always has lots of very important input. But I did want to make a couple of comments. One is, was mentioned earlier this afternoon about over and above this bill, which is very, very important. Also, C-51 added some very important steps. And I want to make sure that, just make a comment to make sure that all the elements of C-51 are implemented fully, so that we can get the full benefit of the bill and to deal with this. And the second point I wanted to make is that I'm very strongly in support of the Indigenous involvement in designing the training. You know, the Indigenous women and girls who are often the targets and victims come from a different culture, a different history of their own unique legal systems, their different social structures, of which, we just cannot understand.
I'll have to leave it there just to permit some other interventions. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the Yukon for his intervention, for his kind words. He mentioned Bill C-51, which was an omnibus justice bill from the last Parliament, and if I recall right, it contained many different elements about many different issues. And to his point, sometimes the issue when you have these kind of omnibus bills is that there are particular elements of it that get relatively less discussion. What he's pointing out with respect to Indigenous communities in Canada is something I was talking about in a slightly different context. I was talking a bit about our engagement internationally and the link we sometimes see between violence against women and violence against minority communities, and that women from minority communities are sometimes particularly targeted. And I think he's speaking about something in a similar context here in Canada. I think that is that's an important complement to some of the points I was making more broadly, that I think we need to understand human rights, the dignity of the person in an integrated way.
Question et observation.
Question and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. It is always a pleasure to hear him speak. He always makes really sound arguments, and it's a pleasure to discuss with him. So, on the whole, I thank my colleague for his speech. Most members seem to be in agreement on this bill. We will support this bill. However, some criticisms have been put forward. For example, the Quebec Bar Association has said that this bill might have an impact on judicial independence. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Member for Fort Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question.
I'll just speak in English. That'll be easier. So he's asking about the issue of judicial independence and how that interacts with this bill. The mechanisms that have been put in place with this bill, I think, do respect judicial independence because they involve a person committing to undertake training, but they preserve a level of autonomy in terms of pursuing that training, and it's ultimately still up to them, the decisions they make, the things they say, how they make those determinations, and so forth. And in practice, it's up to them. They have to commit to the training, but in practice, there doesn't seem to be a way of compelling them to. And that is in some respects a limitation, but it may well be a necessary limitation in that it preserves the independence of judges to act independent of the legislature, even though we are going as far as we can within the bounds of judicial independence to very strongly recommend the value of this particular training.
Questions and comments? We'll go back to the Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask my colleague, he had made some references, and I'd like to thank him for his speech tonight. But he made some particular references to the percent of reporting in Canada and also some of the incidents that happen overseas in different countries and victims that are minority groups. I often hear of the need for protecting women or to provide them a safe place, and I can completely relate and understand to that, and I think that is necessary. But would the member also think it is necessary to perhaps do a better job at educating our men and making sure that our men are not committing these types of offenses against women, because 9 out of 10 incidences involving sexual assault have female victims. And also, we're not doing so well in this country as well. When we look at the stats, we have a very low conviction rate. Would the member think that our system here is also one that is broken, and perhaps we don't have as strong as a judicial system as we may think compared to other countries?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, this is a bill about providing training to judges in Canada, and it's one that I strongly support because I think that's absolutely necessary. I completely agree as well with the member's comment that education as well as character formation, if you like, for men is critically important. Most of the victims of sexual violence are women. Most of the perpetrators statistically are men. So absolutely, that's, I think, important and complementary to the point that I was making. I think just in terms of the international context, there are as we seek to make reforms in our system, I think we can see the need to strengthen the effectiveness of justice systems as being an important part of our international development assistance as well. And, just as I don't think we should wait till poverty is fully solved at home before addressing poverty overseas, I don't think we should wait till this problem is fully solved at home before we engage overseas. But also that we need to recognize that this issue of online sexual exploitation means, unfortunately, in these crimes, there may be linkages. There may be victims overseas who are being victimized by perpetrators who are here in Canada. So it speaks to the need for an international perspective and for that collaboration. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for recognizing me in the House this evening on Bill C3, what a vital bill to speak to. I want to thank my honourable, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable, my honourable colleague. Thank him for his remarks. Thank him for his speech. I do echo his remarks about celebrating Rona Ambrose and her being such a vital aspect to this proposed legislation. And I know that each and every member of this House is responsible for certain training. As a matter of fact, just this upcoming Monday, I will be taking the House of Commons harassment training. So training is vital. Doesn't matter if you're a member of Parliament or what profession you come through, it's absolutely vital. Mr. Speaker, through you to my honourable colleague, the previous speaker, the honourable member from the Liberals Party, said that this legislation cannot come too soon. My honourable member, with as much passion as well, said it's time to speak out. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable member, how detrimental was shutting down government to allow people to speak out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the point that my colleague is making, that the prorogation of Parliament was a mistake. We could identify many vital areas of work that were either halted or put on hold as a result of that. The important study being done at the Canada-China Committee on Hong Kong, the work on this bill and other legislative items. There were certain aspects of the response to COVID-19, the fiscal response, that were also delayed as a result of prorogation. So, I think across the board on all of these issues, we've had this situation where the government prorogued Parliament, and then we had this big delay, and then they came back and say, okay, now we need to rush here, I think very clearly it was a mistake, and it was a mistake that was aimed at addressing a political controversy around the WE scandal, as opposed to actually the public interest.
Okay, we'll go to resuming debate, and I think we're getting back to a 10 and 5 slot here, and I think that puts us back on track. The honourable member for honourable parliamentary secretary, I should say, to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be here today. It's great to be back here in our nation's capital again for another sitting week. Good evening to my honourable colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. This bill is a key step to ensuring that each individual who interacts with our justice system is treated with the dignity, respect, and compassion they deserve. I'm eager to see this important bill continue to move through the legislative process. Bill C3 would amend the Judges Act to ensure that all newly appointed provincial Superior Court judges take part in training on social context and sexual assault law. This bill would also propose that when the Canadian Judicial Council develops seminars on sexual assault law, it does so following consultation with groups that the Council considers appropriate, such as sexual assault survivors and organizations supporting them. Bill C3 also seeks to have the Council report to the Minister of Justice on the seminars offered related to sexual assault law and social context. Finally, this bill would require judges to provide reasons for decisions under certain sexual assault provisions of the Criminal Code. Je fais remarquer avec fierté.
I am proud to state that Bill C3 is yet another example of parliamentary collaboration when it comes to key issues which are important to Canadians. The bill is similar to C5, which we had before prorogation. Similar to C5, Bill C3 reflects a private member's bill which was put forward by the interim leader of the Conservative Party. I thank her for her work and her commitment when it comes to this important matter. I very much look forward to continuing to work together with all colleagues to move this bill to the other place and to have it adopted so that Canadians can benefit from its important changes.
Remarks on the importance of social context training for judges. In particular, I would like to address how the social context education provisions in Bill C3 would help ensure an inclusive justice system that is free, and I repeat, that is free from systemic racism and systemic discrimination. Each individual who appears in court is more than a claimant, a respondent, or a witness. They are not just a name on a legal document or a face in a courtroom. An individual's engagement with the justice system is deeply intertwined with their life outside of court. They bring with them to court their experiences, their story, and their context. To ensure that all people who engage with the justice system are treated respectfully, fairly, and equally, judges need to understand the realities of these individuals who appear before them. Bill C3 recognizes this need, Mr. Speaker. En engageant que le Canada au poste du juge à la Cour supérieure.
Canada's appointees to the Superior Court will have to follow training. C3 would ensure that newly appointed judges be aware of many factors which can have an impact on a person's interactions with the justice system.
Bill
C3 would modify the Act to amend the Judges Act. Judges would have to take training on social context. Then they could be appointed to Provincial Superior Court. This means that all newly appointed Superior Court judges provincially would begin by taking this training.
That impact an individual's reality and experiences, including experiences leading up to their interaction with the justice system, their first contact with the justice system, and their experiences before a judge. The factors that make up social context intersect in individuals' lives. Social context includes systemic racism and systemic discrimination. Bill C3, Mr. Speaker, reflects this reality. During the clause-by-clause study of this bill, my colleague, the member from Hull-Almer, proposed an amendment to specify that systemic racism and systemic discrimination are part of social context. I was pleased to support this critical amendment and to see it pass at committee. For too many Canadians, notably Indigenous peoples and Black and racialized Canadians, systemic racism and systemic discrimination are lived realities. We see this in healthcare, we see it in access to economic opportunity, and we see it, yes, in our justice system. We know that Indigenous peoples and Black and racialized Canadians are overrepresented in the criminal justice system. We also know that Canadians who experience systemic racism and systemic discrimination face structural barriers to access to justice, barriers that have been worsened by the pandemic, sadly. Amending Bill C3 to specify that social context includes systemic racism and systemic discrimination reflects where we are as a nation, where we are as a country. We have work to do, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to doing that work. We released Canada's anti-racism strategy for 2019 through 2022. We are investing in economic empowerment for racialized communities. We are combating online hate. We are creating a unified approach to better collect disaggregated data. Through these and other actions, we are taking concrete steps to combat systemic racism and systemic discrimination in their many incarnations, including in the justice system. Bill 3, SIL 3, will help us achieve this critical goal. Le projet de loi C3 met...
Bill C3 emphasizes the importance of tackling systemic racism and discrimination in training of judges. Judges must be aware of the lived reality of those who interact with the justice system. Mandatory training on social context is a part of Bill C3. It is a way of ensuring that new judges receive this training.
Newly appointed judges are aware of systemic racism, systemic discrimination, and the ways these pervasive problems impact individuals' experiences with the justice system. When judges have this fundamental awareness, courtrooms are more sensitized, hospitable, and inclusive. A judge who is aware of social context is, for example, better prepared to ensure that the racialized young woman with a disability appearing in court experiences the justice system as respectful and responsive to her reality. Social context training supports understanding, empathy, and appropriate judgments for all Canadians. By bolstering judges' awareness of the context in which they fulfill their functions, social context training ensures that myths and stereotypes or personal societal biases do not play a role in judges' decisions. Social context shapes the experiences of all individuals who interact with the justice system, whether they are before a judge or superior court or provincial or territorial court. That's why our government is also working with our partners to improve the availability of training on social context for provincially and territorially appointed judges. S'assurer que notre système de justice traite.
It's important that our justice system treats everyone equally and with respect. This is teamwork that requires the cooperation of all parties and stakeholders in the justice system.
Together, we must work to ensure that Canadians, Mr. Speaker, have access to a justice system that is responsive, inclusive, and free from systemic racism and systemic discrimination. This bill is an important step towards these goals, and I am eager to continue to work with my colleagues to move Bill C3 forward. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? C'est quand même la députée.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. The Bloc Québécois believes that this bill should be passed because it is in the interest of everyone in Canada. However, I think that it's a matter of education, emotion, and social context, as my colleague said. C3 is thus a bill that affects our values, and our emotions, because both victims and judges have their own set of values, and this varies greatly from person to person. Does the member believe that the training provided to judges will have a true impact on the rulings that they will be handing down in cases of sexual assault? Thank you.
Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
I would like to say merci beaucoup to the député from Trois-Rivières for sa question. Quite simply is yes, this will have a positive impact on our justice system. It will have a positive impact when the law is put in place and implemented for judges and being more sensitized to the needs of Canadians that face systemic discrimination, systemic racism. And also, the law, Bill C3, also reaffirms the political independence of the principle of judicial independence, of course, for our legal community and for judges, which is rightly so. And I thank the deputy from Trois-Rivières for the question. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Les Lacs, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, the training of judges will equip them to better deal with the sexual assault cases. That goes without saying, and that is why the Bloc supports this bill. However, in the highest court of this country, there are certain criteria for judges to be appointed. And right now, there is nothing to do with official bilingualism in the appointing of judges. And my question is, and I want to go back to 2006, the Conservatives under Stephen Harper had appointed a unilingual Anglophone. And that greatly shocked a number of Quebecers and French speakers in Canada. And yet this was a criterion that was obligatory, that should have been obligatory on the Supreme Court. And in 2011, the same thing happened again under Harper. And at the same time, that there was a regression of French in Quebec and in the rest of Canada. So should this be an official criterion that a Supreme Court justice who is appointed should be bilingual? The honourable member.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague from La Belle Provence, the Provence de Quebec, for son question. I would like to say that bilingualism is a very important factor for myself and actually for our family as well. But I would like to just generally state that Bill C-3 will improve the confidence in our justice system for all Canadians, especially sexual assault survivors, and that's what the intent of the bill is. And I also wish to thank the honourable member who brought forward the bill in its original reincarnation. Great work from her behalf from the Honourable Rona Ambrose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nous avons le temps juste pour un bref.
We have time for a very brief question and answer. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts in terms of just how encouraging it is when you see all political entities in the House of Commons actually getting behind the legislation which will ultimately see it pass.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Yes, the collaboration that we are seeing on Bill C-3 is great to see, and I think it reflects the reality of where we are as a nation, where we want to move forward on breaking down barriers, especially for systemic racism, systemic discrimination, and how we want to make sure that survivors of sexual assault come forward, have the confidence to come forward, and that their stories will be listened to in a manner that's appropriate. And then I just wish to thank the Justice Committee for their great work on this, and the Minister of Justice for his great work on Bill C-3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin this speech by thanking, or just being grateful for the opportunity to be here today and to address C-3. C-3 has gone through committee. It's now back in the House of Commons, and we get once again an opportunity to speak to it. And I just want to point out right off the top that this is a pleasant departure for the Liberal Party and supporting this bill. In the past, they've typically been odious to point out errors that the justice system gets. And so for them to give clear instructions to the justice system, I think is refreshing. I'm excited to see that they're supporting this bill and that they even moved it forward, and that we have the Government of Canada pursuing education of judges. We've seen in the past where there have been some hideous crimes, horrendous crimes committed in this country, and we've seen sentencing that does not seem to fit the crime, the sentencing that does not provide incentives to not do that crime again. And I'm talking particularly in the area that I know best around human trafficking, and I have a series of examples of where folks were convicted of trafficking people, and the justice system is incapable, or folks were rude about what was going. Folks in the justice system were rude about what was going on, and it led to people being unconcerned or concerned about not willing to come forward when they had a crime perpetrated against them. And so there were then, I remember one particular situation, a gal was talking to me where she had come forward and had pressed charges against an individual, and that guy was out on bail very quickly and was standing at the end of her driveway making threatening gestures like a slicing across his throat, standing at the end of her driveway. And this is the justice system that was supposed to be there to protect her. And so I'm happy to see the government supporting this bill, the government providing judge training, and it's important that we get it right. The justice system should get it right. Mr. Speaker, I also want to just put you on notice that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Mégantic-Larable, great colleague of mine. I've also had the opportunity to tour him across the Promised Land. He's from Quebec, and I'm from Alberta. And I know that there's a bit of a rivalry there, although it's more imagined than real. Because when I had him, Quebecer in Alberta, I stuck him in a trench of a pipeline and showed him like what pipelines were all about. And he was impressed with the size of the farms that we have where I come from. He is the Member of Parliament for the maple syrup capital of Canada, and I'm the Member of Parliament for the honey capital of Canada, which I all think is pretty sweet, either way. I'm glad you all appreciated that. Getting back to yeah. I do take a little honey in my coffee because I do think that makes me a little sweeter all the time. That said, back to the bill of C3. We've seen human traffickers get off with bills that, or with sentences that have in many cases been less time than they were trafficking their victims. We've seen traffickers that have trafficked multiple girls for several years and get months in prison. We also see traffickers that have made hundreds of thousands of dollars trafficking people and get fines of $5,000. So it's important to me that the justice system provide justice, provide deterrence. It says in the Bible that the law cannot save you, and that is true. The words on the piece of paper will not in the instant save you, but we do try to rectify these situations after the fact, and that is what our justice system is, to bring to justice this situation. And so we see with this bill the acknowledgement that our justice system doesn't get it right all the time. Our justice system needs to ensure, and perhaps, Mr. Chair, from time to time things change, things come to light, society changes, society sees the need to shine a spotlight on particular issues, and I think that's what this bill does. And so I'm pleased to support this. We've seen the Liberals, however, not. What I've said, this is a departure from what we've seen in the past. We've seen the Liberals hesitate on bringing justice through the justice system for human traffic victims when it comes to consecutive sentencing. We've seen a bill that was first introduced by a Bloc member, then was introduced by an NDP member, and it was finally passed under Conservative government, and was brought into force by the Liberal government. But before they brought that bill into force, they could have brought it into force immediately when they took power back in 2015. But they waited for 2 years in order to pass that bill in C-75 and to bring it into force, in order so that they could pull out the consecutive sentencing. Because lo and behold, if a trafficker had to go to jail for an extended period of time, that would not be right. So the Liberals delayed the passing of that bill back from when it had originally been introduced in 2013. It took all the way till 2017 to be introduced. And we see that when they finally brought it in, they pulled the consecutive sentencing off, and they went back to concurrent sentencing, saying that if you had trafficked one girl, you were going to jail for a maximum of 10 years. If you trafficked 10, you could serve those sentences concurrently, and so it'd be regardless of how many people you had trafficked, you would serve those sentences consecutively. And that, Mr. Speaker, is not justice. That is not bringing people to justice. That's not providing any deterrence. And perhaps the Liberals will stand up and ask me questions about this, and maybe they'll clarify whether they actually believe that deterrence should be something that's part of our justice system. Bringing to justice and deterrence is that what they believe to be part of our justice system? At the end of the day, serious penalties for this type of sexual violence is important. It's more important to provide real protection for victims who endure years of trauma and take years to recover. And knowing that their trafficker could be out back on the streets before they have been fully reintegrated back into society. Yet we see today that judges are still handing down human trafficking sentences that don't reflect the seriousness of the crime. And this government refuses to send messages to traffickers by mandating serious penalties. So I would propose that this government, at the very least, consider adopting a similar approach to this bill, or to human trafficking, as they did on this bill. Judicial training on human trafficking law would be unprecedented. Maybe perhaps we could go beyond this. Maybe we could look at special courts, Mr. Speaker. I know that there are a number of special courts that are coming up in Canada. We see of drug courts. We see where there's two doors. You get convicted of a drug crime, there's two doors. One is rehabilitation, the other one is jail. You can choose which door you want to go through. If you don't abide by the conditions set on you when you cross into the first door, then you switch over to the second door. Those kinds of things have been successful in Canada. I think Ontario is the province that has been pushing that the most, and I think that's great. In Alberta, we have the Child Advocacy Centre. It's not a special court, but it is a center where children of sexual abuse come. There's complete wraparound services. It's not a sterile, institutionalized facility. There is puppy dogs wandering around. There are like trees, nice trees. The whole place is a place to put people at ease, and all of the government services that come to play in a case of child abuse come to the child rather than sending the child through multiple different institutions. And that, again, has been a great model and is something that we could see across Canada in terms of dealing with human trafficking victims. And so while I support the government's initiative around this bill, I hope that we can see some of these other things that Conservatives are pushing for, and that get our justice system to provide justice, but also to, on the front end, prevent these crimes from happening by providing a deterrent. Mr. Speaker, I understand my time is up. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and it is always an honor and privilege to rise in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the issues that has been talked about, at least in the third reading and a little bit more in the second reading, is the issue in terms of how wonderful it is to see this unanimous support coming for a good idea. And what would make the idea even better is if we were to see more and more provinces look at provincial appointments. And I'm wondering if the member can share his thoughts in regards to what role does he believe that we could have in terms of encouraging. I believe Ontario has moved forward, and possibly another province has. Does he have any thoughts in regards to that?
East River Westlock.
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question there. I know that appointments is a very important part of the judicial system. And what I always say about the judicial system is that we have to get it right. If the case if the average Canadian thinks that the case is being judged and it's being judged fairly, then we're getting it right. If we're not getting it judged right, then we've got a problem, and we've got to have a chat with the judges, which is what this bill is doing. As to the provincial jurisdiction, I'm always odious to tread into provincial jurisdiction, but I do know that I have colleagues that are. I have close colleagues that work in provincial legislatures, and I talk to them about the bills that I'm working on and the ideas that I have, and they do the same, and vice versa. So I think that we, on appointments, on judge training, I think that we should be working hand in glove with with the provinces. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for his excellent speech. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Bar expressed reservations with regard to this bill because a number of criminal offences are dealt with by provincial courts. So what the Quebec Bar is saying is that a number of those cases won't be dealt with by judges at the federal level, but at the provincial level. So doesn't my colleague think that this might create certain irregularities in the application of justice as being unequal across the country?
No, I don't think that that's going to be a problem at all, Mr. Speaker. I think that the Bar Association could step up for sure, and the fact that I do believe that the Bar Association represents both federal and provincial lawyers, and the Bar Associations could provide this training. I think that would be more useful than us having to pass bills here in this place on that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia. No, pardon me. Yes, Kootenay, Columbia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member on the human trafficking, which is so important. But my question is on accountability. We seem to have an issue with accountability. You mentioned some of it with some of the sentencing. On C3, which I support, how do you propose that there'll be some accountability for the judges, justices, so they actually do follow through with what we want them to do in C3?
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that is exactly the issue all the time, is that that's where the appointments go back to the member from Winnipeg Centre was talking about appointments. That's where the appointments are really important, is that this kind of training sends a message to the judicial system as to what we have for expectations in this place. As for accountability, there's an independence between this place and the judiciary that we must always kind of appreciate. I think there can be a conversation across it, but that is always going to be a challenge. I don't see a great accountability structure that exists at this point, so we really just send a message and hope that that is the case. It goes back to we have to appoint the right people. Appointments is very important. The other thing I just want to point out, I know that the member from Kootenays is right next door to Alberta. I like to call him an honorary Albertan. Anytime that part of the province wants to join Alberta, I'd say come on down. But I just want to point out that in Alberta, we have a government that has aggressively pursued anti-human trafficking measures. They come out with a great strategy on ending human trafficking in Alberta. It's something that I hope that the federal government can get behind and also bring a national strategy that works for all Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate by video conference. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor for me to be here tonight. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague for Peace River Westlock for his excellent speech. And indeed, I was very impressed by the construction of pipelines when I had the pleasure of visiting his riding, and perhaps we could find a new use for pipelines. We could send maple syrup from the magnificent riding of Mégantic-L'Érable to his riding in the spring, and then use the pipeline to send honey from his riding in the fall. It would be a great way to exchange our excellent products between our two ridings. Mr. Speaker, it is with great enthusiasm that I speak to third reading of Bill C3 today, a bill that will, I hope, allow women who are victims of sexual assaults to become once again able to count on the justice system and to be able to bring these assaults before the justice system. This is the third time that this bill has come before this House. I believe we need to pay tribute to Rona Ambrose, who initially tabled this bill in this House. The fact that the lack of training that some judges have is extremely problematic when it comes to hearing sexual assault cases. This was initially a private member's bill, C-337. When she tabled it, my colleague Rona Ambrose said, "Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to rise in this House to table a bill to increase the Canadians' trust in the justice system, to raise awareness about cases of sexual assault and violence." Too often at the end of legal proceedings, sexual assault victims feel that a ruling has been made not only about their own case, but also about their moral value. In a separate speech, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Ambrose explained why women fear bringing these matters before the courts. And she spoke about the impact of legal proceedings on these survivors. She said that some of these trials are entrusted to judges whose specialty is in oil and gas or corporate law. That is not enough. They need a specialization in criminal law and sexual crimes. Research shows that these types of crimes and the ensuing trauma have real repercussions in victims' lives, especially when these victims are girls and young women. We know that women who have undergone sexual violence have twice as much of a risk of suffering mental health problems, and that's for the entire rest of their life. That's the end of the quote from Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the justice system can be a fearful place for women who have undergone a sexual assault. The statistics speak very clearly. Very few women bring the matter before the courts, very few of them go to trial, and very few of those trials lead to a guilty ruling for the perpetrator. When I spoke at the second reading of this bill, the numbers don't lie. 83% of sexual assaults never end up being the subject of a complaint. And out of the remaining 17%, 1 out of 5 will be abandoned. And 4 of the others will end up being the object of extreme checks, which leads victims to have to undergo a stressful and difficult process, which in many cases doesn't enable them to succeed in their proceedings. Only 1 of the 5 remaining cases will end up in court. Only 1 case in 10 out of these will end up leading to a ruling with a fine or imprisonment. Can we really ask women who are victims of sexual assault, especially those from racialized or indigenous backgrounds or otherwise vulnerable backgrounds, can we really expect these women should trust the system to recognize the crimes that they've suffered and to punish the perpetrators? I'd like to cast light on a study that I read. It was about women who have suffered sexual assault in the legal system. This research was carried out by several Quebec groups, and it revealed several reasons for the difficult reality experienced by these women. Many women were interviewed in this study, and they explained why they are fearful when it comes to pressing charges. I'll quote some of these reasons. They have less confidence. They worry they may not be believed. They feel that their safety may not be assured during the proceedings. They may be negatively influenced by actors in the legal system who may undermine their own confidence in their capacity to move through the legal system. Right from the beginning, these women are being told that they may not be able to make it to the end of the trial, that it's going to be very difficult, that they may not be able to successfully make it through the lawsuit. This discourages the women. They also brought up the fact that they have to be able to take care of themselves and that they have to be able to live their day-to-day life even though they've undergone this sexual trauma. And another reason is that they worry about the effects of legal proceedings on themselves and their families. There's a lack of information about the legal process. And very often these women know that perpetrators may receive extremely light sentences. The study went even further, Mr. Speaker. Out of these women that have been through the legal system, many of them raise obstacles and gaps, a lack of knowledge about the situation of these women, biases that continue to exist, a victim blaming attitude on the part of the legal actors, as I mentioned, treating their history of experiencing violence as banal by negotiating lower sentences and negotiating plea deals. We know that in many cases prosecutors may negotiate these deals, but for these women, they feel that it's trivializing what they suffered. The perception that the accused have more rights than victims, and lengthy delays. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invite all my colleagues to consult this study. They can contact my office or simply look for it on the internet. After reading that study, I was in a much better position to understand the reality of the situation for these women who have been subjected to sexual violence. Now, this bill can't just wave a magic wand and fix everything. Bill C3 can't all by itself change these horrifying statistics, but judges are the very foundation of our justice system. It's crucial that Canadian judges have all the tools they need to face the situation. By giving judges training on sexual assault, by ensuring that new judges have received the training, it's clear that the entire justice system will benefit. I sincerely believe that it is high time that Canada take action in this area, Mr. Speaker, in order to better understand the situation. We can look at what happened in Belgium. There's a new piece of legislation that came into force in 2020. Judges will have to do some training under the supervision of a special organization. Amnesty International and other organizations state that this is a key victory and that this new legislation is a positive step, and it will allow us to fill in a gap in Belgium when it comes to the fight against sexual violence. And then in France, there is a sexual violence training that was created in 2016. It's a 5-day training, and it has to do with various topics that have to do with this type of violence. In England and Wales, a follow-up system has been implemented, which enables Crown Court judges to do a specialized training before they can hear cases having to do with sexual violence. Mr. Speaker, it's time, after all these years of waiting, and after all the opportunities that we've had to adopt Ms. Ambrose's bill, it's high time that we take action and make this bill a reality. And I've been listening to the various questions during debate today, Mr. Speaker. I know this bill will only affect judges that are appointed by the federal government. When it comes to judges under provincial jurisdiction, well, I'd just like to say a few words about the training of Quebec judges, because they are responsible for the great majority of sexual violence cases in the province. At the Court of Quebec, there is a training program. There is a 6-page training program. The judges' body in Quebec takes care of this training, and there's a moral... In fact, there's an ethical obligation, rather, for these two institutions that manage judges in Quebec. These organizations state that judges have the ethical obligation to acquire the necessary knowledge and capacities to properly exercise their judicial functions. If I look at this document, I'm looking through the document, Mr. Speaker. On the 4th page, there is a project at the Court of Quebec to ensure that each judge receives specialized training But actually, you have to wait until the very last page to get to the part where the training is specifically about legal rules and the society in which these legal rules are applied. And when it comes to sexual offenses, the training has to do with the evolution of jurisprudence and the notions of consent, the eligibility of defense methods, and ensuring that myths and biases are debunked to reduce problems that may affect defendants' credibility. I'm sorry, that's the end of your time. We will now move to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague, and he was talking about a study by the group Recherche Action. He said that in this study, the group stated that there are myths and stereotypes about sexual violence. Judges need to evolve with the times, and I would wonder whether some MPs should receive a similar training. I'm thinking about C6, the conversion therapy bill. Some members seemed reticent to pass that bill banning conversion therapy. So I wonder if my colleague thinks that some members in this House should have some training in order to better understand the situation of sexual minorities. The honourable member. Well, I would say on behalf of my daughters, my wife, all women in Mégantic-l'Érable, Quebec and Canada, what's important is to support this bill, C3, which I hope will receive royal assent as quickly as possible. I will be supporting this bill. And I have no hesitation in doing so. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill wholeheartedly, and I think that what's really important right now is to consider that this Parliament has tried to get this bill adopted 3 times. The Honourable Rona Ambrose's bill. It's not a time for political maneuvering. It's time to move forward with this bill.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his remarks. Listening to the debate today, some of it focused on the inclusion of language around systemic racism and the importance of this education and training for judges, including training specifically in systemic racism. I'm wondering if that is an inclusion that the member supports, and if so, why he thinks it's important to have in this bill.
La députée de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague very well knows, that's included in the bill. As the committee made some amendments to the bill, and so those amendments are and changes are already in the bill. As I mentioned, there are issues with sexual violence and racialized, indigenous, and poor backgrounds. So I think that it's very important that judges understand all aspects of this, including in underprivileged communities, and I support this bill wholeheartedly.
Ces commentaires. Alors, reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Good, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judges shape society, and therefore it is so important that judges understand the society within which they work, and indeed the society within which those people who appear before them in court live and work and breathe. I'm thinking of accused people, of course. I'm thinking of witnesses, of course. But I'm thinking particularly of victims. Now, sadly, that has not always been the case in the Canadian court system, and this is especially true in sexual assault proceedings. There have been instances where victims have felt mistreated, disrespected, not treated with the dignity that they deserve, being human beings, and that is just not acceptable. The result is that many people don't bother to report cases of sexual assault. According to Statistics Canada, 95% of sexual assault cases are just never reported. And clearly, fully 2/3 of sexual assault victims surveyed by the Justice Department say that they have no confidence in Canada's court system. One of my constituents, Leah, wrote a very thoughtful email to me, and I'm just going to highlight a couple of sentences from it. Leah says, "For too long, survivors of sexual assault have had to deal with a justice system that does not treat them with the dignity they deserve. Many victims of sexual assault decide not to file a complaint because they are afraid of being mistreated and humiliated. That is why most sexual assaults committed in Canada are not reported to the police. This must change, according to Lee, and I agree. Survivors of sexual assault have the right to be treated with respect and dignity. And sadly, that has not always been the case in the Canadian court system. So what has gone wrong? Well, the Canadian criminal justice system is based on many centuries of common law tradition coming out of England. It is a legal structure built around an adversarial system where the Crown advances a rigorous prosecution and the defense an equally rigorous defense. The accused always has a presumption of innocence in their favor, so the hurdle for the Crown prosecutor to overcome is a very high one. That is the system that we have adopted. That is what we say is best for society. But the sad result of that is that victims are often treated in their opinion, very badly. The accused has a right to meet their accuser in court and to subject the accused evidence to a rigorous cross-examination, which will often involve drawing that person's, the victim's, reputation into question. Now, sometimes, despite the prosecution's best efforts, the accused person is not found convicted, and unfortunately, the victim's reputation left in the tatters. Now, the risk associated with our criminal law system, as far from perfect as it is what we have said is the best way to conduct criminal trials, because we say that it is more important that innocent people are not convicted than that guilty people are left to go free. But the sad result is that in many sexual assault cases, it is the victims who are re-victimized in the process, and that is not acceptable. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill is about judges' education and training, and it is very timely. It is about rebalancing the rights of the accused to a fair trial and the right of the victim to be treated with dignity and respect. This bill is about ensuring that trust is maintained in our justice system. That's important, obviously, not only for the victim, but for all of society. And that survivors of sexual assault are treated respectfully. This bill is about judges being equipped with the knowledge and skills they need to run fair trials. And ultimately, this bill is all about maintaining that the administration of justice is not brought into disrepute on account of poorly run trials. We need educated judges. Now, all the parties in this House agree on this. So why are we debating it? Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a little thing called judicial independence. Now, it's a little thing, but it's fundamental to the way our society operates. Politicians do not tell judges what to do. Judges need to be independent. We set laws, but we do not tell judges how to run their courts, how to make decisions. That is up to them. That is so fundamental to our judicial system, to our Western democracy. Now, sadly, some elected officials seem not to have learned that lesson. Now, some judges, while everybody in this House, from the sounds of it, is in agreement that this bill should become law, that is not true of all people. There are some academics, some jurists who say that this bill is going in the wrong direction, that it is undermining judicial independence. So what about that? Are we stepping, with Bill C-3, are we stepping over the line of judicial independence? When we consider that question, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. First of all, not every lawyer who is appointed to a superior court will have had experience in their careers to that point of actually working in a criminal justice system, and certainly not with running sexual assault proceedings. Some will have practiced in the field of commercial law, or tax law, or intellectual property law, or like I did, corporate law. Therefore, it is important that, and completely appropriate, I would submit, that judges should undergo special education in the field, including, and I'm quoting from Bill C-3 now, including in the instruction in evidentiary prohibitions, principles of consent, which is so fundamental to sexual assault law, and to the conduct of sexual assault proceedings. I couldn't agree with that anymore. Another thing to keep in mind when we're talking about whether or not this bill steps over the line of judicial independence is that other countries, and some of the previous speakers have alluded to this, other countries require their judges to have special training before they become judges. They have to go to judge school. Now, we haven't done that here in Canada. We say that if you practice law for 10 years, regardless of whatever field it is, you are now qualified to become a judge. One last thing, and that's why it's so important that we have this special education for judges. There's one more thing that I think that we should keep in mind when we ask the question, is this Bill C-3 stepping over the judicial independence line? And that is that the bill states that it is the Canadian Judicial Council, which is run by judges, for judges, that it is the organization that will decide what the content is of the courses and how they are to be conducted. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would just point out that this bill doesn't tell judges what to do or how to decide cases, or it doesn't tell them to have a higher rate of conviction. It simply says, judges, get yourself educated. This is what society expects of you. This is certainly what victims expect. And if we expect, and if we hope that more victims will report cases of sexual assault, which I think is fundamental to our court system working properly, then I think that we need to do whatever we can to build that confidence back into the minds of the Canadian public that our court system is fair to victims of sexual assault. Now, Mr. Speaker, the bill also talks about the requirement that judges in sexual assault proceedings must give written reasons. And so again, does that go too far? I would submit no, that it does not, because the victim and the accused and their lawyers should have the right to review the judge's reasons, how he or she came to that decision. Secondly, I would say that the requirement that judges give written reasons will inevitably result in more guarded and well-considered language when the judge writes out their decisions. And that's good for everyone involved, for the victim, for the accused, all of Canadian society, and importantly, for the credibility of our criminal justice system. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we weigh the risk to judicial independence introduced by Bill C-3, which I think is a very small risk for the reasons stated, if we weigh that against the risk of our courts being disrespected, and that is a real and present danger, most Canadians will support the purpose and intent of this Bill C-3. And that's why I thank the people who have written to me, including Leah, encouraging me to vote in favor of this bill. This bill is a step in the right direction to rebalance the interests of the accused to a fair trial and the complainant to respect and dignity. As a Conservative, I'm proud that this bill was initiated on this side of the House, and with the Conservatives, with our former colleague, Ronna Ambrose. I would thank the Honourable Ronna Ambrose for introducing this. Now, I have a quote here from Ms. Ambrose, which I think is just really interesting. She said, "Like me, many Canadians would be surprised to learn that a lawyer does not need any experience at all in the sensitivities of sexual assault cases to become a judge overseeing these types of challenging cases." As I said earlier, the judge hearing a sexual assault case, this might be the first case that they ever heard or had ever been involved in a criminal law setting, much less in a sexual assault proceeding. This judge, prior to becoming a judge, might have been a tax lawyer or dealing with intellectual property law. Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'm a little less surprised than most Canadians about this gap in judges' education. In this debate, we've talked about new judges who have little or no experience in sexual assault proceedings. And that creates challenges, obviously. But at the other end of the spectrum are judges who, as lawyers, practice solely in the field of criminal law, maybe even specializing in sexual assault cases, who, when they become a judge, their first case is a complex commercial law case. I think that there's something missing in judges' education. I think that is where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker. This Bill C-3 is a step in the right direction. The field of law is so broad, not even the smartest most educated, and well-intentioned judge can know it all. As a lawyer, Mr. Speaker, I must undergo continuing professional development every year in order to maintain my practice license. The same, I would submit, should apply to judges, maybe even more so to judges, because they're shapers, societal influencers. They need to understand the society within which they work. I have confidence that our judiciary, in consultation with appropriate stakeholder groups, will develop an effective, responsible, continuing education program for judges that judges will respond favorably to this Bill C3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be voting in favor of this.
Yeah, we've got about 3 minutes or so remaining for questions and comments. Of course, the full 10 minutes can be taken if the House chooses to get back to that when it gets back to the bill in front of the House. But we'll go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt that this bill is focusing in on a very necessary aspect of our justice system, and great injustices have been done. But I wanted to ask the honourable member if he feels that incrementally we should also be thinking of the same process for judges when it comes to dealing with Indigenous people who tend to be overrepresented in terms of the severity of the sentences handed out in terms of imprisonment, etc., or black people. There are a number of different, if you like, categories of people who appear in court who appear to be treated badly, and I'm wondering how he would want to see those issues approached.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you for the Honourable Member for that question. It's a very important question. It said that judges influence society, and therefore they must understand the society within which they work, and within which the people who appear before them in court live. And sadly, Indigenous people are overrepresented in our court system and in our prisons. I think that it would be very important for judges to get training in understanding some of these societal influences to a much greater degree than they do right now. Thank you.
Time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. Commentaires? Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member for his speech and his support of this very important bill. And I want to do my personal thanks to the Honourable Rona Ambrose for the work that she did in the last Parliament. And now we're dealing with this again in this Parliament. And I have an organization in my riding, SACE, Sexual Assault Centre Edmonton, who has been desperately waiting for this legislation to be passed. How frustrating does the member think it is for this to be delayed again by the proroga Parliament?
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
This should have happened a long time ago, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. This must be done quickly. 95% of people who experience sexual assault do not even report the case because they do not have confidence in the judicial system. It needs to be fixed. It is a high priority. It should have been done a long time ago. Thank you.
And it being the end of government orders for today, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I welcome the opportunity to demonstrate to Canadians why, aside from all the scandals, that they should not be trusting the Prime Minister or his party. Let me be very clear. I support helping Canadians who are struggling with the unprecedented events of our time, like the COVID pandemic. The federal government's promised one-time payment for Canadians living with disabilities who are struggling through this pandemic is one such support, even though it's only being delivered now after months of meaningless cliches from the Prime Minister. I don't support a government that uses extraordinary events like a health pandemic to erode the democratic rights of Canadians. Unfortunately for Canadians, this abuse of democracy was happening before the pandemic. By ignoring the will of Parliament, not bringing forth the necessary regulations to implement Bill C-462, an act restricting the fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit, Canadians living with disabilities have been taken advantage of. Rather than receiving their full benefit of this special one-time payment, some Canadians living with disabilities are poised to lose a portion of it. The abuse of middlemen charging fees to access government programs is becoming so rampant under this government that an RCMP anti-fraud analyst was recently quoted in the CBC in saying he wonders whether or not the time has come to, quote, start regulating the promotion of access to government services where people are making money off people trying to access these services that are otherwise free to access, end of quote. These same disability tax consultants saw a big payday when the Canada Emergency Response Benefit was introduced, CERB. One such tax consultant started offering to apply on behalf of taxpayers for the benefit, and he advertised to assist with CERB applications. This is what can be read on his website. We have no upfront fee. You pay us only when you get your CERB payment. Due to these rough times, we've reduced our fee from 33% to 8% fee for this program. 7 years ago, I introduced private members' legislation, Bill C-462, restricting the fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit. And one of the ways to receive the special one-time disability tax benefit just announced was to qualify for this. So my intention in bringing that legislation before Parliament was straightforward. I wanted to see increased protection for disabled Canadians from the predatory practices of certain individuals who referred to themselves as tax credit promoters. When I found out that some individuals were being charged 20, 30, even 40% of the tax credit, I was misled to believe that Liberal members of Parliament agreed those kinds of charges were unfair. This is especially true when considering that the purpose of the disability tax credit is to support Canadians living with serious disabilities. Parliament voted in this tax credit in recognition that Canadians with disabilities face extra challenges. And as the Member of Parliament whose riding includes Garrison Petawawa, the soldiers and veterans in my community are at greater risk for a number of disabilities because of the sacrifices they have made for our country. The tax credit is of special importance to them. In bringing forward C-62, I also wanted my constituents and all other Canadians to know they could access their local Member of Parliament regarding any federal tax credit without being charged a percentage of the tax credit. And 7 years ago, my private member's legislation helped disabled Canadians receive unanimous support in that Parliament. Even the current Prime Minister, who at that time was in opposition MP on the We Charity Speaker circuit, voted in support of my legislation. What happened?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, good evening to you and my honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has taken strong, immediate and effective action to protect Canadians and the economy from the impacts of the global COVID-19 pandemic. On March 25, 2020, the Government of Canada announced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, CERB, a taxable benefit of $2,000 per month for eligible workers whose income and employment were affected by COVID-19. When they first launched the CERB, the CRA focused on providing emergency payments quickly to the millions of Canadians who were affected by the pandemic. To achieve this, the CRA has witnessed an unprecedented mobilization of their resources to build on past successes. The CRA has collaborated with financial industry stakeholders to implement direct deposit for businesses to facilitate the issuance of CEWS payments. On April 27th, the first bank successfully transmitted direct deposit information for businesses to the CRA. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which was administered by the Canada Revenue Agency and Service Canada, has since provided critical financial support to over 8 million Canadians. Canadians from all walks of life and employment backgrounds have been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. For this reason, the CERB was designed to apply to a wide variety of individuals, their only commonality being their inability to work because of COVID-19. Some categories of individuals who are eligible for the CERB are those who lost their jobs or had their hours reduced because of COVID-19, as well as those unable to work because they were caring for a dependent whose care was disrupted by the pandemic. Additionally, the CERB covered not only traditionally employed people, but also contract workers and self-employed persons not otherwise eligible for employment insurance. As the pandemic situation progressed, some adjustments were made to the CERB eligibility criteria to allow Canadians to take on part-time work. This allowed Canadian businesses to rehire workers on a part-time basis to ensure that Canadians could continue to put food on the table, pay their rent or mortgage, and support their families, Mr. Speaker. During the implementation of the CERB, as well as other emergency benefits like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the government sought to get money into the hands of Canadians who were in need as quickly as possible, either via direct deposit or check. Payments were made within 10 days in most cases. Canadians were able to apply for the CERB through an easy web portal or an automated telephone line, or via a toll-free number. The CERB officially ended on September 26, 2020, but Canadians can still retroactively apply for the CERB until December 2, 2020. The CERB, I am proud to announce, has now been replaced with 3 new benefits: the Canada Recovery Benefit, CRB, the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit, CRSB, and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit, CRCB. These new benefits are being administered by the Canada Revenue Agency, and Canadians can apply online through the agency's My Account or via a toll-free number. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
I'll tell you what happened. There was an unfortunate change that led to a government that breaks its promises to reward its friends. Canadians are still waiting for the regulations for that legislation that was enacted 7 years later. In the latest example of meaningless tropes from a government that excels in meaningless slogans, this time from the last speech from the throne, is something called the Disability Inclusion Plan. If this government was actually serious about helping Canadians living with disabilities, the regulations to implement Bill C-462, an act restricting fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit, would be law by now and in the plan. The process to determine eligibility for government disability programs and benefits should not have been left in the hands of these tax credit vultures all these years.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those comments from the Honourable Member across the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to speak to the government's swift actions to help Canadians, including those in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. The Canada Revenue Agency developed a fast and simple application process that they use to deliver benefit payments to Canadians within days of applying. Millions of Canadians have accessed the CERB over the past 7 months, and this easy-to-use system has helped support Canadians and their families in a time of significant upset and uncertainty. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as of September 28, 2020, the CRA and Service Canada has processed over 27 million applications for the CERB. Canadians can have confidence in CRA's proven track record in providing emergency support to those who need it most, and can look at the successful rollout at the CERB as an indicator of the agency's strong capacity in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Back at the end of October, I'd asked the government about their priorities for procurement when it came to Canada's COVID response over the past year. The Minister of Public Services and Procurement responded really with no direct answers, gave up a tremendous word salad. So I'm hoping that we can get a little bit better salad du jour today, if I may, from the Minister. The issues have really been going on since the spring. When I was a member of the Industry Committee, we talked a lot about PPE and about the government's response to the pandemic and how they were handling it. And repeatedly, there was talk and there was lots of instances of businesses, manufacturers looking to retool what was going on in their companies so that they could help out with the pandemic and help out with the recovery. Honeybee Manufacturing is a company within my own riding, and I had them in touch with the minister's office so that they could repurpose and retool what they do so that they could help out with the pandemic. The response that they got from the minister and from her office was, "Thank you very much. We really appreciate the fact that you're willing to help out, but you know what? For right now, we don't need you, but if you just wait, we'll maybe tell you later on if we need you." And then we have companies like Nova Textiles in BC. They got a nice mention from the member from I think it was Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. It gave a nice reference to them. You know, they had the capacity to manufacture masks, and they weren't given any opportunity to expand their production or to contribute even more than what they were able to already do. And then we start to see incidences with companies like Medicom, a company who, sure, they're involved in medical world, but they actually had no production capacity in Canada to speak of. But they got a contract. They got a government handout. They were able to set up shop and develop masks. And I'm not begrudging Medicom for wanting to help out or the fact that they got the contract. But the fact is they had to build facilities to be able to start manufacturing their product. There were companies who already had the capacity to do manufacturing, and they were told that, you know what, you're good where you're at right now. We're going to do this to somebody, give it to somebody else, and wait for them to build up what they got. And then we started to see with somebody like Frank Bayless. Same thing. Just he didn't have any capacity at that point in time to manufacture the very ventilator that he proposed. And he got a massive contract. All he had to do was prove again that he had connections through another company and prove that he was a Liberal, and he got a massive contract. Canadians are looking for this process to once again bring manufacturing back to Canada. So when Brad, a constituent in my riding, had to prove that he had the capacity to manufacture face shields, he did so. And he didn't get the contract, which is fine. But now Brad is sitting with over $300,000 worth of product that's just sitting there, not being utilized. And then we've got all these companies that won the bid are covered with a national security exemption for masks. I can understand it for vaccines, where there is actually some sensitive scientific evidence or scientific processes that go into it. But for a plastic face shield, there's nothing there. Why are we hiding behind national security exemptions for things like face shields or a simple face mask?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member from Cypress Hills Grassland for this question, and I'm honoured to rise in the House to respond to it. The government has focused on the health and safety of Canadians since the very beginning of this pandemic. This has been our most pressing issue, and I'm sure all members would agree that this is a national priority. Service public et approvisionnement.
Public Services and Procurement Canada has been responsible for acquiring supplies and personal protective equipment to allow us to cope with current and future needs as the pandemic continues. To do so, we have set up new supply chains with domestic and overseas manufacturers in a highly competitive global market.
Along with acquiring billions of units of PPE, including masks, N95 respirators, face shields, hand sanitizer, protective gowns and gloves, we are also negotiating with international manufacturers and pharmaceutical companies to have tests, treatments, and vaccines made available widely across Canada. Mr. Speaker, I must note that about 80% of the total value of contracts for personal protective equipment, medical equipment, and supplies have been with Canadian companies that supply and distribute PPE. In addition, we have engaged a large number of manufacturers from across the country. This has allowed us to increase our capacity to produce many of those essential products right here in Canada. In fact, approximately 40% of the total value of contracts is going to Canadian manufacturing companies, many of which were identified through callouts issued by PSPC and Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. Nous félicitons les entreprises.
We applaud companies such as Fluid Energy Group of Calgary, GM Canada in Oshawa, and Medicom of Pointe-Claire, Quebec, not only for their creativity, but also their desire to help communities across the country in the fight against COVID-19. By stepping up as they have done, these companies have helped boost the economy by offering good jobs in their regions just when they are needed the most.
Equipment into the hands of those who need it the most. PSPC has also launched a supply hub to bring together buyers and sellers of PPE and supplies in the Canadian market. The Supply Hub website has been viewed more than 133,000 times by individuals from across Canada. All this work, Mr. Speaker, has put Canada in a much stronger and more stable position in terms of supplies. Cela dit, notre travail.
But our work is still far from over. This pandemic will not come to an end until there is a safe and effective vaccine.
Efficace. Ce gouvernement.
That is why this government has taken an aggressive approach to securing access to the most promising vaccine candidates to ensure that we can deliver them to Canadians as quickly as possible once approved.
PSPC has been taking recommendations from the government's COVID-19 vaccine task force, and we have already established agreements with 7 manufacturers, including Moderna and Pfizer, to secure up to 414 million doses of their vaccine candidates. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we have made agreements with companies such as Becton Dickinson and Abbott for rapid antigen tests to supplement the existing testing regime. To date, more than 4 million of Abbott's Pan Bio and ID Now rapid tests have already been delivered to provinces and territories, and deliveries are continuing on a weekly basis. Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement est...
Mr. Speaker, as COVID cases continue to rise in many parts of the country, it has never been more important for our government to continue its efforts to procure these essential supplies. I can assure this House that we will continue working around the clock to move this complex work forward.
The government's top priority remains the health and safety of all Canadians, and will continue to pursue the equipment and supplies that we need to fight COVID-19 and help us build a stronger and more resilient Canada for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was happy to hear the member opposite bring up the N95 masks. Actually, some of the farmers in my riding, Mr. Speaker, are talking to me about the fact that they can't get their preferred N95 mask with a filter built into it for when they're cleaning out their grain bins. So we're starting to now see issues with the regular supply of PPE that people outside of the medical industry use for their day-to-day life and for their livelihood. They can't get it. They're having issues getting it. I actually talked to some of their suppliers to find out, well, is it just a localized issue? And this has been an issue that's been stretched out for months now and hasn't been able to be addressed yet. So I'm just wondering if the government would be able to elaborate or say what are they doing to ensure that regular PPE that people relied on for their day-to-day lives and in their livelihood and in their place of work, what is the government doing to ensure that that PPE is still being manufactured as well so that we're not creating issues in other areas of people's lives?
Parliament Secretary.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House that this government continues to work through these extraordinary times to ensure Canadians are kept safe and healthy.
We are procuring supplies for our frontline healthcare workers and essential businesses, including from numerous Canadian manufacturers. We are also putting in place new agreements to secure access to the most effective and efficient testing solutions. Parlement, nous pensons.
At the same time, we are looking to the future and signing agreements for access to the most promising vaccine candidates being developed around the world, so that we can one day put COVID-19 behind us.
Continue to make it a priority to meet the challenges of this pandemic and ensure Canadians are supported and safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to recommend something to the Parliamentary Secretary. It's Christmas time, so it's time to go shopping for gifts. and I can recommend an excellent Christmas gift for him. And it's an excellent book that is available in all Quebec bookshops. And it's called Curious Stories of the Quebec Bridge. It starts in 1917 with the opening of the Quebec Bridge. And then it talks about the widening of the bridge to 3 lanes in 1952. And perhaps my colleague might add a last chapter to this book, that is, finally, the Quebec Bridge has been painted, because for the past 5 years, as we know, the Liberals had promised us in 2015, they said, we swear that we're going to paint the bridge, but since that time, the paint is drying up, the paint is, staying in the pots. Fixing the bridge is a must before it rusts, and so we would encourage the government to take action. The government is very good at empty rhetoric, and they hired the very skillful Yvon Charret, who is a special negotiator, and he issued a report, but it hasn't been published yet. And he says, yes, the federal government needs to purchase the bridge and put in place a maintenance plan. But even now, we still have no access to that report, and we've heard nothing about the implementation of the recommendations contained in that report. We're still waiting. We're waiting for concrete action on the part of the government, as it promised us 5 years ago. But it's not the first time that Liberals make empty promises. They like to believe in Santa Claus. And in all of their infrastructure programs, it's the same thing. They talk about astronomical amounts, $187 billion for infrastructure. But the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Yves Giroux, says, well, there's no plan, and it's full of delays. We're in the midst of a pandemic, and in October they announced $10 billion of infrastructure program, and we said, yay, because we really need this. We need infrastructure programs, but once again, that money is going to be transferred to the Infrastructure Bank of Canada, and to date, Mr. Speaker, 0 + 0 = 0 projects and 0 money rolled out. So that's why we're calling on the government. We're asking them to take action for the Quebec Bridge, because it's a major piece of infrastructure for the Quebec City region, and it's a heritage gem. It's recognized across the world. And the question is very simple. When will the government finally stop making fine announcements and invest genuinely in the Quebec Bridge and in infrastructure in general? Because obviously 4 minutes goes by too quickly, but there are major shortfalls in roads, digital infrastructure, and bridges, and it's time for the government to take action because the bridge is rusting away. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from the Quebec City region, from Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, for his speech. In terms of promises not being kept in matters of infrastructure, when I hear him talk about that, with all due respect, I can't help but remember the famous photo of himself wearing the Nordic jersey, promising that Stephen Harper would invest in the construction of the Videotron Centre, and the people in Quebec City remember that there was not one penny put into the construction of the Videotron Centre, whereas that was something that was promised with great fanfare. And once again, we hear these same formulas. Fix it. For example, fixing the bridge is a must before it rusts. But I would like to reassure my colleague, it is clearly, for example, when we look at the history of the Quebec Bridge, yes, there's a chapter to be written before the end of the story. It needs to be maintained. But where the Conservatives fell down for a decade, when this member himself was part of cabinet and nothing was done. And so we are the people who put in place the Yvon Charret, the negotiator, because the bridge is over 100 years old. It's a marvel of engineering. and it allows 33,000 vehicles per day to cross back and forth between the north and the south shores. But it is much more than just a road link. It's a heritage gem. And it is it's a pride in Canada. And it should be more visible throughout the world. And that's why I say that the Conservatives didn't act for a decade. They left it to rust. And so we put in place Yvon Charest, who is very, very skilled, very wise. And so we're looking to see what is the best way of finding a solution for the Quebec Bridge, whether it's the transfer of ownership. And that is what Mr. Charest has done. His report is being studied by Infrastructure Canada right now, and I can reassure my honourable colleague that we are going to find a solution for the restoration and repair of Quebec. We're going to succeed where his government failed for 10 years. And so we want to do things right because things have been botched too often in the history of the bridge, and we're not going to let that happen again. So that means that this heritage gem is going to be taken care of, is going to be maintained and restored to the tune of its inestimable value, because we know how important this road link is in terms of the Quebec's economy, and I can reassure my colleague that our government will act, and that until that time, CN, which is the owner, and the Quebec Department of Transport are ensuring the safety and sustainability of the bridge. And we made a promise in 2015 and will respect it. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. I'd like to thank my colleague from the other shore for his comments, but I can tell him that the Videotron Centre has actually been built, and yet the Quebec Bridge has been rusting away. In fact, I have a couple of tickets, so I'd like to invite him to share my seats at the Videotron Centre. Since the Liberals' election 2015, they have said that they're not sure about fixing the bridge. So during the last election, the Prime Minister himself said, we're not going to talk about a project that doesn't exist. So I understand that that many things have been said over the past 5 years about this bridge, but all we want is for the Liberals is to take action. We want them to preserve this key infrastructure for the community of the Greater Quebec City area, and we want them to take action. The report of Mr. Charest has been tabled. When are we going to have news? It better be before Christmas. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say to my honourable colleague, very humbly, that the statements in 2015 and 2016 were an error, and I apologize. I regret that statement. And I would like him to know that for our government, and for me particularly, it is very fundamental that we repair this bridge. In 2015, when Stephen Harper came to Quebec City, and when he made a joke saying that, oh, does that bridge even still exist? And his colleagues applauded him. And we want to succeed on this file to ensure that in the next election campaigns that no one will have to ask any more questions, because the Quebec Bridge will already have been repaired. Thank you.
Comme il est 17h40, la Chambre s'adjourne jusqu'à demain.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.